Hi everyone, am I audible and visible to you all? Hello, I'm pretty sure I'm audible to you all but not visible. Hi, can you see me, hear me guys? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hi everyone, welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I am your biology educator Ambika Sharma. So welcome to the session. Hi. I hope I'm perfectly audible and visible to you all. Do let me know in the chat section. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to the class. Welcome to this amazing session where we are going to complete our next chapter. It is evolution. So it's day 15th of your Game of NEET series, and you know that we all are following the schedule very dedicatedly. Isn't it? Isn't it? है ना? All the teachers, right? All the teachers are following the schedule, and every day we are finishing your chapters, and in these one shots, you know that detailed content is provided to you all. So I hope you all are enjoying it, and I hope you all are also enthusiastic. You all are preparing in the same way. Okay, good evening, good evening, good evening. How many hours will you take, ma'am? So the bache session will go for 6 to 7 hours minimum. Okay. It is not going to be less than 7 hours. Definitely it is going to be, it is for around 8 hours. Okay. So, how many of you like this chapter? How many of you hate this chapter? Tell me about your opinions as well, and then slowly we will start the session. You have to stay. You do not have any other option. You people need to stay. See, this is what I'm repeating, and I'm telling you the same thing, bache, because you know that total 6 chapters are deleted from your biology syllabus. Okay, total 6 chapters are deleted, but number of questions, they are same. That is 90 questions. Basically 100 questions are there. You know that you are going to get the options. So obviously we do not have 6 chapters, right? From class 12th, you know that 3 chapters are deleted. So they are going to increase the number of questions from other chapters. Okay, so genetics and evolution is one of the most important units, right? We know so many questions used to come from molecular basis of inheritance, from principles of inheritance and variation, and the same way this year you are going to get good number of questions from evolution as well. So today we are preparing for 4 questions. 4 questions means how many marks? Tell me. We are preparing for minimum 4 questions. That's minimum. That's not maximum, that's minimum. And after it, I'm going to start principles of inheritance and variation. That is the next chapter that we are going to start. Acha, matlab you hate this chapter. It's a boring chapter. Who told you it's a boring chapter? It is one of the easiest and the interesting chapter. It is very interesting. Right? It is very interesting. Literally, it is very interesting. Acha, I hate this chapter. This is what I was expecting. That's why I kept it first, right? Initially I was thinking that I should take the principles of inheritance and variation, but now I was sure that you people are going to say that, ma'am, we hate evolution. Guys, trust me, today you are going to love this chapter, right? We are going to follow the NCERT, but in a different way. NCERT is jumbled, okay? In NCERT, like, they have mixed the things. If you will read that chapter from NCERT, you will get confused, because sometimes they are talking about Darwin, suddenly they jump to another theory, and they are talking about something else, and again they are mixing the theories and the evidences. Okay, so separately I'll tell you everything. I'll explain each and everything, right? We will complete our NCERT also, and you will get the notes also. But yes, this is what you have to promise me, that you are going to stay with me till the end. And quickly share the session link with your friends as well. Do let them know that ma'am has started the class and now it's time to join. And moreover, see bache, I hope you all have subscribed my profile, right? Go to the Unacademy platform. Tomorrow at 11 AM we will practice last 10 years questions of this particular chapter, and at 1 PM I have scheduled one more lecture, that is Cell, the basic unit of life. Okay, so what you have to do, just search my name, follow my profile, and you can go to the free classes part and you will find my special classes. Okay, so tomorrow you have one class at 11 AM where we will be solving the last 10 years PYQs, right? And one class is at 1 p.m. and here we'll complete the cell chapter. Okay, we are going to complete the cell chapter here. This is one information, and another is, wait. Okay, so see this video. Hope you all have checked it. Yes. So today I posted this video, and this is top 50 do and die topics for biology. You are not allowed to miss these topics, right? And if you are starting your biology preparation, so please include these topics in your preparation. Okay, so please check this video. It is one of the most important videos, right? You are going to get benefit from this video, and moreover, do share the list of topics with me as well. Okay, that ma'am, we find these topics difficult. Can you make videos on that? You can write down in the comment section. I will read the comments and I will make separate videos as well. Okay, done. Chalo, so let's start the class, let's start the chapter. So here we go, and the chapter name is evolution. But yes, how can I forget? Do you know that we have started this batch? Like basically we are going to start it on 2nd of Jan. That is your NEET end game, and you can see our team as well. So bache, you are going to get this batch at a price of 7999, and you have to apply this coupon code. And in this batch, in 100 days we will finish your syllabus. Okay, every day you people are going to get classes. There will be proper test, proper revision, okay, proper doubt session will be there. And the best part about this batch is that we are going to start from scratch. It's not like here we will be like, this is a crash course, so you know how crash course work, right? We will just give you the overview of chapter. No, in detail we are going to explain the chapter, the topic, the concepts, whatever is important for your NEET examination. So be the part of this batch. You can see the link in the description box. This is the coupon code that you have to use. And moreover, bache, Unlock 20 has started, right? So till 23rd December you can get these you can get these benefits. Like if you are looking for enrollment in NEET UG 2024 courses, right, you will get 6 months plus subscription at this price, right? Even if you are looking for 2025, okay, you will get extra 6 months as well because of this Unlock 20. So buy your course now, okay? And do let me know in the comment section that which course you have taken, and I'm pretty sure you all are going to be the part of our NEET endgame, right? And see you all on 23rd December. So here you can see the venue. We'll share the details separately as well. You know now we are coming to Chennai for you people. So there will be an event, right? It is on 23rd of December from 4 to 6 p.m. Okay? Chalo. So let's start. Done? Let's start. Wasim sir and HSP sir. Acha, theek hai. HSP sir, welcome to the session. Thank you so much for joining. And Wasim sir, we are ignoring you. Theek hai? We are ignoring you. Otherwise, you are going to waste our 10 to 15 minutes. Hai na? Guys, everyone say hi to HSP sir. I think this is what they have planned. Okay. Now both of them, they are present in my class. So here you can see free special classes, right? And they both are going to take free special classes from December 17 to December 20. So for that you have to subscribe their profile. Okay? Take it? Wasim and HSP sir, say thanks to me. Even they are not aware of it, I am telling you. So we are celebrating special learning festival. So you are going to get free special classes on important topics, on most important topiks. So from December 17 to 20. Okay, and it is the last day today, of course, right? So do attend their classes. Chalo. Okay, so now let's start the chapter. So as you all are saying that ma'am, we don't like this chapter, it's a very boring chapter, but trust me, it is one of the most interesting chapters, and that is evolution. See, when you talk about Earth, yes bache, everyone in the class, tell me, when you talk about Earth, Earth is made up of what? Tell me, quickly, tell me. And Wasim sir, you should watch my lectures, right? Why? Because you don't even know the difference in physiology and psychology. And when it comes to HSP sir, no, right? I know that, right? You know na, your HSP sir, he'll start asking me that compounds or something, right? KMNO4 and its color, this color, that color. So HSP sir, I cannot challenge you, but yeah, when it comes to your Wasim sir, he doesn't know the difference in psychology and physiology. ठीक है? So please बच्चों, please send him the messages on his personal telegram or on our official telegram and tell him the difference in physiology and psychology. He'll be grateful. He'll be grateful. Chalo. So yeah, I'm starting the class now. So the point is, what are we talking? We are talking about the evolution, right? So first of all, when you talk about the earth, right, you know that earth is made up of living material and as well as non-living material, right? Isn't it? Earth is made up of what? Hanji, chemistry guri, Naru, Seema. Earth is made up of what? It is made up of living and the non-living matter. Yes or no? So if it is living, so we will use the word animate. Am I right? If it is living, we are going to use the word animate. You have already used this word, isn't it? Isn't it? And if it is non-living, then you will use the word inanimate. So earth is made up of living as well as non-living matter. Okay. And basically, right, so this thing, right, like it's not like that from day one earth is like this. No, with the time, right, certain gradual changes were there, and because of that, right, whatever we see around, like you can talk about the plants, you can talk about the animals, it was not as such. Okay, with the time some certain gradual changes were there, even in the plants, even in the animals, or even if you are talking about the earth, in earth itself many changes occurred, and finally we got what we have. Okay, we got what we have. Are you getting it? Right? Even if you are talking about the earth, even if you are talking about the living organisms, just say in general, if you talk about a living organism, you know that they are having a lifespan. There will be the birth, right? The further growth will be there, and finally there will be the death. Okay. This is what we know. There is a kind of proper lifespan. There is a life history, right? A person will take birth, that person will grow, right? You know all that ages, isn't it? So when you talk about the earth, right, we are also in this chapter, this is what we are going to study. We will learn about the history of earth, right? We will learn about that, how this earth originated, okay, how that life originated. But before that, we need to talk about the universe. Okay, we need to talk about what? We need to talk about the universe. Oh my God, seriously? Wasim, you're appreciating me? Guys, he's a very good man. He's very nice. Do attend all his lectures. He's such a good person. He's such a good person. Right? He's little bit irritating, but overall he's very good. He's appreciating me today. Okay? So please take the screenshot of these messages, bache. Please take the screenshot of these messages. Do forward it to me later after the class. Right? Every day he used to irritate me in my sessions, but today he's appreciating me. And I am saying he's a very good man. He's a very nice person. He's a very good teacher. He's amazing. This and that. Okay? Take it? Why, yaar? Tareef? Seriously? Don't worry, you'll get a party from my side. Okay? Chalo, come back. I saw 2 to 3 messages and I was like, seriously? Chalo. So what were we saying? Yes. So that is how we have to relate everything. Okay. So when it comes to the evolution, right, the same way in the case of animals, in the case of plants, even you are talking about fauna, you are talking about flora, right? There are changes. The biodiversity was not as such, right? Many changes were there. Same is about the earth. Okay. So in this chapter, we will also study that how these two things are related. Right, we will also study that how evolution of life forms and the evolution of earth, right, it is also related. We will relate it with that geological time scale also, right? So many interesting topics are there in this chapter, trust me, and you are going to love this, right? You are going to love this chapter. This is the first thing. Now, how are we going to divide this? First of all, we need to talk about the origin of life. So we need to start with the origin of universe first. How are we going to start, students? We are going to talk about the origin of universe first. Then we will talk about the origin of earth. After that, we will talk about the theories that explains the origin of life, and then finally evidences related to that, bache, and further theories, right, that explain that how we evolved. That's what we need to discuss. Okay, that's what we need to discuss. Got it? Got it, everyone? Guys, is there any issue with the sound? Many people are saying, is there any issue with the sound? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, okay. So basically you have to relate the evolution of fauna flora and the evolution of earth, and that's what we have to study. So let's start with this first definition, that is evolutionary biology. So bache, evolutionary biology is the study of history of life forms on earth, right? What is evolutionary biology? It is the study of history of life forms on earth. Is that clear? First thing. Now, what is evolution? First of all, please note down, please make the notes, right? The term was introduced by Herbert Spencer. Who introduced the term evolution? It was introduced by Herbert Spencer. So what is the meaning of evolution? Evolution means, bache, it is the act of unfolding or unrolling, right? What is it? It is the act of unfolding and unrolling, or in simple terms, it is an orderly change from one form to another. So basically we are going to study that how one form, it will get converted into another. But when you talk about the life, it was not as complex, right, as it is today. Don't be like, I'm not talking about your personal life, the relationship status complicated, this and that. No, I'm not talking about this. In general, if I talk about the structures, right, it was not as complex as we see them today. Okay, initially the structures, the life, it was very simple. But before that, we need to understand that how this life came into origin. Are you getting it, NEET aspirant? First of all, this is what you need to understand. So that complete sequence, that orderly changes that has occurred with time. Okay, whenever you talk about the evolution, always remember time is the main thing. Time is the main thing. You cannot say that change will take place in 1 day or in 2 days or in 3 days. No, it's a time taking process, right? If in terms of Darwin, I have to explain the evolution. So as per Darwin concept, evolution is descent with modifications. Now what is the meaning here? I'll explain. So first of all, as per Darwin, gradual changes are taking place. Gradual changes, like slowly changes are taking place, and with the time, all that changes, they will accumulate and they will convert one form into the another. That's what evolution is. Got it, bache? That's what evolution is. So always focus on this word. It is an orderly change. Got it? Orderly change. In a proper order, things will change. Fine, bache? Fine. Now what is the meaning of descent with modifications? Like, let's say in simple words, if I have to explain you, you have the ancestral species. That ancestral species, as per their environment, as per their needs, they will get modified, right? And the new organisms will form, further new species will form. Okay, further new species will form, right? That's what you need to keep in your mind. Descent with modification, right? Right, that like further organisms will they will keep on modifying. There will be the modifications, and changes will be there. That changes will accumulate and new species will form. In simple, it is the meaning here. Okay, Akhila, right? So another definition of evolution is this one. I really like it, right? It's my personal favorite. It's my personal favorite. I'll tell you the meaning. So as per that, evolution is the process that results in changes in genetic material of a population over time. Now I'll ask you one question. Do you think, and this is what we have to study here also, do you think if our genetic material, if it will not get changed, do you think there will be any change that can pass to next generation? Yes? Anyone in the class, guys? Trust me, you are going to love this chapter. We will make it very easy. It's just like a story. Today you will listen to a story. Okay, don't be like, yeah, ma'am, why are you making it difficult? I'll make it very easy. You are going to love this. It's just like a story. Imagine, you will get to know about the universe, about the life. Okay. Okay. So it is very simple. If there will be no change in our genetic material, in our DNA, that change cannot pass to the next generation. That's what we know. If anything, it is affecting our genetic material. Definitely that change is heritable. That's what we learn in genetics. Okay, that's why it is mentioned here, that changes in the genetic material. Now, the another important point is this, of a population, right? What is it? Of a population. Why? Why are we considering the population here? Why can't we consider the individual here? Anyone in the class? Yes, students? And guys, hit the like button, and if you're new, you know what you have to do. You have to subscribe to our channel, guys, quick. Just subscribe to our channel, and same way, with same energy, you will learn in my batches as well. So quickly join the batch, right? NEET End Game, that batch is waiting for you. So do join that batch too, students. Tell me, why are we considering the population here? Why can't we consider individual? Please understand the differences in such terms. It's very important for your NEET examination. It's simple, right? When you're talking about a single or individual related with ecology, how do we start there? When we talk about ecological hierarchy, we start with the organism. Isn't it? We start with the organism, and then what we say, that organisms of same species, when they live in a particular area, right, when they inhabit a particular area at a time, then that they are making the population of that area. Am I right? Am I right? Shailu, Joshe, Vishnupriya, NEET aspirant, everyone here in the class. Am I right? What am I saying? I am saying here that when you start the ecological hierarchy, you talk about the organism, you talk about the individual. Many individuals, many organisms of same species together, when they are inhabiting a particular area at a particular time, we call it as the population of that area. Am I right, Manju, Leharika, David, everyone here in the class? Am I right? Now, whenever you talk about the evolution, you are going to talk about the population. Let's say I am evolving, okay, not personally, like let's say anatomically, physiologically, whatever you want to say, I am evolving. If I'll evolve now, right, with the time, let's say some changes will occur in my body, and I'm not behaving like a human being, right, it's something different, then what will you do? You are going to put me in a lab, right? You are going to put me in a lab, and you are going to study my function, that what's happening. She's not a human being. What is happening to her? What kind of changes are there? Who triggered that changes? Okay, who triggered that changes? That's how you are going to study. But let's say if people living in a particular area, if all of them are acquiring that changes, with the time they all will evolve into a new species, right? It's never about, evolution is never about a single individual. It's never ever about a single individual. It's about the population, right? I'm not saying that everyone will evolve at a same rate, right? But that changes will be there. That changes will accumulate. They will pass from one generation to another, and then after so many years we will see a new population. That's the point. Are you getting it? So first of all, understand the basic concept of evolution, right? Please promise me today, students, that you are not here to judge this chapter. You have already judged this, but you are not here to judge this chapter. You are here to understand this chapter, right? You have that preoccupied thing now, that this chapter is boring, it's not good, it's not that. Nahin, right? Be open-minded today. You are like, "Okay, yaar, we are here to learn a new chapter. We are going to love this chapter. We are going to finish it today. We will make the final notes, and then we will use that notes for the NEET, right? For NEET 2024 and its revision." But when population will evolve, okay, so promise me, it's interesting, trust me, it's interesting. I will go slow initially. I know you people hate this chapter, right? Yeah, take it as a challenge, guys. Take it as a challenge. So those who are going to stay with me till the end, they are going to get a party from my side, right? You can send me your address. You will get something for sure. Okay? And HSP sir and Wazeem sir is going to pay for that. Fine? You have to stay with me till the end, and HSP sir and Wazeem sir is going to pay for that. Trust me. Chalo. So I hope that point is clear to you all. Okay, so it's not about an individual, it's about the population. Done, bache? So please note down this definition. It is explaining everything about the evolution. Now let's start this, right? In the NCERT it is given the origin of life. So how are we going to start? First of all, we will talk about the origin of universe. What do you know about the universe? Tell me, what do you know about the universe? Tell me anything that you know other than study of universe, study of evolution of universe. No, right? In general, what do you know about the universe? Tell me. Tell me quickly. What is universe? Universe is made up of God. Anything else? Whatever is there in your mind, you please tell me. It's vast. It's cluster of galaxies and nebula. Many galaxies are there. Maharandan, what are you not getting? Please let me know, bache. I'll answer your doubt. Cluster of galaxies. So basically, universe, when it comes to universe, it is something very vast. It is something expanded, right? Which are required, which is right. What is universe? It is something vast. It is expanded region of space. It is vast and expanded region of space, bache. Yes, when you talk about the universe, you talk about this. I hope you guys can see that, right? This is universe, right? This universe is having galaxies. When you talk about the galaxies, that galaxies are having stars, they are having their planets. So it's like that, right? It's actually a huge cluster of galaxies. You people are right, right? Can you tell me the name of the galaxy where we are living, right? Do you know the name of the galaxy where we all are living, where our planet is there? Obviously, Milky Way. In Hindi, it is Akash Ganga. Yes, you are right. In Hindi, it is Akash Ganga, or in English, it is Milky Way. So when you talk about the universe, as I said, what is it? It is a huge cluster of galaxies. It's a vast, right, expanded region of the space, having so many galaxies. And initially, I'm telling you this thing honestly, initially it was believed that there is only one galaxy in which we are living, but with time we got to know that there are so many galaxies, right? There are so many galaxies, and in that galaxies there are different stars are there, planets are there, other rocky material or other such solid structures are there. There is a gravitational force which is holding them together. Okay, hope you know about these things. Done, bache? So when you talk about the universe, right, if you talk about the origin of universe, this is the theory that tried to explain the origin of universe, that is Big Bang theory, right? Which theory it is? It is the Big Bang theory, and it was given by Abel Lemaitre. The scientist name here is not important, okay? Who gave this theory? Big Bang theory. It was given by Abel Lemaitre, and this is the theory that explains the origin of universe. Here you people can see I have mentioned the things as well. Vast and expanded region of space, that is universe. It is a huge cluster of galaxies, means a group of galaxies, and that galaxies, they contain stars, they contain clouds of gas and dust. Okay, so if you compare the universe with the earth is just a speck, right? We cannot even compare that. Earth is just a speck when you compare universe and the earth. Okay, so distance between all these heavenly bodies, right? The distance between all these heavenly bodies like your stars, planets, how do we measure it? It is, see, they all are present in space, right? The stars, the planets, the galaxies. So the distance between these heavenly body, it is known as the stellar distance. This term is given in NCERT. Am I right or wrong? This term is given in NCERT. Yes or no? Stellar distance. So what is stellar distance? It is the distance between these heavenly bodies like your stars, like your planets, like your galaxies. And how do we measure it, bache? How do we measure it? It is a PYQ. Stellar distances, they are measured in light years. How are we going to measure it? We are going to measure it in light years. Now, what's the point here? See, you know that, right? It's very simple. Let's say if I am able to see this camera, how is it possible? Light is going to fall on it, light will reflect, right? My eyes are going to receive that, and then only there will be the formation of that image, and then only I can say that I can see something, or right, I can see something. It's like that. It's very simple. That's how our eyes are able to see any object, right? You can very easily see. Let's say there is a chair, right? There is a table in my room. How can I see that? Light, light will fall on it, it will reflect, my eyes are going to receive that, image will form, and I can see that object. But when you talk about the stars, you know that we are able to see the stars, they are twinkling. Are they actually twinkling? Yes, yes sir. Niharika, Bhavya, are they actually twinkling? Even I know the answer of this question. Of course not. And of course not. Thank God, thank God. So basically, when we look at that stars, like whatever is there, right, whatever you can see, it's not actually present there. No, no, right? Light is emitting, and it is not even their light. Light is emitting, right? And that light is taking so many light years. Right, that light is taking a time to travel. The light years, it is taking light years, right? And then when we actually like let's say today, even you are just gazing, right, you are watching all that stars or something, so it's not, they are not present today, right? We are basically peeping into the past, isn't it? We are peeping into the past, because whatever light they have emitted, it has taken so long to reach to our eyes. Fine, so that's what you need to know. These are basic things, okay? These are very basic things, and I hope you all know about it, isn't it, bache? Right? Right. So basically it is given in NCERT, that's why I have included, and it is interesting as well. So now come back to the Big Bang Theory, which was given by Ebbe Lemaitre. Okay, it was given by Ebbe Lemaitre. It is the one that explains the origin of universe, as I said. But Earth was supposed, okay, yes, so when it comes to the universe formed almost 20 billion years ago, right? Universe formed almost 20 billion years ago. Now what is the meaning of this Big Bang Theory? Basically, initially what was believed, listen to me carefully, Likhita, NEET aspirant, yes bache, Triveni, everyone, listen to me very carefully. Yes, initially bache, it was believed that all that cosmic material, right, the material that we are discussing now, all that cosmic material, it was in a condensed form, right? All that cosmic material was in condensed form, right? And then a fiery explosion, right? A fiery explosion that we cannot even measure in physical terms. Okay, right? What happened, bache? Imagine we have something, right, that is in the condensed form, and all of a sudden what happened? An explosion took place which broke that condensed material which scattered that condensed material into fragments. What happened, bache? Imagine you have something condensed, right? An explosion occur, and because of that condensed thing, right, it got scattered into fragments. It's very easy to imagine. Yes, Leharika. But when you talk about this Big Bang Theory, that Big Bang, right, that sound that cannot be, there was a kind of huge explosion. We cannot measure that in physical terms, right? We cannot measure that in physical terms, right? That occurred, and because of that, all that condensed material, it got separated. And with time, what happened? And because of that, what happened, bache? This universe started expanding. Okay, it started expanding. And why do we believe in this Big Bang Theory? Right, it's not the only theory about the origin of universe. No, it's not like that, right? There are many theories about it, but the most widely accepted is this Big Bang Theory, because it believes in expansion. Do you know why? Because it believes in what? It believes in expansion. Okay, and even today, right, universe is expanding. That's why scientists, they believe in it. Okay, that's why the scientists, they believe in it, right? That yes, as per Big Bang Theory, the expansion was there, right? And till today, we notice such expansion in the universe. Are you getting it? Right? So this theory of evolution, right? This theory of evolution, the main essential feature is the emergence of universe. As per this theory, if I talk about its most essential feature, that is the emergence of universe from high temperature, right? Emergence of universe, yes, from an extremely high temperature and density. Okay. Okay, so what is an essential feature of this theory? Emergence of universe from extremely high temperature and density, and as I said, it believes in expansion. Okay, and our universe is still expanding, and so it is believed that universe, like from a, you can say that from simple dot, it has expanded that much. It has expanded that much. Okay, and yes, like many people are saying, because of that expansion in that scattered fragments, with time what happened, the temperature came down, the cooling occurred, right? Many gases were there, bache, right? Some of the gases which were lighter, like your hydrogen, helium, they escaped, right? They became the part of that atmosphere also, and this is how slowly further evolution occurred. This is how further changes occurred. So this is what you need to keep in your mind. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Shri Vidya is asking one question. Shri Vidya, bache, stellar distance means the distance between between these heavenly bodies, like in between stars, right, in between these planets. And how do you measure stellar distance? Stellar distance means distance between, let's say, distance between two stars. Okay, and how are you measuring it? You are measuring it in the light years, right? How are you measuring it? You are measuring it in the light years. Okay, okay. So light year is basically the traveling of that light in vacuum. This is what light year is, if I'm not wrong, right? Right? You people study physics, no? You know it very well, isn't it? What is a light year? The distance that light travels in vacuum, and obviously in 1 year. Okay, what is a light year? The distance traveled by light in vacuum in 1 year. That is a light year. So in many light years we measure the light. Okay. But a Big Bang theory is saying that there will be a huge explosion, right? Many years back, like 20 billion years back, Gopika Shri, what happened, bache? That cosmic material was there, like, right, it was condensed. You can say that like something which includes many gases or many things. And we cannot explain the reason, right? What happened? A certain explosion occurred, a huge explosion occurred. You cannot measure it, that explosion, in physical terms. You cannot say that that explosion was that big. No, no. Because of that explosion, what happened? Something which was condensed, it scattered into fragments. Imagine, na? Imagine something like this, please. Okay, and with time, from that scattered fragment, what happened? Because temperature was high, with time the temperature came down, the gases, right, the lighter gases, they will escape in the environment, they will escape, right, they will be the part of that atmosphere. So that is how, with time, you know, with time, the further there will be the formation of the sun and the other things. Got it? Take it? Kalyani, Gopika, done? Done? Yes? Done, bache? Sure? Any doubt? Any doubt? Is it clear? Solo power, please wait. One by one we will discuss it. But cosmic, it's very simple. Something, right? The part of universe. Something that is not like something which is there in space. These are very general terms, I guess. Okay. Hanji, Maharandan. Now is it clear? Okay. So now with time, what happened? Let's say after this Big Bang, what happened? That there was a cloud, a gaseous cloud, right? What was there? A gaseous cloud was there. I told you, na, it is going to take a lot of time, right? It is going to take a lot of time. That cooling will take time. So what is going to happen? Bache, a gaseous cloud was there, right? So the center part that formed the sun. Right, of that gaseous cloud, that central part, it formed the sun. So we explain it with the help of nebular hypotheses. When we talk about the formation of solar system, now we discuss about nebular hypotheses. So nebular hypothesis is not given in your NCERT, right? So we are not going to discuss it in detail, right? I will just tell you few points related to it. So it is the most popular theory that explains the origin of solar system. Right, it is the most popular theory which explains the origin of solar system. So in our solar system, what do we have? As I said, the sun, right? The sun is there, the planets are there, isn't it, Monica? Sun is there, planets are there. So nebula is nothing. Nebula is just like a gaseous cloud, right? What is nebula? If I have used this word na, nebula is nothing. It is just the gaseous cloud. What is it? It is the gaseous cloud, right, bache? Right, bache? So what is going to happen, right? It took a lot of years. That gaseous cloud, right, solar nebula, it was formed, it got condensed, right? It got condensed. So the central mass has formed the sun, and the surrounding, right, in the surrounding planets and other cosmic materials, they formed. Clear, bache? Right? The planet and other cosmic materials, they formed. This is it. And you know that what do we have in our right, solar system? We have the sun, isn't it? We have the sun, that galaxies, that include star, dust and gas. Okay, done. So this is what you need to know about the Big Bang theory. That's all, right? That a huge explosion occurred near about 20 billion years ago, and because of that, after cooling and all, right, with the time, what happened? The universe formed, and then after that, the earth came into origin. So this is what you need to remember for your NEET examination, that earth was supposed to, right, have been formed about 4.5 billion years back. So please focus on these terms, bache, million and billion. Okay, please focus on these terms, million and billion. So it's billion years ago. So it is given in NCERT, and question can come from NCERT, you know that. Okay, so please mark the MCQs in your notes. It is again from NCERT, 20 billion years ago, and this 4.5 billion years ago as well. So if there is a question in the paper that earth originated how many years back? 4.5 billion years back. Universe 20 billion years back. Okay, universe 20 billion years back. And if someone asks you about the life, okay, just let's say the planet Earth, it originated 4.5 billion years back. So after 500 million years of Earth's origin, life originated. Okay, so see, life appeared 500 million years after the formation of Earth, that is 4 billion years ago. Okay, that is 4 billion years ago. Let me explain it in a very simple way. Just let's say that 100 days back we started a particular series. Let's say I'm telling you that 100 days back we started game of NEET. Okay, that will be relatable then. 100 days back we started game of NEET. Now someone is asking you that, okay, 100 days back Ambika ma'am has started game of NEET. What about the genetics, right? What about the genetics, right? When did she start genetics? So simple it is. You can say that 5 days after starting of games of NEET, she started the genetics, right? Can you relate it or not? 5 days after starting of that games of NEET, she started the genetics. So can I say that 95 days back I started the genetics? 95 days back I started the genetics. It's very simple. It's very simple. Right? 95 days ago. Very good, Sushma. So can I say that 5 days, right, after starting GON, after starting games of NEET, 5 days after starting the games of NEET, I started genetics. Can I say so? Can I say so? Obviously I can. Obviously I can. है ना? So this line is having same meaning, that 4.5 billion years ago the earth formed, and after the formation of earth, right, 500 million years after the formation of earth, life originated, right? So that's why we said almost 4 billion years back life originated, life appeared. Understood? Understood? So from such lines, statement based question can come in your paper. Okay, statement based questions can come in your paper. So any doubt? Yes, ma'am, in gaseous cloud center, yes, bache, it got condensed na, Gopika, solar nebula, that gaseous cloud that has formed the center. Simple it is. Miss Sigma, what about Conquer batch? Bache, we were teaching in the Conquer batch, right? We are the same teachers who are studying you, who are teaching you now. Okay, so why are you after that batch? Every day we are finishing one chapter na. You should be happy, Sigma. Why are you just spamming here? This statement clear? So here it is 4.5 billion, here it is 500 million. Okay, so now there are certain theories, there are some theories about the origin of life. So how did we start? Firstly, we started the origin of universe. Then we talked about the origin of earth. Then origin of life on earth. Is it clear? Firstly, origin of universe, Big Bang theory. Origin of earth or the solar system, your nebular hypothesis. Then origin of life on earth, and we have the theories here. Clear bache? Clear bache? We have the theories here. Okay, thank you so much, Adarsh. And guys, quickly hit the like button, and if you are new to our channel, you know what you have to do. Quickly subscribe our channel. Okay, so now here is the theory of special creation, theory of catastrophism, cosmozoic theory, theory of spontaneous generation, theory of biogenesis, and finally there is the theory of, yes bache, theory of, anyone in the class? Operon and Haldane theory, right? Or you can say that Operon and Haldane theory of origin of life. Fine, Operon and Haldane's theory. Okay, so actually this theory explains the origin of life on earth, but we have to start with the theory of special creation. Clear bache? How are we going to start? We are going to start with the theory of special creation. Trust me, you are going to love this topic. It's very simple, it's very easy, right? It's very interesting as well. Okay, it's very interesting as well. So first is theory of special creation. Anyone in the class who can tell me about this theory? Yes. What is the meaning of theory of special creation? Anyone in the class? What is the meaning of theory of special creation? Anyone? There are many postulates. This theory is basically a mythological theory, right? This theory is basically a mythological theory. Anyone in the class? Yes, bache, as per this theory, as I said, it is a mythological theory. If I talk about the connotations of this theory, main 3 points were there mainly, right? As per this theory, God has created everything. Okay, as per this theory, God has created everything. As per this, like if we talk about the Bible, right? As per Bible, the Adam and Eve, they came first, right? As per Hindu mythology, Manu and Shraddha, they came first, right bache? So these were the points, okay? And now if I talk about this theory, so Father Soares, right? You can write down this name, Father Soares. He was the biggest supporter. I don't know. Array. Just a minute, bache. So Father Soares, he was the biggest supporter of this theory. Father Soares, okay, he was the biggest supporter of this theory. So as I said, if I talk about 3 connotations, right, 3 connotations of this theory, as per that, earth was created, earth was 4,000 years old, right? Earth was 4,000 years old. It is something very important, but a question can come from this part. So that's my advice. Please focus here. Okay, the earth is about 4,000 years old. This is the first connotation, right? Connotation of this theory. And all living organisms that we see today, right? All living organisms that we see today, they were created as such. Okay, they were created as such. Imagine, as per this theory, whatever we see today, the diversity, the biodiversity, it was created as such, and it will stay like that. Imagine, it will stay like that. Clear bache? So diversity was always the same, right? It will stay like that. Right? Right. These are the 3 main connotations. So let's repeat it, guys. What is the first point here? First point is that earth is 4,000 years old. Second point is all living organisms that we see today, they were created as such, right? So biodiversity is same and will stay same in future. Do you believe in it? Yes, bacho. Do you believe in it? Do you believe in it? No, of course not. And it's not about your belief system or not. Simply, bache, when fossil studies were conducted, then we got to know that Earth is not something which is 4,000 years old, right? It is billion of years old. First point. Okay, first point. Second point is, right, they are saying that all living organisms, they were as such. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. Right, bache? Even you can just take a very simple example, right? You can take example of anything. You can even like from your childhood. I'm pretty sure you might have noticed, certain plants or the birds or their decline or their increase from your childhood, isn't it? If I ask you this thing, can you answer this to me? Like if in my case, if you will ask me that in my childhood, right, that sparrows, I don't know their zoological name, right, that little sparrows, they used to be too much, right? Their number was very good at that point of time, and now I used to see them rarely, right? Extinction is there, extinction is there, isn't it? Right? So basically things are not same. The reason can be anything. The reason can be pollution, the reason can be global warming, the reason can be their deforestation, any reason can be there. But things are not same, right? Things are not same. In a 16 years lifespan of yours, you might have noticed many changes, right? In the plants, in the animals. So how can we say that? How can we say that from thousands of years things are going to stay same? Of course not. Of course not. So that's why this theory is not at all acceptable, right? That's why this theory is not at all acceptable. Now the next is theory of catastrophism, right? Theory of what? Theory of catastrophism. So bache, as per this theory, something very destructive, right? As per this theory, something very destructive, right? It has occurred, that destruction, that destroy everything, right? Every life on earth. And then after that, suddenly new life appeared. Isn't it? Suddenly new life appeared. Do you think it is possible? Anyone in the class? As per this theory, right, destruction will occur. Some catastrophic event will be there that will destroy everything, and then suddenly the new life appear. And it will appear as such. The same type of life will appear. Of course not possible. It is just like a kind of modified version of special creation, right? Not possible at all, right? So many scientists, they criticized it. Many scientists, they criticized this theory of catastrophism. Okay, this theory of catastrophism. Clear, bache? Then came the theory of cosmozoic theory. It is important. It is very important. Cosmozoic theory. Let me write down. It's cosmozoic theory. So this cosmozoic theory is also known as spore theory, bache. It is also known as theory of panspermia. It is cosmozoic theory. It is also known as spore theory. It is also known as theory of panspermia. Clear, bache? So it is the favorite concept of many astronauts. They still believe in it. As per this theory, right? See, by this time, scientists used to believe that life, initially, like people used to believe that we only have one planet where life is there, that is Earth. But later on, people start believing that there are many galaxies, and in the universe, right, we don't know that, but yeah, life is there. Okay, what is there? The life is there. Okay, this is the first point. So as per that, because life is there in universe, so some spores, I'm using this word. What is this? Spores. What kind of spore it is? It contains the proteins, the carbohydrates, right? The nucleic acid, something like that. That these spores from that life, right? They will travel in universe. They reach on Earth, right? And from that spore, the life originated. Listen to me, guys. Please, these theories are literally very simple. They are basics. Okay. Okay, you just need to listen to me as of now. Whatever is important, I'm going to mark it. I will put that mark. It is important. MCQ can come. So as of now, please listen to me. Right? Many students are asking me to repeat the things. Guys, you can do one thing. You can just, right? You can just watch the video from the starting. Isn't it? Isn't it? So please listen to me. Trust me, it's very interesting. What is it? Cosmozoic theory, spore theory, theory of spermia. So as per this theory, life is there in the universe, life is there in space, and from that life, certain spores are coming, right? They are traveling in universe and they came to Earth, and from that spores, life originated. Right, from that spores, life originated. And if you talk about the composition of that spores, it contains protein, carbs, means your polysaccharide, right, nucleic acids, etc. Right, nucleic acids, etc. So, who used to believe in the spore theory? Do you believe in the spore theory? Yes. Do you believe in the spore theory? Do you believe that something like this can happen? Anyone? Let's interact. Quick. Do you think something like this can happen? Why? Why no? Why no? I disagree. You cannot clearly say it's a no. I'll tell you the reason. See, we know that it is the protoplasm which is the physical basis of life, isn't it? You know that it is the protoplasm which is what? Which is the physical basis of life. Means life arises from this protoplasm. Protoplasm is having everything, right, which is required for the life. This is it. That's the meaning here, right? That's why we say protoplasm is the physical basis of life. But bache, same way, when you talk about this spore is a structure which is having everything important to start the life. So yes, it can be the possibility. That's why many astronauts, they believe in it, right? And one student was also telling the name of the scientist. Yes, this theory was proposed by Richter. The scientist's name is not required. And Arrhenius, he postulated this theory, right? We talk about two scientists here. Richter proposed this concept, right, that something like this can happen, and Arrhenius, he postulated this theory, and as per this theory, as I said, what is going to happen, bache? That organism existed throughout the universe. Organisms existed throughout the universe, right, bache? And their spores could freely travel the space. They will reach on Earth, and from that spores, life will start. Is that clear, Ravi? Now you got it? Right, I'm repeating this again. As per this theory, right, the life is existing throughout the universe, right, and from that life certain spores will form. That spores will freely travel in the space, freely travel there in the universe. Finally, they will reach on Earth, and from that spores the life will start. From that spores the life will start. This is the meaning of this spore theory, this cosmozoic theory, right, this panspermia theory. But it is not possible. Let me tell you why. This point is valid, okay? This point is valid, that protoplasm is the physical basis of life, okay? That protoplasm is the physical basis of life. This point is valid enough because it is something which can start the life. But it is not possible for a living structure, for something like this to travel in the harsh conditions of the universe. Do you think it's very easy to travel there in universe, in the space? Of course not. The conditions are very hard there, right? The conditions are very hard there. So it's not possible for a living thing to survive there as such. The UV radiations from the sun can destroy that when it will try to reach the Earth. Okay, that's why this theory is not acceptable. And this concept is there in NCERT. So yes, you have to note down, right? You should know about it. Any doubt from this part? Any doubt from this part? Yes, is that clear? Cosmozoic theory, also known as spore theory, also known as the theory of panspermia. Still, it is the favorite concept of many astronauts. Still, they believe here. Okay, still they believe in it. Got it? Yes, Nandini? Got it? Any doubt? So this is something very important. Chalo, now move to the next concept, that is theory of spontaneous generation or abiogenesis, and it is also known as autogenesis. Next concept is what? It is theory of spontaneous generation. What is it? It is theory of spontaneous generation. So it is also known as abiogenesis. It is also known as autogenesis. Okay, so as per this theory, and you know, many Greek philosophers, they supported this theory Do you know that many Greek philosophers, they supported this theory as per this concept, right? Life, in one line I'm going to explain it. Life originated from non-living things. Students, what do you think? Is it possible or not? Yes, what do you think? Is it possible or not? Is it possible for life to arise from the non-living things? Yes. Is it possible for the life to arise from non-living things? Yes. And guys, how's your energy? How's your Josh? Right, Unacademy NEET English is asking, how's your energy? If you are feeling energetic, if you are high on energy, if you are enthusiastic, and if you know that today you are going to finish this chapter, so show me that energy in the chat section, guys, quick. Show me that energy in the chat section and let's discuss this chapter. And trust me, to complete evolution, if you really want to master this chapter, group study is the best way. Right? Group study is the best way. Let's interact. Whatever is there in your mind, share that points. I will tell you what actually is there. Okay, what actually is there, I will tell you about it, and in that way we will make this chapter easy. And trust me, initially only stories are there. Only stories are there. Okay. Okay. So see, NEET aspirant has answered my question. That's the best way. Let's interact. So as per theory of spontaneous generation, life originated from non-living things. Okay, so many philosophers, many Greek philosophers, the Aristotle, Thales, etc. There are many names. There are many names. They were believing that from mud, right? From mud, imagine at that time what people used to think. Right, what people used to think at that time, that from mud the life can arise, the frog, tadpole, right, the fishes can arise. Can you believe that? Literally people used to think like that, right? And at that time it was very difficult to challenge their beliefs. You know, you might have heard these stories in your childhood. You might have heard these stories in your childhood, right? It was very difficult to challenge their beliefs at that time, at that time. Okay. Yes, so one scientist was there, his name was Van Helmont. No need to note down the name. As per that scientist, that from the sweat and from the dirt new life can arise. Imagine Krutika, Sushma, Sneha, Samriya, right? Mark your attendance, everyone, mark your attendance. So what were they thinking? That scientist Von Helmont, as per him, that from his sweat and dirt life can arise. So he took a shirt, a dirty shirt, he put it in a basket. Basically he put it in a rice bran, right? And after 21 days he was like, see so many mice are there in this rice bran. Imagine, this is what he was believing. Imagine Niharika, Vinitha, imagine Priya, imagine Saucy. Right, as per him, that human sweat and wheat grains, they can form the organism. Rice grains, they can form the organism. Right, bache? Right, bache? So he put a dirty shirt in a rice bran or a wheat bran, and after 21 days, what he found? That so many mice, they are present there. And he thought that, oh my God, right, from his dirty shirt which is having his sweat, from that life arise. Imagine. You can simply imagine that type of belief. Okay, obviously it's not possible. If there will be wheat bran or the rice bran, definitely, right, definitely that rats, they are going to come there. For sure they are going to come there. Okay, they love it, they want to eat it. Okay, so many scientists, they challenge it. It is not possible. It is not possible. So we talk about 3 experiments. Right, we mainly talk about 3 experiments. Those who challenge this, it is not at all possible. And that scientists were thinking, what are you doing, people? What are you doing? How can you even think something like this? Right? As of now we are, thinking, oh my God, how can someone be so stupid? But at that time, clarity was not there. Right? Now we say that earth revolves around sun. But at that time we even used to believe that it is the earth that is something important and sun revolves around it. Okay, sun revolves around it. So it is something big. For them it was like this. Oh my God. Wow. Okay, so that 3 scientists and their experiment. So we talk about the Reddy's experiment. Yes, bache. We talk about what? We talk about Reddy's experiment. Right? We talk about Saplenzini's experiment. And we talk about Louis Pasteur experiment. And we talk about what? We talk about Louis Pasteur experiment. Okay, so what do we have? We have 3 experiments here, right? The one thing is, yes, the first thing is Reddy's experiment, Splenzini's experiment, Louis Pasteur experiment. So out of all these experiments, it is the Louis Pasteur experiment which is considered as conclusive, as you know, some scientific, right? His experiment was considered as scientific. Imagine. So as per Reddy's experiment, what he did, he took a piece of flesh, okay, and he took 3 jars. What he did, he took 3 jars. How many jars? Even in lower classes, in our junior classes, we have studied that. Don't judge my jar. Don't judge my jar. I know it's not looking like a jar, but still manage. So he took a piece of meat, a piece of flesh, right? He cooked it. Why? To destroy all the microorganisms present. Then he took 3 jars. In first jar, he kept that piece of meat, right? He covered it with parchment paper. Done, bache. He took another piece of meat, cooked meat. He put it in a jar. He covered it with a wire gauze. With what? With a wire gauze, right? And there is another piece of meat. He kept it in an open jar. Okay, he kept it in an open jar. Now what he observed, that living organisms, they were around this, right? Around this piece of meat. Of course it is. Let's say because he has cooked the meat, right? So it means he has killed all the microorganisms there. He killed all the microorganisms present there because of cooking, because of that heating. Microorganisms, they will get destroyed. So when he put that in a covered jar, because it is covered with the paper, right? The flies or something, they cannot enter here. Of course they cannot enter here. Now when he observed the second jar, because wire gauze was there, so over this wire gauze he saw that there are certain larvae, right? The maggots, the larvae of housefly. And when the jar was open, so obviously life was around it, because easily organisms, right, that even the flies, mosquitoes, they can simply come and go. Are you getting it? So this is one way, right? So it was showing that life can only arise from pre-existing life. If they were not supporting spontaneous generation, which was saying that life arise from non-living things, they were supporting what? They were supporting biogenesis. These 3 scientists, what they were supporting, bache? They were supporting biogenesis. Now what is biogenesis? Biogenesis means life arise from pre-existing life. So they were in this favor. The life can only arise if there is pre-existing life. Okay, so this is about Reddy's experiment. Next experiment is of Splenzini, right? So what he did, listen to this story also. You can just write down the scientist's name. But he took the plant and the animal material. He took the plant and the animal broth, right, Niharika? He took Samiksha, Saucy, Niharika, everyone in the class, everyone. What he did, he just took the plants and animals. He took the plant and animal broth, means plant and animal material. He boiled it, right? He boiled that plant and animal material. And see, if we are boiling something, we are killing the microorganisms. So when he boiled it, he killed the microorganism. He covered that broth, right? Then life was not there, because all the microorganisms, they were destroyed. But when he put that broth in an open jar, right, in an open jar, when he put that broth, so microorganisms, they started appearing, because the jar is open. From here that microorganism can come. Simple it is. Okay, simple it is. That's it, that's all. Hannah Pankudi ma'am, that's it, that's all. So finally Pankudi ma'am is also there in the chat, right? Finally, ma'am, you know what, you should be there always. You know, HSP sir and Wazeem sir, they were also present in the chat. See, Pankudi ma'am is also there. Say hi to Pankudi ma'am, everyone. Quick. Say hi to her, everyone. And see, even she is saying the chapter is very easy. You're going to love this chapter. Looking like a wow. Chalo. Okay? So, Splenzini's experiment, even it is very easy. So, if Pre-existing life is there, new life will arise, otherwise not. Now, Louis Pasteur. Next experiment is of Louis Pasteur's experiment, and I hope you know about his experiment, right? Next experiment is of Louis Pasteur's experiment, and I hope you know about his experiment. Yes? Do you remember that S-shaped experiment? Do you know about that S-shaped experiment? What he did, Louis Pasteur, he took a, curved. He took a jar having curved neck. What he did, he took a jar having curved neck. Now let me explain this. Let's say this is a jar. Okay, let's say here, okay, we have a jar. Okay, so now in this jar he took what? The plant and animal material, isn't it? Plant and animal material, this is what he took here. He started boiling that plant and animal material here. So when he boiled this plant and animal material, obviously vapors are going to come. Am I right? Vapors are going to come. Students, quickly tell me in the chat section, everyone. Tell me in the chat section. He took this vessel, he took this flask, and what he did, he took the living material there, he started boiling it, and when he was boiling it, obviously vapors are going to come, and that vapors, they will, because it is a S-shaped, right? This flask is having S-shaped neck. It is having curved neck. It is having S-shaped neck. So that vapors, when they will emerge, when they will come, condensation will occur, and here that vapors, they are going to form the water. What will they do? They will form the water there, isn't it? What will they do? They will form the water here, isn't it? Yes or no? Exactly, you are right. It is a swan neck or S, right? It is swan neck or S-shaped flask experiment, whatever you want to call it. Okay, you should know the scientist name, but this question can come in your final paper. Okay, so because of condensation, that vapors, they are going to form the water here. So whenever air will try to enter, this water is going to act like a filter. Okay, it will not allow the germs, the living organisms to pass further, right? The microorganisms to pass further, isn't it? Because of this S-shaped flask, bache, what is going to happen? Whenever air will try to enter this flask, this water here is acting like a filter. Okay, it will trap all the microorganisms from that air. So if no microorganism will pass to this broth, definitely new life will not arise. Am I right? New life will not arise. And here, when he kept all that living material in an open jar, again the life arise. So from these experiments, what they proved, they were like, if pre-existing life is present, then only new life can arise, otherwise there is no chance of having the new life. Got it? If pre-existing life is there, then only new life can form, otherwise there is no chance of having the new life. Is that clear, Lakshmi? This is about the Louis Pasteur experiment. So these three scientists, they were the supporter of theory of biogenesis, and as per that theory, bache, life arises from pre-existing life. Again, now when it comes to this theory, again there is a question mark, isn't it? Again, Lakshmi, there is a question mark. And what is that question mark? That question mark is, okay, fine, it is acceptable. Okay, it is acceptable that life can arise from pre-existing life, but from where that pre-existing life will come, right? From where that pre-existing life can come, isn't it? Isn't it? So even this theory was also not acceptable. Yes or no? Even this theory also got disapproved. Yes, bache? Right? Because it was not explaining the origin of life. So finally, which theory do we have? Finally, which theory do we have? Let's quickly revise it. Are you ready for the revision, guys? Are you ready for the revision? Whatever we have completed so far, can we revise it for 5 minutes? Yes? Can we revise it for 5 minutes? Sure? Sure? Are you ready for the revision, for the quick revision? Okay, so let's start, guys. So it's very simple. See, we started with the origin of universe. So which theory explains the origin of universe? Yes, students, which theory explains the origin of universe? Which theory explains the origin of universe? It's Big Bang theory. Who gave that theory? Abel Lemaitre. As per that theory, universe originated how many years back? Yes, as per this theory, universe originated how many years back? Tell me quickly. Universe originated how many years back? 20 billion years back. Exactly. Universe originated 20 billion years back. Now move to the next part. Who explained the origin of life on earth? Right, which theories they try to explain the origin of life on earth? Very simple it is. Very simple it is. Here we have a list. So as per theory of special creation, God has created this universe. Earth is 4,000 years old. This point is there in NCERT. So everyone, MCQ can come from this part. Okay, so this special creation theory, it was supported by, right, Father Soares was the biggest supporter of this particular theory. And as per this theory, what was the point, students? It was very simple. It was very simple that Earth is 4,000 years old. All the biodiversity that we see, it was created as such. And even in near future, whatever will be created, it will stay like that. Okay, it will be created as such and it will stay like that. Now come to next part, theory of catastrophism. So Wasim sir, what is the theory of catastrophism? As per this theory, if there will be any destruction, if there will be any calamity, the calamity will destroy everything and the life will arise as such. Right, the life will arise as such. Next point, theory of spontaneous generation. As per this theory, life arises from non-living material. Is it possible? Is it possible? Can life arise from non-living material? Sayyad, Vijay, Pistha, Niharika, Kala, Madiri? Yes? Of course not. Of course not. And what if I'll say it is possible? What if I'll say it is possible? It is possible. I'll let you know how. Okay, so who opposed this theory? Who opposed this theory? Please let me know the names in the chat section. Quick, guys. So this chapter is all about revision and we have to revise it. Okay, so I'll keep asking you the questions. That is the best way to revise, bache. Right, revision is not like that. It's not like, bache, we are here and we will just, finish the NCERT and we'll be like, okay, bye, tata. No, the session should be engaging. The student should learn that interaction. The session should be interactive. You should feel like, ha, ma'am is there, right? Ma'am is here with us and she is teaching us. And tomorrow morning, you know that we have a test also at 11 a.m. Right? At 11 a.m. So guys, everyone, quickly, let me know the names as well. And you have to make the notes also. Very good. So Reddy's, Plenzini and Pasteur's experiment, and they were the supporters of biogenesis. What that theory of biogenesis is saying, as per the theory of biogenesis, the life arises from the pre-existing life. But again there is a question mark, because still this theory is not able to explain that how life originated. So finally what do we have? We have this amazing theory, and we used to call it as, what we used to call it? We used to call it as modern theory. Okay, modern theory or Operon-Haldane theory of origin of life. It is also known as chemical theory or naturalistic theory. Given in NCERT, bache, and the most important topic it is. Definitely one question will come from this. Okay, for sure it will be from this topic. Okay, so let's revise it. Modern theory, Operon and Haldane theory. If you will solve PYQs, you will find one question where they are asking about the another name of this theory. Imagine, they are asking about the another name of this theory. Okay, so modern theory, Operon and Haldane theory, theory of origin of life, chemical theory, naturalistic theory. Okay, naturalistic theory. So, bache, you have to remember one thing, and that is hero. Right? That is hero. है ना? What is that name? That name is hero. What is the meaning here? Tell me, what is the meaning here? Hero. Anyone? It's very simple. See, we have two scientists. One is Haldane and another is Operon. one is Haldane and another is Oparin. So when it is hero, this E means English. So Haldane is an English scientist and Oparin are Russian. He was a Russian scientist. That's what you need to remember. And you must be thinking that, ma'am, why are you telling us that detail? Because it is a PYQ. It is a PYQ. Seriously. This is what I was expecting, that whenever I write the word hero, na, you will be like, Wasim sir, acha, why not your HSP sir? Why not your Kailash sir? Why not your Yavar sir? Huh? Tell me, why only Wasim sir? If he will listen to me, na, so he'll be like, yeah, I was appreciating you, okay? And that's what you did. Trust me, this is what he's going to say. Yeah, I was appreciating you, I was praising you. I thought that I should support you. And if people, they were praising me and this is what you were saying. Acha, he's the young hero. Acha, matlab Yavar sir and Kailash sir, they are oldies. Huh? HSP sir, please watch the lecture. This is not fair. They are not doing good. They are not doing good. Okay? So this hero, so Haldane, English scientist, and the Oparin, Russian scientist. So they gave this theory. Okay, they gave this theory, and you'll be English means England. Okay, he's from England, and finally he settled in India. Do you know that? Finally he settled in India. Okay. Done, bache? Haldane, he finally settled there in India. So now they worked independently, right? They worked independently. It's not like that they worked together, but they came to the same conclusion. So when you talk about this theory, it is the most widely accepted theory when it comes to the origin of life, as per this theory, bache, right? That when it comes to the origin of life, as per this theory, they explained it in two ways. One is the chemical evolution. We used to call it chemogeny. Right, one is what? One is the chemical evolution. We used to call it what? We used to call it chemogeny. Another is the biological evolution. We used to call it biogeny. Okay, guys, you can check any of the lecture on evolution. Right, mark my words. No one is going to explain it to you in detail. Right, everyone will tell you the most important topics and they will say bye-bye to you. Okay, and trust me, when we start reading this chapter from NCERT, even we feel sleepy. We feel like that we don't want to read it. Am I right or wrong? Tell me, am I right or wrong? When we read this particular chapter from NCERT, that's what we feel like, yaar nahi, we cannot read it, right? It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. That's what we think, right? That's what we think. So students, that is why I took it here, right? I took it here. Okay, and I have decided that I will provide you all the information. And if the questions were like, if you are thinking that, ma'am, 2 to 3 questions used to come from this chapter, no. This year, 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 questions can come from this chapter. Right? 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 questions saucy can come from this chapter, and then you people will regret. Right? So it's better to focus. It's better to finish this chapter. So who's ready to finish this chapter today? Who's ready to master this chapter today? Tell me, who is ready to master this chapter today? Guys, tell me. I'll keep motivating you people. Chalo. So in 2 parts we are going to discuss this. The chemical evolution, that is known as chemogeny. The biological evolution, that is known as biogeny. So as per this theory, very interesting it is, right? As per this theory, the life originated, right? The first life originated in water. It is the water which is important for the life. First life originated in water. Please note down. That's why water is very important. And when it comes to the postulates of this theory, even they are also very interesting, right? They are very interesting. As per this theory, life originated on early earth through physico-chemical process. How life originated? On early earth, right? On early earth, life originated, right? Life originated through physico-chemical activities by which will tell you, right? Will tell you. Okay, chalo, let me explain this part. In general, what do we know? Right, this is something very simple. Atom, what is atom? What is atom? Tell me. Quickly everyone, please revert as well. What is an atom? Yes guys, what is an atom? Be quick. Like cell is the basic unit of life, so atom is what? Atom is the... Wazeem sir, you should watch this lecture. Students are not able to answer atom. What is atom? Smallest unit of what? Exactly, basic unit of that matter. है ना? Basic unit of that matter. So basically you know that atoms, same type of atoms, they will combine, they will form molecules, right? That molecules are going to form elements, and that elements they will combine and they are going to give us the compounds. That's what we know in general. Now as per this theory, right, as per this theory of chemical evolution, as per this naturalistic theory bache, right, when you talk about the chemical evolution, please listen to me very carefully. Okay, it's chemogeny. It's chemogeny. As I said, there is a series of physico-chemical processes, and because of that, what is going to happen, bache? The atoms, they will combine, they will form the molecules. Because when you talk about the early earth, imagine what has happened. There was a kind of explosion. Now temperature is coming down. The gases, they were... right, the gases, lighter gases, they were escaping. The temperature was coming down. So by this time, a lot of atoms were there on this planet Earth. Right, many and many atoms were there on that planet Earth. And at that time, the source of energy was your sun. Right, high temperature was there, source of energy, it was sun, right, it was sun. And what was happening in that condition? Many atoms, they were combining to form the molecules, and many molecules, they combine so that they can form the elements. And with the time, because a source of energy is there, the sun is there, the temperature is already high, so that reaction, that chemical changes, they were occurring. Right, that chemical changes, they were occurring. And let me tell you one very important question, one very important point, that on early earth, when you talk about what? When you talk about the early earth, students, at that time the hydrogen was too much. Right, the amount of hydrogen, it was too much there. Okay, it was too much there, the hydrogen. Okay, and because of that, on early earth, the conditions were reducing kind of. Oxygen was not there, but reducing atmosphere was present. It is the favorite question of your examiner. Okay, it is the favorite question of your examiner. Okay, so because of the presence of hydrogen, the conditions were reducing. So what was happening? No doubt, atoms, they were forming the molecules, they were forming that elements were there. Now these elements, they were also reacting, they were forming the compounds. I'll give you one example. Just no doubt, the oxygen was there, right? It was not too much. Oxygen was present on early earth, but it was not too much. So that oxygen was reacting with hydrogen. Yes bache, it was reacting with hydrogen, and because of that, it was forming the water vapors, right? So when water vapors were formed, first point, on early earth, the oxygen, it was limited. Right, the oxygen, it was limited, and whatever oxygen was present there, it was reacting with hydrogen, it was reacting with other elements, and the free oxygen was not available. Right, what was not available? Free oxygen was not available. That's why even the conditions were reducing. Right, the conditions were reducing there. Are you getting my point? So because of that, Srinath, many compounds, they formed. Right, many compounds, they formed. Right, so here we have two most important points from NCERT. So your water and ammonia, right, they were considered probably the first inorganic, right, they were considered as the first, yes bache, they were considered as what? They were considered as the first inorganic compounds of early earth. Right, they were considered as the first inorganic compounds of early earth. And the methane, that is CH4, it was considered as probably the first organic compound of early earth. So it is given in NCERT. These 2 points are important. Please note down, everyone. Please note down. Clear bache? Clear bache? So elements, they form the compound. So initially inorganic compounds were formed, okay, and then simple organic compounds. Okay, the simple organic compounds, they started forming. Are you getting it? They started forming. So that is actually the chemogeny and the chemical evolution. So imagine, from atoms, the elements, they form compounds. The inorganic compounds were there, the organic compounds were there. Right, the organic compounds were there. Now the next point is, what is the next point here? When you talk about the organic compound, I said simple organic compounds were there. Don't you think that simple organic compounds, yes students, don't you think that simple organic compounds yes, they can form complex organic compounds when they will react together, because now we have different types of organic compounds when they will react with each other. Don't you think from that simple organic compounds we can get complex organic compounds? I'll give you one very simple example, right? One scientist experimented that, his name was Fox. He was like that, when we provide heat energy to that amino acids, when we provide that heat energy to that amino acids, they combine together, they form polypeptides. Right, they combine together, they form polypeptides, it was believed. So obviously, if in that conditions, if we have the simple organic compounds, don't you think that they can form complex organic compounds? Yes or no? Of course yes. Of course yes. Right bache, just let's say from these, your CH4 is there, CO2 is available, NH3 is available, HCN is available. So these different compounds, when they will react, they will form sugars, they will form nitrogenous bases, they will form nucleosides, right? And after the formation of that sugars, many sugars they will combine, they will form polysaccharides. Okay, many nitrogenous bases, these nucleotides, they will combine, they will form nucleic acid. So that's how evolution occurred. That's how in the starting chemical evolution was there. And now, because temperature was also coming down, right? Water vapors were there in the atmosphere, right? Because temperature was also coming down. So even the rainfall was there, right? So at that time, torrential rainfall was there. And that torrential rainfall, that filled the pits there, the spaces there, they formed the oceans there. Okay, imagine pits were there in the atmosphere, these reactions are going on, right? The temperature is coming down, all that water vapors, they will also come down in the form of rain, they will fill that pits are just like, right, in that pits, what is there? Other compounds are also there, other chemical reactions are also going on here. Okay, because so ultimate source of energy, sun was there, high temperature was there, so all that things were favoring these chemical reactions. Clear bache? And as per Haldane considered this as the hot dilute soup of life, where these reactions are taking place and they will result in the formation of further cell-like structure. Are you getting it? So it is Haldane's soup, or it is also called as prebiotic soup. What is called as prebiotic soup? These oceans where these chemical reactions are going on, right? Where these chemical reactions are going on. Got it? Got it? So if you have ever read the NCERT, you can relate it, right? Saucy, Samiksha, Monica, yes? Isn't it? So wait, I'll show you something. You can have a look. Right, so high temperature, so see, methane is reacting with ammonia. Okay, methane, it is reacting with ammonia, it is forming amino acids. Methane is reacting with water, methane is reacting with this CN, right bache? So different reaction, different compounds, they were giving us nitrogenous bases, amino acids, glycerines or fatty acids. Further they will combine, they will give us polysaccharides, proteins, right, fats and nucleotides. You know that these polysaccharide proteins, they are bio-macromolecules, right Sayyed? What are they? They are bio-macromolecule. Further these compounds, they interacted, they gave us DNA, RNA, the nucleic acid. They gave us energy carrier coenzymes, right? They gave us construction material, right, energy sources, and it resulted in the biological evolution. So this slide clear? And parallelly you can say lightning is there, radiations are there, cloud, the rainfall is there, early gases are there. Got it? Yes bacha. Is it clear? So this slide is explaining, right bache, this slide is explaining you the chemical evolution. Okay, this slide is explaining you what? It is explaining you the chemical evolution. Okay, understood? Understood? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? So now in this hot dilute soup, right, these macromolecules they will form, right? Now you can relate it with protoplasm. What is that protoplasm? Protoplasm is having all that macromolecules together which are interacting. Metabolism is there, that will result in our, right, that metabolism is responsible for our system, that is responsible for all the activities that we are doing. So now you can relate. Isn't it relatable? Yes, bache, David, Sayyed, Lakshmi, Varshini, Samiksha, Priya, Saucy, Niharika. Isn't it relatable? Can you relate these things? Of course you can. Right? Of course you can. Right, bache? Right, bache? So this part clear? This part clear? Okay. So then this chemical evolution, it will result in the next step to it is the biological evolution. So what are the takeaways? The very first thing is the conditions that were present on early earth, right? The conditions that were present on early earth, they favored the, yes bache, right? They favored what? They favored the evolution, right? They favored the evolution. Yes bache? Yes, bache? Got it? Hi, bache. Ashish, welcome to the session. Welcome to the session. Okay. Understood? Okay, so now let's start the biological evolution, that is biogeny. So yes, I was talking about the takeaways. So the first takeaway is, because on early earth reducing atmosphere was there, no free oxygen was there, so that, and because of that, all that things, right, the high energy, the high temperature, the lightning, so because of that, that chemical, the reducing conditions, they were favoring that reactions, right, and we got that, we got what? We got that large, right, large organic molecules, or you can simply say that organic molecules having high molecular weight. Got it? Got it? Chalo. So now let's talk about the biological evolution. That, okay, fine, ma'am, it is understandable, okay, right, it is understandable. Then what about the biological evolution? How this can occur? Before starting the biological evolution, I will tell you about an experiment that favors, right, that prove that yes, chemical evolution is possible. Yes, chemogeny is possible. You want to know about that experiment? Yes, bache. Do you want to know about that experiment? Yes, everyone in the class, or you know about that experiment. I think you all know about that experiment. I think you all know about that experiment. Yes? Guys, just allow me 1 minute, please. Do you know about that experiments? Exactly. Itsure? It's Urey and Miller's experiment, right? You are right, it's Urey and Miller's experiment. So that's what we need to discuss, bache. So yes, MCQ can come from this part. It is something very important. Okay, it is something very important, right? So Urey and Miller's experiment, it is the one that favors the chemical evolution, and that is one of the most important experiments from where the question can come. Okay, from where the question can come. So Urey and Miller experiment it is. So first of all, look at this setup, bache. Urey and Miller, right? They were having student-teacher relationship, right? They were having what? They were having student-teacher relationship. Now it's your homework. In the like after the class, in the comment section, you will tell me who was the teacher, who was the student, right? So as per this Urey and Miller's experiment, what they did, right, Leharika, what they did, right, they see, look at this Miller's experiment, look at this experimental setup, right? When you look at this experimental setup here you are boiling the water, right? Here we have a gas chamber. Yes, bache. Here what do we have? We have a gas chamber, right? And what they did, because on earlier Earth, right, the lightning was there, the source of energy was there, right, bache? So they also want to provide the same source of energy. Okay, so first of all, in the lab they created the reducing conditions. In their experiment, what they did, they created reducing conditions, right? Like the primitive Earth, what they did, they created the reducing conditions. That's the first point. Okay, that's the first point. They created what? The reducing condition. Now what is the second point there? Now when you look at this gas chamber, can you look at the electrodes here? Yes, students, can you just look at the electrodes here? They are here to provide the voltage, to provide the energy. Okay, to provide the energy. Clear? So what you need to remember, this experiment was conducted in reducing condition. The temperature kept was 800 degrees Celsius. If I talk about the voltage, it was near about 7000 volt. They took the experiment for 18 days, right? Because at that time sun was a source of energy, obviously, and it was also time taking. So they took an experiment for 18 days, right? So this is what you need to remember. And when you talk about the gas chamber, right, so in the gas chamber, what was there? Methane, right, even ammonia, even hydrogen and water vapors. What was there in the gas chamber? This is important, students. Methane, yes students, methane, ammonia, hydrogen and water vapors were there, right? Water vapors were there. Even their ratio is important, we'll tell you about it. So first of all, what they did, they boiled the water. They boiled the water, vapors were getting formed. When these vapors, they passed from this gas chamber. In this gas chamber, from that electrodes, right, the spark discharge was there, which was providing the energy. Now in this gas chamber, they took these gases, the methane, ammonia, hydrogen and water vapors. It is important. Definitely MCQ will come from this part, students, right? Definitely MCQ will come from this part. Methane was there, ammonia was there, hydrogen was there and water vapors were there, right? Now what happened here, right? What happened here? The reaction. Obviously the reaction took place because it is, the conditions are reducing. Now what they observed, that from this condenser, right, after passing these water vapors from this gas chamber, from this condenser, from here, right, from here, they obtained something. It is the condenser, condensation. You know that vapors, they will be converted into the liquid form. Vapors, they will be converted into the liquid form. So from this liquid, what they obtained? What they obtained from this liquid? Bache, they obtained the organic compounds here. Right, what they obtained the organic compounds here, right? And that organic compounds were amino acids, right? Amino acids. So initially they got alanine, aspartic acid, right? Alanine, aspartic acid and glycine. What was there? Alanine, aspartic acid or glycine. This is what they obtained. Okay, this is what they obtained. Clear, bache? Saucy, are you getting it, bacha? Are you getting it? So this is the experimental setup. So for quick revision, Urey and Miller, they conducted an experiment. Why? Why? Just to favor that chemical evolution. They want to check whether it is possible to have chemical evolution or not. So they created reducing condition. The temperature was 800 degrees Celsius. The voltage was 7000 volt. They took an experiment for around 18 days, and in the gas chamber they took these gases. Right? They took these gases. Now, what is the next question that can come in paper about these gases? So they took methane, ammonia and hydrogen. So basically it was taken as 2:1, right? They took the ratio of it. Do you know about that ratio? Do you know about that ratio? This is another important question. It's not like randomly they took the gases. Obviously no, right? Proper ratio was there. So it was in the ratio 2:1:2. 2:1:2. Right? It's 2:1:2. Right, bachi? What is it? Yes, everyone, quickly. 2:1:2. 2 parts of methane, 2 parts of hydrogen, and 1 part of ammonia. Right? 2 parts of methane, 1 part of ammonia, 2 parts of hydrogen. Okay, so in this composition, so this is the composition in the gas chamber. So they conducted, they took different gases, and finally from that water they obtained the organic compounds. And even this experiment was repeated by many other scientists also. They got the organic compounds. So what they concluded from it, that okay, if we create such conditions, yes, we can get the organic compounds. Okay, this is what they concluded. So they were in the favor of chemogeny. They were in the favor of chemical evolution. Yes, as per the primitive Earth's condition, it is possible to have such evolution. Got it? It is possible to have such evolution. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So all the points written here, they are important. The MCQ can come from this part. Okay, but I will add one more thing here, right? I would like to add one more point here. See, bache, most of the time that's how you remember the ratio. It's 2:1:2. है ना समीक्षा? है ना निहारिका? That's how you remember the ratio. It's 2:1:2. It's 2:1:2. But what you need to focus, that they just took 1 part of ammonia. Right? They just took 1 part of ammonia. Right? So if it is written like this, if let's say there is a question on the basis of Urey and Miller's experiment, and they are asking you what is the ratio of ammonia, methane and hydrogen, then what will be the ratio? Tell me. If in the question they are asking you in this sequence, then what will be the ratio? If it is ammonia, methane and hydrogen, then what will be the ratio? Yes, bache. Sayyed, bache, we need to discuss the biogeny yet, na? Obviously. So always remember, it is the ammonia which is having 1 part, methane is having 2 parts, hydrogen is having 2 parts. Okay, so focus on the sequence as well. It's the most common mistake that you people make. But I think the students of Avengers batch, they are quite smart. है ना? Our students, they are quite smart. They can recognize these points and they can answer accordingly. What say, guys? Yes, so it's ammonia which is always 1. And do you know how do I remember? A for apple. It is the first letter, no? It is the first letter, na? I don't know why this button is not working today. So A is the first letter, na? So that's how I remember. A for ammonia, A1. Okay, A1. Okay, and I used to get roll number 1. That is the problem with A, right? That is the problem with A, isn't it? Right? If your name, if it is starting from A, then obviously you are going to get either roll number 1, 2 or 3, something like this. Right? In class, okay, fine. Sometimes it's good. But when it comes to that Viva exam, when it comes to that experiments and all practical exams, then it is very difficult. I still remember, my friends, they used to call me, yaar, what they ask you in the Viva exam? Tell us the questions. Exactly. You cannot even cheat. Even in my masters, my roll number was near about 3 or 4. Okay, it was a 3 or 4. And next to me, 2 boys used to sit. So how much they study, especially in masters, right? I'm not saying that all the boys are same, but you know, whenever I used to ask them something, no, okay, do you know the answer of this question, they were like, do you know the answer of this and this question? So it was like this, है ना? हाँ, chalo. So now this is about the Urey and Miller's experiment. Now come to the biological evolution, that is biogeny. Okay, so now students, again and again I'm going to say the same thing, that is your protoplasm. What are we going to talk about? We are going to talk about the protoplasm. Okay, now what I just said, bache, you know that now you have complex organic compounds also. What do you have? You are also having complex organic compounds. Now what's the story? What's the next story? How are we going to move to that biogeny? Obviously all that reactions, they are taking place in the ocean, they are taking place in the water, है ना? They are taking place in the water. That's why we are calling it as prebiotic soup, है ना? That is why we are calling it as Haldane's hot dilute soup, prebiotic soup. Obviously, yes ma'am, that's the point. Now what is the next thing here? First of all, what's the, like, it's not like that immediately, right, the cells formed. No, initially protobions form. Initially what happened? Protobions form. Protobions, bio means life. What is the meaning of bio? Bio means life. So protobions, before life, right? Before life. These are the structures that formed before actual living structures, right? These are the structures that formed before actual living structure. So protobions, it is believed that they formed first. Now I'll tell you one thing. Rangila ji, tell us one thing. Do you think that anyone has ever witnessed the evolution? Yes students, what do you think? Do you think that anyone has ever witnessed the evolution? Yes, anyone has ever witnessed the evolution? Like, do you think, Priyanka, that you have seen all that process taking place? Oh my God, Big Bang, wow, planets are forming, oh my God, now there is the formation of hot dilute soup. Of course not, right? We started the things, we started the fossils, we started the earth. How? By studying the rocks. We compared them, है ना? We compared them, we concluded, we checked primitive organisms, we checked the organisms that are existing today, and then we came to the conclusion. Okay, so जैसे now, what am I saying? I am talking about the actual theory that has actually explained the origin of life, and that theory is saying that because of the reducing condition, because of the conditions of early earth, it is possible to have chemical evolution. Can you ever think of it? Now you have experiments in your notebooks, right? Now you have things in your books. That's why you are saying ki ha ma'am, it is possible. Urey and Miller experiment is there. But honestly, right, ask it from yourself. Don't behave like kids today, right? Behave like scientists. What say? Mr. Awkward Potato, Hus, her, right? Tell me this thing. Behave like a scientist, yeah? You should have, right? You should have that aptitude. Dharun, bache, if you need a break, you can say bye-bye to me, bache. I will finish this topic and then I will give you the break. If you are so eager, you can leave the class, Dharun. No problem at all. Hai na? Bye. Now, behave like the one. So, do you think, now we know about Urey and Miller's experiment. If you don't know about Urey and Miller experiment, do you think you can believe that non-living things can form life? Of course not. We are not going to believe that. How is it possible? How a non-living thing can form a life? It cannot happen, but it happened. It has happened, right? Right. So understand this thing. So it's not like that scientists, they were present there and they were checking, oh my God, now in the ocean, wow, the protobiont is there. No, they concluded, they experimented, right? And in the lab, they experimented, they formed these two structures, and right, they formed these two structures, and what we concluded that these two structures, they are just like the protobionts. They are something which has formed, right, during that evolution, that actual evolution on Earth. Got it? Got it? So the first name here is the co-servates. We are going to talk about two scientists here. This is important. The first word is co-servates, right? It was formed in lab. What type of structures they were? They were non-living structures, right? Remember what type of structures they were? They were non-living structures. After completing this, we are going to read this from NCERT. They were non-living structures. They were something that formed before life. Okay, and who formed this? Who formed it? Mr. O'Piran, right? MCQ. It is a MCQ. Who formed it? Mr. O'Piran. Who formed it, guys? Write down the name of the scientist in the chat box. I want students to be interactive, right? You are not here to interact, right? You are not here to interact with each other. You are here to interact with me, yeah? Right? Just some students, they used to ask each other's number. Arey yaar, why are you asking? Why are you asking your phone numbers and everything here? You talk to me. You ask my number, right? Do not appreciate others. I feel jealous here, right? Just let's say Dharun is talking to Spandhana, or Spandhana is talking to Rangila. Nahi yaar, you talk to me. You just praise me. You just appreciate me. You ask my number. Okay? No need to talk to each other. That's the best thing. So O'Piran is the one. Very good, Leharika. I love it. Okay, O'Piran is the one who discovered what? Who formed the co-servates. Now, what are they co-servates? See, the scientists, they observed that these macromolecules, they started coming closer, right? Just let's say many macromolecules, they came closer and they formed a kind of aggregate, right? They came closer, they formed a kind of aggregate, right? They formed a kind of aggregate. So now this aggregate is covered with a thin film of water. I am not saying that there is a layer here. No, not at all. Not at all, right? What am I talking? I'm talking about the co-servates. Where that co-servate has formed? In the lab. Who formed it? O'Piran. What kind of structure it is? It is a protobiont. What is the meaning of protobiont? Protobiont means a kind of early structure that we believe can form the cell in future. That's what I'm saying. So here these macromolecules, they started forming an aggregates. They are covered with a thin film of water. Now this thin film of water is surrounding it, is separating it from the surrounding, right? It is separating it from the surrounding. Just let's say you are 5 people, you are the part of a class, but you are five people, you have a group, you interact among each other, right? You are not interacting with anyone else. So obviously you will be like a kind of different system in your class. Yes or no, Leharika? Yes or no, Soumyadeep, Varun, Hashar, Samiksha? Obviously you are. Obviously you are. Right? Same is the thing here. So this film of water is separating it from the surrounding. Right, it is separating it from the surrounding. And NEET aspirant bache, this structure is having the capability that selectively it can include more such macromolecules from the surrounding within it, right, in it basically. Right? Just imagine co-servate is a structure which is basically the aggregate of macromolecule. It is not covered with the true membrane, but instead of that, it is covered with a thin film of water. That film of water is separating it from the surrounding, and this co-servate structure can also aggregate others. Right? It can also aggregate other molecules. So means it is showing one sign, that is growth. It is showing growth. Right? It is showing what? It is showing growth. And here in this structure, right, sometimes, I'm not saying always, sometimes a little metabolism is also there. The chemical reactions are also there. Let's say if in such aggregates, some enzymes are present. Right, bache? If in such aggregates some enzymes are present, so obviously you are going to see the metabolism here. So this is the one protobiont that we discuss. Any doubt here? Yes, bache. This is the one protobiont that we discuss. Any doubt here? Yes, bacha. Do you have any doubt here? So they cannot reproduce. Right? They do not have lipid outer membrane. They cannot reproduce. right. So that is why we are not saying that it can be the precursor of life, because it cannot reproduce, it cannot divide into two. Okay, right. It is not having lipid membrane, it is not having lipid membrane, it cannot reproduce. You know that if something is living, it is definitely going to reproduce, but it cannot reproduce. So we cannot consider that it is something, right? We cannot consider that yes, it has formed the cell, but still, right, before life such things can occur, that things can arise. So if enzyme is there, it will show little metabolism. So this co-surveyed part clear? Yes, bache, this co-surveyed part clear? Yes, so everything is taking place in water. This point clear? Sure. So this is a protobiont without lipid membrane. This MCQ can come in your paper, right? One question can be framed from this part. Okay, Rangila, right? Rangila, if you are new to this channel, you know what you have to do. Guys, please tell Rangila what he has to do if he is new to our channel. Quickly tell him. I know you know that. Yes. Yes, he has to subscribe our channel. Very good. Bache, Ponyo, it's non-living. That's what I'm saying now. It's non-living structure. Got it? So another structure is microsphere. Right? Another structure is microsphere. So who formed it? Fogs. Right? Who formed it? Fogs. So now when you talk about the microsphere, students, right? As I said, who formed it? Fogs formed it. Who formed it? Fogs formed it, right? So it was made up of proteinoids. Proteinoids means, right, it was made up of proteinoids. Just say, let's say the proteins, right? Obviously if the word is proteinoid, it is somewhere related to what? It is somewhere related to the protein. So they are just protein like structure having, you know, branched chains of amino acids. What are they? They are protein like, not exactly protein, but they are protein like structures having branched chain of amino acids. Having what? Having branched chain of amino acids. So now when you talk about the microsphere, what are they? They are also the aggregates. They are the aggregates of these proteinoids. But these microspheres, they are covered with a double membrane. Right? It's not just a thin film of water, but it is a kind of double membrane. I'm not saying that it's a true plasma membrane. Of course not. Of course not, Ashish. It is not a true, right? It is not a true lipid membrane, but yeah, it is a lipid coat. It is a kind of lipid covering, but it's not a true plasma membrane, right? This point clear? Yes, bache. This point clear? So these proteinoids, they are formed by the dehydration synthesis of amino acids, right, bache? Right. So they are aggregates basically, right? It is also a non-cellular form. Yes, bache, it is also a non-cellular form, but it is having double boundary structure. Okay. Right. So it is a kind of double membrane. I won't say it is a proper lipid coat, right? You can say that it doesn't have lipids. It doesn't have lipids, but shows some membrane-like characters. But it shows some membrane-like characters. Like again, here, the things from the surrounding can get aggregate here, and it used to show the growth. So growth was there in the microsphere as well. But what was special about these microsphere? Do you know that? What was special in these microsphere? They used to show the budding, right? Like some of them, they grow. They used to show the budding. You might have seen a picture like this in your books, right? Budding, the fission, the binary fission. So we have started seeing such things here because it is believed that maybe, right? It is believed that maybe here the nucleic acid has formed. Okay, bache. So basically, when you talk about these microsphere, osmotically, like as per the surrounding salt concentration, they used to swell and shrink as well. Okay, that's why I'm saying that this covering is behaving like that membrane. Okay, this covering is behaving like a membrane. So this structure used to absorb the things from the surrounding, right? So motility, growth, these two important things were there in microsphere, right? Motility means movement was there, growth was there, right? It was just growing normally. It was accumulating the things from surrounding, but here the proper growth was there, right? And even it was dividing even by budding or by binary fission. So this is something important, isn't it? This is something important. Clear bache? So motility, growth, binary fission, all that things were there. Budding, fragmentation, like this, right? Okay, so some investigator, they consider that it is the microsphere which formed the first living cell. It is again a non-living form. It is again that acellular form. But some investigators, they believe that it is the microsphere that has formed the life, right? It is the microsphere that has formed the life. No, bache, how can you say sexual reproduction? It is simple budding or fission, right? It is simple budding or fission. Fine, understood? Understood? So after the origin of these protobionts, you know what came into origin? Do you know what came into origin? There was the origin of proto, right? After the origin of protobionts, what was there? There was the origin of protocells. Protocells, they are also known as eobionts. There was the origin of protocells, the origin of proto-eobionts. Clear bache? Clear bache? Now what happened? Just in the microsphere, they didn't form actually, they were the synthesized structure. Again I am repeating this point. Hello bacho, wake up. Again I am repeating this point. Microsphere and coservates, they were synthesized in the lab. Microspheres were synthesized by, yes bache, Soumyadeep, microspheres were synthesized by, tell me quickly, microspheres were synthesized by, yes people, hello, Fox. Coservates were synthesized by operin. Okay, they were synthesized by operin. So aggregates of macromolecules were there. Then it is believed, yes bache. So then it was believed, okay, that you know, some nucleic acid they formed, and that nucleic acid they joined with proteins and they started forming the nucleoproteins. Now if nucleoproteins has formed, now I hope you can understand the story, right? If nucleoproteins has formed, now I hope you guys can understand the story, right? Nucleoprotein means, you know that somehow these nucleic acid, they got the ability to replicate, right? Right, with the evolution, what happened? They got the ability to replicate, to self-replicate. Means they can form their multiple copies. Okay, right? And why they acquired this property? Due to mutations. What scientists believe? Scientists believe that nucleic acids, right, with time they got the ability to self-replicate due to mutations, right? Due to mutations. So they combined with the proteins, they formed the nucleoproteins. And nucleoproteins are considered as first sign of life. Because now what do we have? Nucleic acid and protein all together. Means we will be having the structure which can self-replicate, right? We can have the structure which can self-replicate, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes bache, nucleoproteins, right? When these nucleoproteins, when they are surrounded, these nucleoproteins, when they are surrounded by, right, when they are surrounded, these nucleoproteins, when they are surrounded by lipid coat, right, they formed what? Yes everyone, quickly tell me. Nucleoproteins, when they are surrounded by lipid coat, what they formed? They formed this protocell. Now it is something which can divide. Okay, so see, it is something bache which can divide. Are you getting it? So it is the first non-cellular form of life. Again, it's not a proper cell. So it is the first, it is believed that it is something, the non-cellular form of life. So first non-cellular form of life formed like this, and it was formed, bache, Ponyo, Vijay, Monica, it was formed around 3 billion years ago, right? BYA means 3 billion years ago. Again, it is the NCERT statement, so definitely MCQ will come from this part. Clear bache? MCQ will come from this part. Okay, okay, so this is important, right? This is important. So bache, can I relate this part with RNA word or protein word concept. This RNA word is also given in molecular basis of inheritance. Can I relate this portion with RNA word or protein word concept? You might have heard about it. Dekho, listen to me. There is something which is very important, and that is how well you understand your subject, right? How well you understand your subject. Sometimes we think that we have completed a lot of syllabus, right? Sometimes we feel like, yeah, we have completed this, we have completed that, we know this, we know that, but we are not able to answer the questions. It happens, yes or no? It happens, yes or no? So what is the most important thing? That we need to understand our subject. What we need to do? We need to understand our subject, that what exactly is our subject. Okay? So if you understand biology, you should know how to relate one topic with another, right? Because when you understand this thing, na, ki, okay, fine, if I am talking about evolution, that is how the evolution is related to genetics. If you know that correlation, if you know when you are reading the reproduction part, if you know how hormones are acting, if you know how that hormones, what is their mechanism of action, means you have mastered your syllabus, right? Means you are the king, you are the queen of that particular chapter, of that particular topic. So this correlation is very important, and I think you all have noticed that I always relate the topics, right? If I am teaching you the cell biology, yes, there are chances that I will relate it with the diversity, right? If I am teaching you the physiology, yes, there are chances I will relate it with the animal kingdom. Why? Because I want you people to master your subjects, right? I want you people to do what? I want you people to master the subject, right? And it is not going to matter what I'm thinking about you, right? What I want to deliver you, right? It's always about how receptive you are. If my students, if they are curious enough to know the things, right? If they are capable enough, if they know that, okay, fine, I have to do this, I have to manage this, I have to work hard for this and that, right? If they have that thought, if they have that determination, then only my things can help you out. Okay, literally, then only I can help you, right? It doesn't matter whether I take the session for 8 hours, for 10 hours or for 12 hours. Not at all. It is never going to matter. If, let's say, I'm taking the session for 10 hours and you people are not watching me, right? Some students, those who are not even know what biology is, they are watching it. Is it going to help me? No, never. That's a waste. That's a waste. Why are we taking such long marathons? Why are we teaching you people? Because we think that in India, there are many people, there are many students, those who are actually looking for the quality content. They are even, right? They are even going to the offline coachings. They are even going to the offline institutes, but still they are not getting that satisfaction. They are not having that connect. Right? They are looking for teachers, those who can make a topic interesting and easy for them. Am I right? Yes, of course. Hai na? That's why we are teaching. I am not teaching the students present here. I am teaching that thought that, yes, Ambika, I don't know, right? I don't know about the number of students here. I know one thing, that even if 2 students are watching me, if out of that only 1 student is interested in knowing the things, right? If he is able to, he or she, if that person is able to grasp that, na, if that things are going to help him, na, theek hai, fine, I will teach. Even for 10 hours, even for 12 hours, even for 15 hours, right? So we teachers are nothing without students. In my batch also, this is what I always mention, right? I cannot say that I have produced this rank, that rank. No, it's always about the student, right? I can just help you a bit. Okay, you people are amazing. You people are the one who are going to bring the change, right? You are the one, those who are, going to add feathers in my cap also. Okay, so be attentive today. Be attentive today. Let's actually master this chapter. And if you are doing like this, that you are reading evolution, in between, you are reading some other topic, in between you are reading some another topic, no, that's not going to help. Today, if you have decided that I am going to watch Ambika ma'am's class for the evolution, be there with me, right? Revise till the end with me. Make notes with me. And after this, read NCERT once and tell me if you find anything difficult there or not. And even after that, solve the questions. You will see that, yes, if she was telling us that I have completed all the things, I have provided you the quality content, she has done that. Okay. So for today, be focused, because I have seen many lectures on YouTube. I have seen that people used to finish evolution in 2 hours, in 3 hours, right? Maximum it was for 4 hours. But still, even if I will go very, very, very fast, 4 hours are not sufficient. 4 hours for those who, students, those who actually know something from this chapter. And 2 hours are to never ever. No one can justify this chapter in 2 hours. And if you're thinking, ki, "Arey yaar, ma'am, only 2 or 3 questions are going to come, ma'am. Why to invest a lot of time?" Because, bache, it is the biology which is going to be a game changer. If you will ensure your 350 plus marks here in biology, right, you can afford, right, other subjects easily. Then you can think, ki, haan, theek hai, even if I'm going to get 150 in physics or 150 in chemistry, still there are chances that I'll get a good medical college. So we cannot leave biology. We have to take biology with 350 plus marks, right? If you are able to score 150 plus marks in physics and chemistry, that is going to be an achievement. Biology is like minimum, bare minimum, right? You need 350 plus marks here. And do you want that 350 plus marks in biology? Do you want 350 plus marks in biology? Are you sure about it? Don't lie just because I'm asking and you're saying yes, ma'am. No. If you actually want it, then show it to me in the chat section. And then quickly share the session link with your friends as well. Invite your friends and ask them to join the session till the end. Okay, till the end. If you are actually aiming to get 350 plus marks. Because I am not going to pick up the topics randomly from here and there in biology. Right? I know people that there are new topics also, right, which are added. Right, there are new topics also which are added by NTA in your syllabus, and I know you people are looking for that. Arey yaar, we have to complete new families. Arey yaar, in molecular basis of inheritance there is a new topic. In this cockroach and frog, this is a new topic. But students, if you are after that topics, right, guys, do you think that is going to help? No, that is not. If I talk about frog and cockroach, now if you will start it in the month of January, right, you have to, if you will even watch the lecture in the month of January, right, still you are not going to grasp it. You have to revise it 2 or 3 times. So start it in January, revise once again in February, in March, in April, and finish it. Now it's the time to complete the syllabus, complete the chapters that you have already covered, right, that you have already studied. If you will go for new topics now, right, when are you going to revise other things? You are thinking it, I will make the notes of this topic, of families part, of this part and that part, and it will help me out in revision. Arey, firstly complete other chapters, no. Right, firstly complete other 32 chapters, na. With old topics, if you have mastered that, then go for the new topics. Otherwise, nahi. It is of no help. Obviously, Soumyadeep, we will cover that. We have a proper plan. Okay, chalo. Now come to this topic. We were talking about the protocells. Protocells means where nucleic acid and proteins, they are combined and they have formed the nucleoprotein. Nucleoprotein is a first sign of life. How? Relate now. Your eukaryotic cell, DNA is coiled over the histone proteins. Other proteins are also there. Basically, that is nucleoprotein, nucleic acid plus protein. So it's a sign of life because it is having the ability to divide also. So why am I relating this topic with the RNA word concept? Why am I relating this topic with the protein word concept? Because as per RNA word concept, some scientists, they believed. Here I'll mention, you know, Altman was the one who discovered that RNA is a substrate as well. RNA is an enzyme as well. One more scientist was there. They got the Nobel Prize for it. I don't remember the name of another scientist. I remember the name of Altman. So Altman discovered that RNA is a substrate as well, and RNA is an enzyme as well. Means, you know, na, RNA act as an enzyme and we use the word ribozyme for it. Do you remember? We use the word ribozyme for it. Yes, bache. Do you remember that we use the word ribozyme for it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right. So as per this RNA word concept, it is the RNA that came first. It is the RNA that came first. It was the one which has the capability, which is having the catalytic action also, which is the nucleic acid also, and because of that, you know, the cells divided, and from this RNA DNA formed. This is the RNA word concept, right? So if I talk about the RNA word concept, as per that concept, what is the point as per that concept? That RNA is acting like a substrate as well, it is acting like an enzyme as well. Yes, bache, it is acting like what? It is acting like a substrate as well, it is acting like an enzyme as well, right, bache? Right. So first cells, the initially evolved cells, they used the RNA, right, RNA, and RNA was that hereditary material, and with time from RNA, DNA evolved. Right, with time from RNA, DNA involved. So many scientists, they believe, many investors, they believe in this RNA word concept. Clear bache? Clear bache? But protein word concept is also there, protein hypothesis is also there. So number of authors, they claim that no, initially the cells they formed, they contains the cell, the protein. The protein is having the catalytic activity. No doubt, protein is having the catalytic activity. Proteins acts like an enzyme. But bache, the self-replication is not there in proteins, right Vishwa? Right Samiksha? The self-replication is not there in the proteins, right? The self-replication is not there in the proteins. Clear? Clear? It was there in the RNA word. So some scientists, some authors, they believe in this concept. Some authors, they believe in this concept. Clear? So why I related it here? Just to tell you that how that chemical evolution, because of that chemical evolution, nucleic acid, proteins, they all came into origin, they combined, they form nucleoprotein. So that's why everything is related. Okay, and this nucleoprotein is the first sign of life, right? It is the first sign of life. Okay, done. So now next, so it is a non-cellular form of life, but not the cellular form of life. What is it? It is the non-cellular form of life, but not the cellular form of life. So now let's talk about the origin of cellular form. That is, we are going to talk about the prokaryotes. What are we going to discuss? We are going to talk about the origin of prokaryotes. Clear bache? Array. We are going to talk about the origin of prokaryotes. So after finishing this topic, I will give you the break. So origin of cellular forms means you are firstly talking about prokaryotes. So initially, what type of conditions were there? Tell me. Right? No doubt, the first prokaryotic cell and all, they evolved in the water itself. Right, then slowly from water to land, obviously that's how things moved. Clear bache? So initially that formation was there in the, yes students, initially what was there? It was there in the formation of cells was there in the water. So now when you talk about the prokaryotes, you know that initially the conditions were reducing. Oxygen, it was absent because no life was there. So obviously on early earth conditions were anaerobic, isn't it? So from these protocells, with the time what happened, bache, the membranes, they started forming, such structures started forming, the proper nucleic acid, they take over the function, they started self-replicating. So that's why with the time the cells evolved, right? The prokaryotes evolved. Are you getting it? The prokaryotes evolved, right bache? So prokaryotes, they evolved from protocells, right, around 3.5 billion years ago. Right, we'll share that information with you. Right, so this prokaryotes, they evolved from protocells. Right, they've evolved from protocells, or you can say that, right, so they evolved around 2 or 3 billion years back. 2 or 3 billion years back they evolved. Right, and initially what were they? They were anaerobic. Clear? So mutations helped in this. When protocells, they got mutated, they became more complex, they become more efficient, and they formed the prokaryotes. Clear bache? Clear bache? So you know that prokaryotes, they include the bacteria, and you know about archaebacteria, which are very primitive, which can survive in harsh conditions. So initially conditions were anaerobic. And if you ask me, what was there initially? Heterotrophs were there. It was not the autotrophs. Another important mistake, another repeated mistake, and this is another important MCQ, right? It is another important MCQ. Okay, right? right? So firstly evolved prokaryotes, they were heterotrophs, and especially chemoheterotrophs, because at that time the availability of all that gases, of all that, you know, organic matter, it was there. Yes or no? I hope you can relate it. Initially these chemicals, they were too much on early earth, so availability was there, right? So these prokaryotes, they were chemoheterotrophs because they were easily getting that nutrition, the availability of nutrients, the availability of nutrients was there at that time, so they started feeding on it. So now obviously with the time, what happened, the prokaryotes, they will divide also, the number will increase, the demand for that nutrients will increase. So slowly these from these autotrophs they evolved, right? From these chemoheterotrophs, these autotrophs, they evolved. So initially they were chemoautotrophs. Chemoautotrophs means they are using chemicals to make their food, right? What are heterotrophs? Those who are dependent on others for their food, right? This is also the evolution of nutrition, that initially it was heterotrophic, right? The food was available, the nutrients, they were available, so organisms, they were feeding on it. They don't know how to cook their food, right? They were getting it. Okay, they were getting it. Clear, bache? So chemoheterotrophs, because they were feeding on chemicals. And then what happened, bache? Chemoautotrophs came, right? Those who started making their own food. Chemoautotrophs, they were those who started making their own food, right? But they use the chemicals for it. You know na, bacteria, sulfur bacteria, yes, you know that names, they are still existing, those who are using chemicals for making their food. And then finally with the time, what came into origin? Photoautotrophs. What came into origin? Photoautotrophs, those bacteria that use the light energy for making their food, right? So initially they were non-oxygenic, and then with the time oxygenic bacteria they evolved, right? Oxygenic bacteria means those who used to, after photosynthesis, yeah, you can say that oxygenic photoautotrophs, right? Those after photosynthesis, those who release oxygen. Clear, bache? Those who release oxygen. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So heterotrophs, chemoheterotrophs, basically they are, then chemoautotrophs, photoautotrophs, then non-oxygenic bacteria were there, oxygenic bacteria was there. So when life started, obviously oxygen, right? Oxygen was released, right? Oxygen was released, and because of that the conditions, they changed to aerobic, right? Because of that primitive earth, as I said, it was reducing, right? But now you know, it is oxidizing, right? So when oxygen will be added to the atmosphere, the conditions will change from reducing to oxidizing. So if someone will ask you the question, what type of atmosphere was there on primitive earth? Reducing. What type of atmosphere is there on, right, was there now, right, on existing earth? It is oxidizing. It is oxidizing. So other gases were also added to the atmosphere, the oxygen, even the nitrogen, right? Even the nitrogen. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Yes? So cyanobacteria, your blue-green algae leharica, they came, right? Oxygen revolution was there. Free oxygen, oxidized CH4, NH3, they form gases like, right? Because now free oxygen was available, so it oxidized CH4, right? NH3, and because of that later on carbon dioxide, nitrogen, all of them, they were added to the atmosphere, right? They were added to the atmosphere. Are you getting it? Even the water was added to the atmosphere. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? And because of that, even there was the formation of ozone layer. With the time, what happened? The ozone layer formed, right? The ozone layer formed because oxygen was there, right? The radiations from sun, it was also there, right, bache? They changed the oxygen into the ozone. So now you know that when ozone is there, means harmful radiations from the sun, they cannot reach to our surface, right? So they cannot reach to our living organisms, isn't it? And finally with the time, what happened, bache? Further mutations occurred from these prokaryotic cells. The eukaryotic cells, they originated, right? From these prokaryotic cells, the eukaryotic cells, they originated. Now is that clear, that how that chemical evolution, it led to the biological evolution? How that chemogeny, it resulted in biogeny? Yes, bache, how that chemogeny, it resulted in biogeny? Is that clear? So just look at these points, just read these points once from the slide and tell me. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Sure? Sure, I think there should be no doubt now, right? Because you know, it is, right? Now it is simple. So it's just like a story. So do not hate evolution, right? Do not hate evolution. Please love it. So can we revise it quickly, guys? I just need your 5 minutes for the quick revision. Yes, people, I just need your 5 minutes for the quick revision, and then we will move to the next topic. And yes, I'll give you the break as well. है ना? So we started with the origin of universe. So origin of universe, Big Bang theory. Then origin of solar system, nebular hypothesis. There is no need to revise nebular hypothesis in detail. Then origin of life. We started with theory of special creation, which is again disapproved, right? Because as per that, God has created the universe. Earth is 4,000 years old. Then theory of catastrophism is there. Theory of panspermia, also known as spore theory, also known as cosmozoic theory, is also there. You need to know the another names. Then we talked about the theory of spontaneous generation. Can you tell me the another name of spontaneous generation? Can you tell me the another name of spontaneous generation? Mintu bache, if it is as per NCERT, follow whatever you want to follow. What is that spontaneous generation? Other name. Very good, Nandini. Very good. KP Reddy. It is abiogenesis or autogenesis. It is abiogenesis or autogenesis. Excellent. Right? Who disproved that? Who disapproved that? Yes, Samiksha. Who disapproved that theory? Quick. Who disapproved that theory? Please revise it quickly. Trust me, you are going to love this chapter. Who disapproved this theory? Reddy's experiment, Splengini, and Louis Pasteur experiment. And Louis Pasteur experiment was considered as the most, right? It was considered as the most conclusive. Okay? Okay. Done. And then after that, theory of biogenesis, even it was not acceptable. We accept modern concept of evolution. Basically modern theory, the chemical theory, naturalistic theory, Operon and Haldane's theory. So you have to remember hero there. So Haldane from England, Operon from Russia. Okay. So these are the points here. Okay. So I explained you in detail. So the point, which point? Yes. The hot dilute soup question can come in paper. Okay, the question can come from biological evolution. The question can come from years as well, that we are going to revise. So this is the summary of origin of life. Free atoms like hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, they were too much there in the early atmosphere. They were too much in early atmosphere. Then formation of inorganic molecules from that free atoms, the hydrogen, right, the water vapors, ammonia, carbon dioxide. Then simple organic compounds they formed, like methane, HCN, simple sugars, fatty acids, glycerol. Then complex organic compounds formed, polysaccharide, fats, protein, nucleotides, nucleic acid. Then bache eobionts, your protocell, protobionts, then protocells formed, your conservate, microsphere, right? And then prokaryotes were there without organized nucleus, and eukaryotes were formed. So this is the summary of origin of life. So notes are good na? Notes are good na? Yes, ma'am, they are amazing. Okay? Chalo. So can we revise it from NCERT now? Can we revise it from NCERT? So here we have the NCERT. Okay? Right? I told you na that in the NCERT topics they are mixed. Okay, so I have picked up the important things for you. After this class, whenever you will read the NCERT, you are going to find NCERT very easy. Very easy. And trust me, it is one of the best chapters that, right, it is one of the best and one of the easiest chapters. Okay, it is one of the best and one of the easiest chapters. Done. So now come to the NCERT revision. So Operon of Russia, Haldane of England means hero. Right? Means hero. Okay. So they propose that first form of life could have come from pre-existing non-living organic molecules, and that formation of life was preceded by chemical evolution, right? That is formation of organic molecules from inorganic. So here in this line, what they have explained, the physico-chemical process, right? Firstly the chemical evolution, then the biological evolution. Clear? Then conditions on earth at that time, they were, I'm highlighting these points. Please open your NCERT, guys. Yes, everyone, open your NCERT. Hasar, Saucy, Chetu, Bhavya, Himani, KP Reddy. Guys, please open your NCERT. Done? So mark this point. So at that time conditions were high temperature, volcanic storms were there, reducing atmosphere containing CH4, NH3, etc. I'm repeating this point. It is from NCERT. Ammonia and water, probably they were the first inorganic compounds of early earth. Methane was the first organic compound of early earth. Right? It is as per NCERT. So whatever I have marked as important as NCERT, as MCQ, please make the notes. Please write down that points in your notes. Okay. So now in 1953, S.L. Miller, an American scientist, created similar conditions in the lab. He created electric discharge in a closed flask containing CH4, H2, NH3 and water vapor. It is actually 800 degrees Celsius. Okay, so question from temperature will definitely come. The question from gaseous chamber will definitely come. Clear, bache? So they formed the amino acid. Can you name the amino acid that formed earlier? Can you name the amino acid? That is alanine, that is aspartic acid, and that is glycine. Alanine, aspartic acid, and that is glycine. Understood? Right, bache? So in similar experiment, they also observed the formation of sugar, nitrogenous bases, pigments and fats. So even this is the point that you all need to mark, that analysis of meteorites content also reveal similar compounds, indicating that similar processes are occurring elsewhere in space. The meteorite that came to earth, when they were studied now, so they observed that they are also having same composition. So that's why they concluded that something like this can happen. Okay, so it's not the one experiment that is going to decide a mechanism. No, there are series of experiments that are conducted by scientists, then they came to one conclusion. Okay, okay. So the first part, this is the first part of the story, chemical evolution. We have no idea about how the first self-replicating metabolic capsule of life arose. So the first non-cellular form of life could have originated 3 billion years ago. So this is what I have even mentioned in my notes also, right? You will get the PDF. You will get the PDF also. So please mark this point, 3 billion years back. So this is what you have to do. Take a paper. Okay, separately you have to mention the years there. Just a universe formed 20 billion years ago. Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago. Life arose 4 billion years ago. Right? The first non-cellular form of life could have been originated 3 billion years back. Okay, 3 billion years back. That's important. Okay, that's important. So these capsules, they reproduce their molecules perhaps. The first cellular form of life did not possibly. The word is did not possibly. So kindly do not make the mistake here. Kindly do not make the mistake here. So what are they saying? What are they saying? That first cellular form of life did not possibly originate till about 2000 million years ago. So here the word is 3 billion years back. Right? Here the word is 3 billion years back. Here the word is 2000 million years ago. Got it? So these were probably single cells. So all life forms were in water environment only. The version, this version of biogenesis, that is first form of life arose slowly through evolutionary forces from non-living molecule, is accepted by majority. So write down this line. From this line, MCQ can come. Please mark this line. Please mark this line. Okay, bache, fun and musty, what do I need to repeat? Please tell me, what do you want me to repeat? Okay. So the first form of life, they arose slowly through evolutionary forces, and non-living molecules is accepted by majority. Okay. So another important topic is this evidence part. So after that, okay, so can we quickly revise it from NCERT again? Can we just read the NCERT again? It will take another 5 minutes. Are you ready? Backslide. But you can just, You can just move my video also, you can just rewind it. If still it's not clear, do let me know, I will explain. Hanji, can we read the NCERT, guys? Are you ready? Pakka, sure. Yes? Just a minute, bache, just a minute. Chalo. So conventional religious literature tells us about the theory of special creation. So this theory has three connotations. I told you already. One, that all living organisms that we see today were created as such. Two, diversity was always the same since creation and will be same in future also. Three, the earth is about 4,000 years old, right? Do check the PYQs, you will find this question as MCQs. Okay, now all these ideas were strongly challenged during the 19th century based on observation made during a sea voyage in a sail ship called HMS Beagle. So now here they are talking about the Darwin, and right here they are talking about the Darwin. So you know na Darwin, he was on that ship HMS Beagle, right bache, round the word, clear? So Darwin concluded that existing living forms, they share similarities to varying degrees, not only among themselves but also with life forms that existed millions of years ago, and many such life forms do not exist anymore. So trust me, after attending this lecture, the NCERT is going to be very easy for you. Okay, it is literally going to be very easy for you. Done, bache? Done. So there had been extinctions of different life forms in the years gone by, just as new forms of life arose at different periods of history of earth. Clear? Right? Chalo, so we will discuss it after evidences for evolution. So this is our next topic, that is evidences for evolution. So are you ready? Yes, Ranjit, are you people ready? See, I am thinking that we should finish it and then you should take your dinner break. What do you want, students? Do you want dinner break now? Do you want dinner break now? Okay, so okay, so let's start the class again. So 10 minutes are fine. 10 minutes. Wow. Wow, anonymous, wow. Thanks, Saucy. So tell me, 20 minutes. Acha. Okay. So break time. Let's continue at 9:15 p.m. But no one will cry today, okay? The session will be lengthy. Done? Chalo. So till 9:15 you will get your break, and then we will again study for 2.5 hours. Then there will be a break, and then again 2.5 hours. Okay, that's fine, no? Chalo, theek hai. Till then enjoy. We'll come back. Hi. Hello. How are you people? What's up? Ma'am, we are back. Even I am back. Even I am back. So tell me, how are you? What have you done? Done with dinner? Huh? Done with dinner? Ma'am, okay, so very good. So basically means for 2.5 hours, or basically, or I can say that for 3 hours, you people will be charged, hai na? You guys will be charged enough, and you are not going to ask me the break. Hai na? You are not going to ask me the break because you people are charged enough. You had your dinner, now you are energetic, and even after dinner, I know we feel sleepy. So that's my suggestion. Please take a stroll, right? Take a stroll. Okay. Thank you so much, bache. So if I have new learners today, so it's my request, please subscribe to our channel. And guys, tomorrow, right, tomorrow at 11 a.m. I'm going to take the practice session of this particular chapter. Okay, right, there will be a special class where we will be practicing evolution last 10 years PYQ. Here you guys can see the class, right? It will be at 11 a.m. okay. And bache, today I posted this video. Okay, here you can see top 50 do and die topics for biology. Do check it out, and I want your comments, right? Your comments are going to tell me your attendance, so you have to check this video and tell me which topics you have covered so far. Okay, and which topics are still pending. Like at least 1 or 2 readings you have to give. These top 50 topics, you should give at least 4 to 5 readings to them. Okay, so if you have done it once or twice, then it's fine. And if there is any new topic that you want me to make the video and you want me to discuss that, I will pick that up. Okay, and are you okay that after evolution we are going to start the genetics? Yes, we are going to start the genetics next, like molecular the principles of inheritance and variation, isn't it? Take it. So quickly share the session link with your friends, guys, and first of all hit the like button. Okay, hit the like button, guys, and you know that this is what you have promised. You have to stay with me till the end. So let's start the class. And Wazim sir is not there in this lecture, so do not invite him. Okay, we are happy like that. So now let's start the next part, that is the evidences for evolution. What we have covered so far, the general discussion about the origin of universe, origin of earth, origin of life. The most important topic there is that modern concept, and from there Urey and Miller experiment is very important, and question can even come from Oper and Haldane theory and the cosmozoic theory as well, because it is also, right, it is also the part of your NCERT. Clear, bache? And here in these sessions, yes, there are certain extra points that I'm going to tell you, but don't worry, in one way or another way they are related to the NCERT only, right? There are going to be some extra points which we have to discuss. Why, students? Because after understanding that points only, you will understand the NCERT. Okay, so please don't start crying there. Okay, fun and musty with biology is like nobody is my friend. That's a very good thing, bache. More friends, more troubles. And if you don't have any friend, it's okay, it's fine. You focus here. Do not distract others. Ma'am, will you teach till 1 a.m? No, it can go till 2 a.m. as well. It can go till 3 a.m. as well. It depends upon you people. And today I'm not going to leave even a single topic. Right? Chalo, so now come back, guys. Let's start the class. So that's what we have covered. So next thing is the evidences. Next thing is what? Next thing is the evidences, the proof, right, for that evolution. Now students, you know that many times we used to say that this particular organism or that particular organism, they used to live on planet Earth, but they are not present today, right? This is what we discuss, Rangila bache. This is what we discuss. Yes or no? We used to say now that there are some plants, there are some animals which used to be there on this planet Earth, but now they are not the part of planet Earth. In general, that's what we discuss, isn't it, students? Now, what's my point here? How do we get to know that these organisms used to be there on planet Earth? If something is extinct, how can we say that they were the part of our planet? How? How we study their remains, right? When we got their when we got their hard parts, okay, when we study them, then we got to know that okay, this and that particular organism, it used to live on planet Earth few years back, right? Few years back. So that's how we used to comment on the such things. Clear, bache? That's how we comment on such things, isn't it? Isn't it? So these are what? These are the fossils, right? These are what? These are the fossils. So when any organism die, what happened? Their body, they get decomposed. If we are not going to burn it, right? If we are going to bury it, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? The body will get degraded, right? That organism's body will get decomposed. It will further mix with the environment. Yes or no? It is something in general. It is something in general. Now what is the next point? Let's say that if some parts of that living body, if the parts of that dead body, right, if they remain preserved as such, the hard parts of that body, like let's say the bones, right, the teeth, right, the wood, etc. If these parts, if they remain as such, if they remain preserved for a longer period of time, then they will become what? They will become fossils. Are you getting it? Then they will become what? They will become fossils. So study of fossils. So first of all, what are fossils? Right? What are fossils? Can you please define, everyone? Yes, bache. Can you please define what are fossils? They are the preserved remains of hard parts. Right? They are the preserved remains of, yes, bache. They are the preserved remains of hard parts of organisms, right, bache? Right, bache? So what are the fossils? Please everyone answer the question. They are the preserved remains of hard part of the organisms in the rocks. Clear, bache? Right, in the rocks. And that hard parts can be the bone, the teeth, wood, it can be a shell, right, etc. Clear, bache? And the study of fossil, it is known as paleontology. What is the study of fossil? It is known as paleontology. Clear, bache? Another important MCQ. Everyone write this word paleontology in the chat section. Quickly, everyone. Please write down this word paleontology in the chat section. Guys, be quick. Write down this word paleontology in the chat section. I want my students to be interactive. The session should be interactive, bache. If I am taking the session, right, if I am that energetic, I'm expecting same from you people, right? If you are feeling sleepy, take tea, coffee, whatever you want, right? But be the part of this class. Okay? Be the part of this class. But mainly they will be preserved in the rocks, in the earth crust. Okay, PK, will you please allow me some time? I'll answer each and every question here. So this is what fossil is. So right. So when time passes, what is going to happen? The rocks, they form. Just let's say we have some old rocks, but with the time, what is going to happen? Over these old rocks, further sediments will get deposited. The new rocks will form. And obviously in that new rocks, the presently at that time, whatever life is existing, right, even if that life can get preserved here, it is simple, right? It is not something technical. It is common thing. It is a very common thing, right? It is something very common. Yes or no? Yes or no? So fossils that are formed, organisms that died earlier, fossils that formed earlier, obviously you are going to get them in the deeper layers of the rocks. Yes, I'm talking about the general things so that you can understand the topics. Ultimately, my motto is to make your NCERT easy, and for that, yes, you have to go beyond NCERT to understand NCERT. So guys, please listen to me. Let's say I'm taking the example of a rock. I am saying that in this particular rock, the further sedimentation of certain particle is there, due to which new rocks or new layers are getting formed. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And obviously, if new layer is getting formed, right, so in that layer, the life that used to live at that time, the organisms that used to live at that time, the fossils that form at that particular time, they will get trapped here, right? So the fossils that formed earlier, right, obviously you are going to get them in deeper layers, and the fossils that are going to form now, right, you will get them in these fresh layers. Okay, so now ma'am, why are you relating these fossils and the rocks? That you must be thinking that ma'am, why are you relating these fossils and the rocks? So bache, whenever we talk about the fossils, the hard parts, the remains, where are you going to find it? Obviously in the earth crust. Earth crust is showing that rocks, right? Earth crust, what are they going to show? That rocks, right? So when you talk about the rocks, we discuss three things. One is the sedimentary rock. One type is sedimentary rocks, one type is igneous rocks, right? And one type is the metamorphic rock. One type is what? It is the metamorphic rock. So what do we have, students? What do we have, students? We have the sedimentary rocks, we have the igneous rocks, we have the metamorphic rocks, isn't it? We have the metamorphic rocks. So when you talk about, so rocks are nothing, right? Rocks are nothing. They are basically present on that earth crust. Yes or no? They are present on that earth crust, right, bache? They will show the different layers of that earth, right? We'll tell you how. Don't worry, we'll tell you how. So first of all, let's talk about the right, sedimentary rocks. So sedimentary, from that sedimentary you can pick up one word, that is sediment, right? Settle down. Let's say if a rock is formed when the different particles of earth, yeah, when different sediments when they settle down and then they are forming a rock, that is the sedimentary rock. Like few particles, they are settling down, they are forming the layers, and then it results in the formation of a rock, that is the sedimentary rock, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no, Rohit? Isn't it? Then it will be what? It will be the sedimentary rock. Yes or no? Is that clear? Students, please let me know. Is that clear? Right, so these rocks are formed by gradual settling of, right? These rocks are formed by gradual settling of, right, bache? Right, bache? Gradual settling of the sediments. Clear, bache? They will form near to the lakes, right? Like this, right? They are the sedimentary rocks. They are formed by the settling down of these sediments. Got it? Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So basically earth material will settle down. Clear? Clear, 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 clear. So now when it comes to the igneous, the word is igneous. So here sedimentary rocks are formed when sediments of, or you can say that sediments of earth's particle, they settle down, okay, right? The settling of these particles are there. Now igneous, how are they going to form, these igneous rocks? Obviously when there is the cooling and solidification of, yes bache Teju, yes bache Samiksha, cooling and solidification of molten material of earth, right? It is, the word is igneous. You are talking about that, right? When there is the volcanic eruption, what is coming out? Yes bache, what is coming out? When there is a volcanic eruption, what is coming out? What is coming out? That lava, yes, lava is there, right? That lava is coming out. So that lava, obviously that is also going to trap the life nearby. So with the time, that lava, we call it as magma. Bilkul sahi. Excellent, KP Reddy. So with the time, what is going to happen? Its cooling will be there, its solidification will be there, right? Its cooling will be there, its solidification will be there. Am I right? Am I right? So that cooling and solidification of the molten material of earth, it forms the igneous rocks, right? Cooling and solidification of molten material of earth will result in the formation of this igneous rocks. Clear, bache? Obviously they will also, right, they will also trap the life present at that time. Now metamorphic, so I hope you know the meaning of meta. Meta means change, morph means form, meta means change. Yes students, meta means change, morph means forms. So when sedimentary rocks, right, they change their form, they become metamorphic. What will they form? They will form metamorphic rocks. So when your sedimentary rocks, when they change their form, yes bache Laharika, when they change their form, right? And how are they going to change their form? Because of heat, because of pressure. So when they will change their form, they will form the metamorphic rocks. So we have different type of rocks, and in that rocks, right? Mainly you will see fossils in the sedimentary rocks. Why is it so? Because sedimentary rock is somewhere representing the earth crust. So with the time, right, with the time, because of the settling down of that earth material, right, different layers will form here. That layers will trap that particular life form. Okay, that will remain preserved there in different stratas, in different layers of that rocks. Clear? So in these rocks, when we will take their cross section, it's like we are actually seeing the earth crust, and there we will find different forms. Are you getting it? Now the point is, ma'am, how these fossils and these rocks wala part is related. Okay, you told us that in that layers there will be that hard parts, there will be that remains. Then still how can we study that fossil? This is the next question. This is the next question that came in our mind. That, ma'am, okay, fine, it's understandable, right? Let's say it's understandable that in different, if this is a rock, I'm talking about this layer. Let's say this layer has formed 2000 years back. Let's say this layer has formed 1000 years back. Okay, it's actually not like that. It is going to take million of years, but I'm just giving you one example. So obviously in this layer, let's say there is one life form and here there is another life form. Then still, how can I say that this life form is formed how many years back, right? This life form was existing how many years back, or this life form was existing how many years back? It's very simple. When you talk about these rocks, you know that these rocks are having radioactive elements. Do you know that? These rocks are having radioactive elements, right? And these radioactive elements, irrespective of their environmental condition, right? Do you know about these radioactive elements? That these rocks, they contain radioactive elements that will decay and convert into their, right, that will decay and convert into their stable forms, right, into their stable forms, irrespective of the environmental conditions. Like here, environmental conditions are not going to change anything. Am I right? Environmental conditions are not going to change anything. Irrespective of the environmental condition, these radioactive elements, they will change into their stable forms, right? They will change into their stable form. Just if I take the example of carbon 14, right? If I take the example of carbon 14, so it will change, right? You know na? Do you know about half-life period, or do I need to explain it? Right? You know na, here half-life period is 5730 years, right? So this half of this C14 will be converted to N12 or N14. What is it? Is it N12 or N14? Obviously it is the N14. Okay, it is the N14. So you know that. I'm just giving you one example. Just carbon 14 is radioactive, right, bache midi? Carbon 14 is radioactive. So half life of carbon 14 is 5730 years. It means in 5730 years, carbon 14, half of the carbon 14, it will get converted into N14, which is the stable form, right, which is the stable form. So I am giving you one example. So in different layers here, they are having different radioactive elements, and that radioactive elements are going to decay into their stable forms, and that half-life period is fixed, right? So by calculating it, right, we can judge the age of that fossil also. We can say that if this layer, right, let's say if you are going for the carbon dating, okay, right, in that particular layer you got a fossil, so you will calculate that half-life period of that carbon, okay, of that radioactive carbon. So in that way you will get to know that how old is that layer. How old is that layer means you can also judge that how old is that fossil. Okay, how old is that fossil? Okay, so that's how these rocks part and these fossil part, it is related, it is interrelated. Okay, it is interrelated, right? So these fossil evidences, also known as what? Also known as paleontological evidences, right? These fossil evidences, also known as paleontological evidences. So study of fossil, it is paleontology. And do you know the father of paleontology? Do you know the father? Who's the father of paleontology? Leonardo da Vinci. He is the father of paleontology, and George Cuvier is the father of modern paleontology, right? George Cuvier is the father of modern paleontology. If it is simply paleontology, then Leonardo da Vinci. If it is the father of modern paleontology, George Cuvier. Right, and that's your homework. That's your homework. You will tell me who's the father of Indian paleontology. Right, who's the father of Indian paleontology? That is your homework. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So formation of fossil is known as fossilization. I hope this dating part is clear to you. There are different dating methods, like urban lead dating method is there, right? You even have the potassium argon method, right? Even in physics, even in chemistry, you people study this. So now when you talk about these fossils, as I said, these are the hard parts, hard remains. So there are different examples. Just say we have the example of unaltered fossils as well. So bache, name is telling us everything. What is the word? The word is unaltered fossil, right? What is the word here? The word is unaltered fossils. Fossils are not altered, means as such a living structure, right? If as such a living organism, if it get preserved, just say we have the example of woolly mammoth, right? In the ice, this organism, it got preserved in the ice in Siberia as such we got that organism. Imagine. Right, so that is the example of what? KP Reddy, Sanjay, Vardhan, Leharika, Biston. That is the example of woolly mammoth. Everyone in the class, just let me know the examples, please. Just let me know the examples. Right, so from this part question can come, and I am expecting you people to answer this. Okay, so it was buried in the ice in Siberia. Clear, bache? Then comes the altered fossil. So when you talk about the altered fossil, you also use one more word, that is petrified fossils. Right, altered fossils may you also use one more word, that is the petrified fossil. Can you tell me about this? Yes, can you just tell me about this petrified fossil or the altered fossil, Sanjay? Just say, let's say what has happened here, bache? The organic parts of the living body, they got replaced by the minerals. Just say, let's say some calamity occur, right, and I got preserved there. Right, I am in a layer, I got preserved. Okay, so my organic part, the soft part, they got decomposed, but instead of that, minerals, they are going to take over the place. Right, they are going to take that place. Exactly. So rock minerals are interchanged with the soft part of the body. That is the petrified fossil. That is the altered fossil. Okay, that is a petrified fossil. So replacement of organic part by mineral deposit is called petrification. I am writing it here. Replacement of, right, organic parts of body by minerals is the petrification. So such type of fossils are petrified fossils, isn't it? Isn't it? Imagine I will become a fossil. Take it? So that type of fossils are what? That type of fossils are petrified fossils, right? Because mineralization of organic structure has been done there. Okay. Yes. Right, so these fossils are just of the hard parts as in like bones, teeth, right, the shells, they can form such fossils. Okay, bache, only they can form such fossils. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Yes, and bache, one more thing is there, that is molds. Molds means just it's just like an impression. Okay, molds mean just like an impression. They say, let's say suppose right, let's say there is an impression of a animal. Let's say there is an impression of a dinosaur, of the dinosaur feet. There is an impression, and because of that, let's say there is a the feet is there, right, the feet is there, the impression has made, the impression of feet is there, and the surrounding of that impression, it will become hard, right? It became hard. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? It became hard. Are you getting it? So that impression will also tell us about that particular organism. Right, we can judge. So it is just like imprint, it is just like impression. That is the mold. Fine, what is it? That is the mold. And sometimes, you know, the fecal material, coprolite, when fecal material is fossilized, that is the, you can write down this is important, when fecal material is fossilized, that is coprolite. What is the word that we use for it, bache? It is coprolite. So fecal pellets, they are buried in sediments. Okay, they are buried in sediments. So molds, clear, right? So they are the molds of hardened and fossilized mud. Right. Clear, bache? Clear? Okay, so if in that mold, bache, let's say in the mold what has happened, the impression is there, surrounding is hard, right? It's like that. So if in that mold, let's say this is an impression, okay, and here this space here is having the minerals, okay, this is petrified, then you will call it as a cast. If there is mere impression, then it is a mold. But if in that impression the minerals are deposited, if it is petrified, then you will use the word cast. So these are the different types of fossils. Okay, there are many other types also. Clear? So now, as per these dating techniques, we can check the different layers of the rocks from where we have obtained that fossil, and we can see how, how old that fossil is. And bache, the fossil evidences are the most important ones. They are the most relevant one. Okay, the fossil evidences, they are the most relevant one. So can we just revise it quickly from the NCERT? Are you ready? Yes, bacha log. Are you ready? Can we just quickly revise it from NCERT? Yes, Niharika, Rangila. Okay, chaliye. So fossils are remains of hard parts of life forms which are found in rocks. Rocks, they form sediments, and a cross section of Earth's crust indicates the arrangement of sediments one over the another. Again, I'm repeating this. Rock forms sediments, and the cross section of Earth crust indicates the arrangement of that sediments one over the another during the long history of Earth. If you are thinking that rocks, they are going to form in 1 year or in 2 years or in 10 years or 20 years, it's not like that. It's a time taking process. Whenever you talk about the evolution, just keep one thing in your mind, that it is a gradual process. It's a time taking process. Okay, and we always relate the history of Earth's life form and even the evolutionary history of Earth together, right? We relate the history of life forms with the history of this Earth as well, right? We will talk about it in geological time scale. Before your break, this is what we have to discuss. Okay, thank you HSP sir for the motivation. All the best to you as well, HSP sir. Even you are going to take the long marathon, na? Chalo, so everyone say hi to HSP sir. Say hi to HSP sir. Chalo, so now come back to this. So this point is clear to you that rocks, they are going to form the sediments, right? And a cross section of Earth's crust indicates the arrangement of sediments one over the another during the long history of Earth. So different aged rock sediments, they contain fossils of different life forms who probably died during the formation of that particular sediment, right? So study of fossil in different sediment layer indicates the geological period in which they existed. Please mark this line. Please mark this line. A study of fossils in different sedimentary layers indicates the geological period in which they existed. So the study showed that life forms varied over time, and certain life forms, they are restricted to certain geological time span only, right? So see this part. So when you talk about the fossil evidences, that's what you have to discuss. You know that one question will definitely come from evidences. One question from Hardy-Wingberg, one question from human evolution, one question from evidences, one question from theory. These 4 questions are fixed. One question from genetic drift. Okay, directly these 5 questions, they are fixed. Right, these 5 questions, they are fixed for sure. So this is what you have to do, right? This is what you have to revise. So now come back to this. So fossil evidences. So what do we see here? I told you what are fossils. I told you what are rocks. I told you in which rock you are going to get maximum fossils. So this question can be asked in paper. I told you the difference in between the rocks as well. So for understanding this chapter, again I'm repeating, yes, you have to go beyond NCERT. Yes, you need to know few extra things. But trust me, if you will understand it, then every thing written in NCERT will become easy for you. Okay? Okay, so now what's the point here, bache? The number and nature of fossils in early rocks, right? Distribution of fossils in successive strata, disparity between past and present forms, and the most important thing, the missing link here. So now let me explain these points. What is the first thing written here? Number and nature of fossils in early rocks. Like when you talk about that rocks, right? The number and nature, see, it's very simple. You know that life evolved in water. Life evolved in water. Am I right? The life, it evolved in, yes everyone, please answer it to me quickly. Life evolved in water, right? So obviously, if you talk about the rocks, if you will see the early layers, they are not going to have fossils because early life was there in the water. Right, early life was there in the water. So obviously in early in the rocks, in the early layers, in the deeper layers, obviously you are not going to see the fossils. Later on there will be, yes or no? Yes or no? So that's why it is written number and nature of fossil in early rocks. So I told you, if I talk about the number, because initially the life evolved in the water, then it moved to the land, then we can talk about the rocks, right? So initially the number will be less. Now if I talk about the nature, right, if I talk about the nature, so obviously bache, right, if we consider the earlier forms, they are going to be simple. Currently organisms are more complex. Like if you even recall, right, if you even recall what? The chemical theory, the naturalistic theory, what I just said, protocells, protobionts, protocells, then prokaryotes, eukaryotes, like this. So initially organisms, they were simple, prokaryotes were there, even they were also simple. Then from that bacteria, the better bacteria, they evolved. Finally eukaryotes, they had unicellular organisms, they formed multicellular, like this. Right, you can pick up anything, you can pick up biological classification to understand this, you can think of plant kingdom or animal kingdom to understand this part. This part clear, Niharika? This part clear, bache? Right. So obviously nature is also, like earlier organisms used to be simple, now they are going to be complex. Now distribution of fossils in the successive strata. Strata means layer. One student was asking, now what is the meaning of strata? Strata means layer. What is the meaning of strata, bache Vardhan? What is the meaning of strata? Strata means, yes bacho, strata means layers. So on the basis of fossil study, this is what we have concluded, right, that these forms, they are different, right, that these living forms, they are different. Distribution also, it varies, right? And yes, one more thing I would like to tell you here, bache, jaise here we are talking about the nature and distribution in successive layers, no? So these layers, they might have formed in different eras. So accordingly, the kind of organisms that we are going to get from these layers, they are also going to be different. I'll quote one example here, Niharika. I'll quote one example here. Just say, for an example, you know about the Mesozoic era, isn't it? You all know about the Mesozoic era, isn't it? Isn't it? You know about that, right? Mesozoic era, where reptiles were dominating, where dinosaurs were there. So if I'm talking about this rock, right, if I'm taking the layer that formed in Mesozoic era, obviously I am going to get the reptiles there. I am going to get the fossils of reptile there. Right? Right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So as per that era, as per that period, right, the organism, the kind of organism are also going to vary, isn't it? The kind of organism, they are also going to vary. Yes or no? Yes or no? So in the beginning, very less number of no fossils, then less number of fossils. There they will be simple. Currently organisms, they are complex. Plus, as per that layer, that in which era or in which period, in which epoch that layer has formed, accordingly different type of organisms will be there. Then disparity between the past and present form, that difference. Obviously, present forms are more complex. Past forms, they were simple. Right, this is what we are explaining here. And then comes the example of missing link, another important topic, right? Another important topic. Guys, I'm repeating this point again, right? You can check any of the lecture on YouTube when it comes to the evolution. People, they just have, you know, they didn't even explain the NCERT in detail. You can check any of the lecture I'm telling you, right? Especially the one shots, right? No doubt in detailed session teachers, they used to explain the topic, but if you talk about the one shots, no one is going to explain the topics, this chapter in that depth. And I know because the language of this chapter in NCERT, it is difficult. Okay, students, they consider it as boring. They don't know how to read this chapter. They don't know how to make it easy. They leave this chapter. They are just dependent on, right? They are just dependent on the PYQs. But what if you'll get extra question? Do you think you can afford to miss 3 to 4 questions in biology, right? I'm not talking about the wrong answers. In general, I'm asking, can you afford that? That you don't know from where that question has come? Of course not. So might be from evolution. You'll get 1 or 2 questions, right? That are not the part of PYQs. So I think it's the high time we need to be focused and we need to revise it again, right? We should revise it. Okay, so fossil evidences, simple it is. You should know what is the meaning of paleontology. That's your homework. In the comment section you will let me know who's the father of Indian paleontology. In general, father of paleontology, Leonardo da Vinci. Father of modern paleontology, George Cuvier. And that's your homework. Okay, so this part I have already explained to you. Now here from these fossil evidences, this is important. These 3 postulates, these 3 points, they were in general, right? They were in general, but this is something very important, and that is missing links, also known as transitional forms, right bache? That is missing link, also known as transitional form. So are you ready to understand that? Yes bache. What is the word? The word is missing link, right? Now bache, if the word is link, okay, if the word is link, means it is something which is connecting 2 different groups, yeah, 2 different people, right? In general, when we talk about this word, now when we say link, right? When we use the word what? Link, right? So link means something which is connecting 2 different things. Something which is connecting 2 different things. It can connect 2 different groups, 2 different classes, 2 different phylums, 2 different kingdoms. It can be anything, right? It can be anything. The best example that you people know is of Euglena, right? You all know about Euglena. You know that it is a unicellular eukaryote. What is a Euglena? Euglena is a unicellular eukaryote. And this unicellular eukaryote, right, it is a connecting link in between plants and animals, right? It is considered as a connecting link. It's not a missing link, guys. There is a difference in connecting link and missing link. So please focus here. So it is a connecting link in between plants and animals. Right, so plants means a different kingdom, animals means a different kingdom, right? It is having chloroplast, so plant-like character. It is having mouth, right, and it used to ingest the solid food as well, so animal-like character. So it's a connecting link. That's what we know, right? But now, ma'am, what is the difference in connecting link and the missing link? It's very simple. When you are talking about a connecting link, right, link word is clear that it is going to connect 2 different groups here, 2 different phyla, here 2 different kingdoms, whatever it is. Now connecting link, the something which we see today also, something which is present now it's existing today, right, that is connecting link. When I'm using the word missing link is the example of connecting link that is fossilized, right? Missing link, it is the example of a connecting link that is fossilized. Means missing links, they are not present now. They used to, right, they used to be there, right, in the right, they are extinct. Yes, they are the links, right, they are extincts. Clear bache? So missing links, they are the connecting links that are extincts, or you can say that are not present today. Okay, so they are the kind of connecting links which are not present today, which are fossilized. That's what you need to remember. Okay, that's what you need to remember. And connecting link is something which is still existing, right? If I'm saying connecting link, means they are present today, they are still present, they are not fossilized. So please do not confuse it. Sometimes, right? Sometimes I have seen even many teachers even make this mistake. They think that connecting link and missing link is same. No, it's not same. It's not same. Okay, missing links, they used to be there, right? They are extinct, right? And connecting link, they are present today. Now Nandini, are you talking about dodo is just a word that is extinct, right? Is dodo Nandini, is dodo, okay, in dodo I don't remember that we study something like that dodo is showing the character of a bird and a reptile. No, na, it's not like that. Whenever I'm using the word link, it is any organism that used to show the characters of two different, right, either of two different groups or two different phylums or two different kingdoms, two different classes, two different orders. It can be anything. It can be anything. So Nandini, when the word is link, link means any organism which is showing the characters of two different groups, right? Any organism which is showing the character of two different groups. Okay. Okay, so connecting link is euglena. If someone asks you the example of missing link, then it is Archaeopteryx, right? It is Archaeopteryx lithography. It is Archaeopteryx lithographica. Clear, bache? That is the example of missing link because it is not present today. It is fossilized. Clear? It is not present today. It is fossilized. So you can see its impression. You can see this, right? Right, so Archaeopteryx lithographica, it's a missing link. Okay, it's a missing link in between birds and, sorry, in between reptiles and birds. Okay, in between reptiles and birds. So it is an organism, it was the organism having the common, it is the organism having the characters of both the bird as well, the reptile as well. The bird as well, the reptile as well. The bird as well, the reptile as well. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So now when it is the reptilian character, means reptile-like characters. And you know what? Archaeopteryx lithographica. After the discovery of this Archaeopteryx lithographica, like Huxley said, birds are glorified reptiles. You know, from such missing links, what is the importance of these missing links? What is the importance of these missing links? These missing links, they tell us about the connection of two different groups, and they tell us that how one group evolved from another. Just now, if I am talking about the Archaeopteryx lithographica, right now what am I talking? I am talking about the Archaeopteryx lithographica. I am telling you it is having the character of both, of reptiles as well, of the birds as well. So if it is having the characters of both the reptiles as well as the birds, so it is indicating, right? It is telling us, right? It is something extinct. So it is telling us that birds, they evolved from such ancestor. They evolved from reptiles, right? Like here it is written, birds are glorified reptiles. Like birds, they are evolved from reptiles. Birds are kind of better version of reptiles. In this way you can understand, right? In this way you can understand. Okay, so if I talk about the reptilian character, reptile-like character, the body axis is more or less lizard-like. So this Archaeopteryx lithographica, it was not like a proper bird or a proper reptile. It was having characters of both. Why am I calling it as missing link? Because it is extinct. It is fossilized. It is extinct, right? So extinct will be the most appropriate word instead of fossilized. Extinct will be most appropriate word. So missing link is something, right, that is extinct, that is not present today. And how do we know about it? Obviously because of the fossils. But yeah, still most appropriate word will be extinct. Clear, bache? So reptilian character include body axis is more or less lizard-like. A long tail is present just like reptiles. Bones are not pneumatic. Do you know the meaning of pneumatic bones? Do you know the meaning of pneumatic bones? Yes. Do you know the meaning of pneumatic bones? Pneumatic means hollow bones. They are lighter, right? They have air spaces. What is the meaning of pneumatic bones? Pneumatic means hollow bones, right? Hollow bones, they have air spaces. But it's a peculiar feature of birds, right? They are present in birds, okay? And they are going to make the bird's body lighter so that they can fly. Okay, they are going to make the bird's body lighter so that they can fly. But when you people talk about this Archaeopteryx lithographica, this is important. The bones are not pneumatic. They are not hollow. They are not pneumatic. Clear? Got it? Sure. Then jaws, right? You know that if it is a bird, it should have beak, right? Here you are going to see the beak. Jaws are going to form the beak. But here jaws are also having the teeth. And what type of teeth? Similar teeth. Means homodont type of dentition. Otherwise in the birds, what we used to say, Sushma? What do you see? Used to see, Sushma? We used to see the beak only, but here beak is there, but along with teeth. Similar teeth means homodont type of dentition, right? Homodont type of dentition. Clear, bache? Clear. Next question. Presence of weak sternum. In the case of birds, we used to say the sternum is keel, to which the flight muscles get attached. But here it is going to be weak. What type of sternum it is? It is going to be weak. Next, presence of free caudal vertebrae as found in lizards, right? The tail vertebrae, they are free. Here also you are going to see that, right? So I hope you are making the notes. This point is important. Now come to the avian character. Avian characters means bird-like characters, right? Avian characters means bird-like characters. So presence of feathers on the body. So body is lizard-like, right? Long tail feather is there, right? But here feathers are also included, right? The feathers are also included. Jaws are modified into beak. Now compare the points as well. No doubt here jaws are modified into beak, right? Jaws are modified into beak, but that also contain teeth. And what type of teeth? Similar teeth, homodont dentition. Then forelimbs are modified into wing, bird character. Hind limbs are built on typical avian plane, like just like a bird. So intimate fusion of skull bones as seen in lizard is seen in Archaeopteryx lithographica. Okay, so on the basis of these characters, we say, right, that birds, they are the glorified reptiles. They evolved from reptilian ancestors, right? So Archaeopteryx lithographica is just like a connecting link. It is a missing link. Why? Because it is extinct, it is fossilized. Clear? It is extinct, it is fossilized. Got it? Yes, students, is it clear? So now I am going to teach you a very scary topic, right? Guys, Ponyo or people, please, yeah, don't chat now. Don't chit chat. Please do not chit chat. That's a humble request. And I know you people are very good. You people are very sensitive. है ना? I know you people are very nice. You are not going to chit chat, right? If you don't feel like learning something, you can leave the class. No issues. But don't chit chat, please. Done? Okay, so now obviously scientists, they started studying the fossils, है ना? They started studying the rocks, they started studying the fossils, right? Obviously. And don't you think, even if they are studying the rocks, even if they are studying, if they are using that, that techniques, right? That radioactive techniques, basically that dating techniques, if they are using, they still need to know, they should have that record, right? That which fossil was they should know about it, that the fossils they are obtained from which particular layer. They should have the data. Okay, they should have, they should organize all that things. Don't you think so? है ना? Otherwise so it is of no use to study the fossils. Okay, so to find some way to organize the different time periods from which the fossil came, they divided Earth's past into, right, they basically divided Earth past. Basically they divided the Earth's history. Are you getting it? So to get the clarity, what they did, they just divided the Earth history, isn't it? So they divided it into eras, epochs eras, periods and epochs. That's what we need to discuss, the geological time scale. I know many of you must be thinking ki ma'am, it is not the part of NCERT, why are you teaching this to us? So just have a look of this diagram. I'm not saying that as such this diagram will come in your NEET examination, but as we promised that we will provide you the quality content. So whatever is given in NCERT, because we have time, right? You know, 75 days of this game of NEET, so we can complete, right? We can complete our chapters, our syllabus in detail, and then when we will start the one shot, no, right, at that time we will pick up the most important topics. But now we still have time. So if you have decided that you want to score 360 out of 360, then you are not allowed to miss anything written in NCERT. Not even the examples, not even the exercise questions, not even the scientist description, right? Not even the diagrams, not even the description of the diagrams. Okay? Okay? So if you look at this diagram, obviously it is from NCERT. You can see the Paleozoic, the Mesozoic, Cenozoic. What is it? It is era. And here this Quaternary, Tertiary, Cretaceous. What are they? They are the periods. So what type of question can come? They can simply ask you, right? They can just give you few names. They can ask you which one is era, which one is period, which one is epoch. They can even ask you that this particular organism belonged to which era, right? In which era, which organism was dominating. Such questions can come. Okay, such questions can come. So I'm not teaching you anything beyond NCERT. It's the part of NCERT. It is given under this title, a brief account of evolution, right? So I'm covering it under the fossil evidences only. It is given in NCERT, okay? Azmi, Leharika, it is given in NCERT, a brief account of evolution. I'm just covering it right now. Is that okay, everyone? Right? Because with fossils, you can understand it in a better way. Okay? So can we start? And can you just tell me about the fossil park? Can you just tell me about the fossil park present in India? Any fossil park present in India? Anyone in the class? Please. Yes. Tell me, bache. Chalo, that's your homework too. Okay, you need to tell me that. So geological time scale, it is the chronological order of, yes, it is the chronological order of, can you tell me? Yes, bache, order of organic evolution of Earth. What is it? It is a kind of order. And here what are we doing? We are relating, right? We are also relating the Earth's history, right? And the history, its history with the history of the life forms as well. Clear, bache? So it is the chronological order of history of organic evolution, of history of organic evolution on Earth. Clear, bache? That is the geological time scale. So some scientists, what they did, they divided that Earth's history, that evolutionary history, into the eras. Near about, you can say that near about 6 eras are there, and that then they further divided that eras into periods, and that periods into epochs, right? Into epochs. And how can you remember it? It's very simple. It's EP, EPE. What is it? It is EP, EPE. Right? I know you do not like this topic. I know you hate this topic, but will you please give me 10 minutes? Right? I'm not saying that I will make it very easy, this and that. No. I'll tell you how to read this topic from NCERT. Right? I'll give you that motivation that yes, you can read it from NCERT. Right? You can read it from NCERT. Even for twice, thrice, but you can. Okay? So I am not going to make it easy. I will just give you the motivation that yes, you have studied it before and you have the courage to open the NCERT book and to read that paragraph from NCERT, because even it is very difficult for me to read it from NCERT. I am telling you this thing, right? And when I completed this chapter, na, just when I studied this chapter. Even I used to feel the same, but our class teacher, she taught us this chapter in a very interesting way. So we were in love with this chapter, right? And my classmates, they always used to say, yeah, evolution is very bad, it's very, yeah, that's the word, Navina, it's draining. Okay, but I used to love it. And when I prepared for entrance examination, so I got to know that for masters, that many questions used to come from geological time scale. So I was just sitting, right? And I was like, I was totally free. I'm telling you, I was just free. So I thought that, yeah, let's use the time in a better way. Let's do something productive. So what I did, I started making the tricks to remember this geological time scale, right? And that's what from that day, I'm in love with this topic. And trust me, I'll make it easy for you, right? After listening to me for next 15 minutes, you will definitely get the courage to open up the NCERT and to read this topic. Okay? Yeah, NCERT for this particular chapter is confusing. But that's what I'm doing now. I'm making it easier, right? I didn't pick up the direct NCERT screenshots. You know it very well. I picked up the paragraphs from in between. Okay, and in this flow, I'm going to teach you. Right, Arpit, but ultimately it is the NCERT which is going to make it from where the question is going to come. Ultimately, we have to read the NCERT. So that's what I'm saying. There is no need to read it from any module, attend my class and then revise it from NCERT. Attend my class, make the notes, revise it from NCERT. So are you ready to give me the next 15 minutes? Right? Are you ready to give me the next 15 minutes? See, we can do this thing. Students, do you know about Pomodoro? I'm sure you know about it. Do you know about Pomodoro? Pomodoro technique, hai na? You all are aware of it, that we should divide our work into intervals. Let's say that's just in first interval, you are studying something for 20 minutes, then you are taking a break for 5 minutes, right? Then for next 20 minutes, then for next 20 minutes. In between, you are including the breaks for 5 minutes. And then after giving yourself, and then after that, you can give yourself a break for 10 to 15 minutes and then again you can start. Right, this is Pomodoro, to divide the work into intervals and then in that intervals, right, avoid the distractions and complete it. Let's do it today. Okay? I know the session is lengthy and I know because of that you demand for the break. Right, after 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you feel tired. So let's do one thing, right? I'll teach you one topic for 20 minutes. Then for because we cannot keep such long breaks now. So I'll give you a break for 2 to 3 minutes in which we will recall that topic. Then next topic, then we will recall it. Then next topic, then we will recall it. And then I will give you a break for 10 to 15 minutes. Hai na? It's helpful. Is it helpful? Is it helpful? है ना? This is a good idea, right? So now for next 20 minutes, you are not going to waste your time. Okay, for next 20 minutes, you have to listen to me. Okay, you have to listen to me, and after 20 minutes, there will be a break for 2 to 3 minutes in which again we will revise that topic. Hai na? So you are not going to feel bored and the topic will be easy for you. Okay, so let's start the time. So it's 10:16. Okay, it's 10:16. So let's study for next 20 minutes without any distraction. Done? Okay. So what are we talking? We are talking about the geological time scale. What are we trying to do here? We are just relating, we are correlating the evolution of life forms on Earth and even the evolutionary history of Earth. What are we trying to relate here? We are relating the evolutionary history of Earth, that how that Earth, right, it evolved, the different time periods, everything, right? We are relating it, we are correlating it with the life forms at that particular time. In simple words, this is your geological time scale. Okay, so it is the chronological order of history of organic evolution on Earth. Now I am saying that we divided that part, that evolutionary history, right, that evolutionary history of Earth, how we divided it into eras, periods and epochs. It's very simple. Like we have year, in that year we have 12 months, in that 12 months we have 4 weeks, in that 4 weeks we have days, 7 days, in that 7 days we have 24 hours, like this. Like this, same way we have eras, in that eras we have periods, in that periods we have epochs. Understood? Understood? What's the trick here? It's EP. What's the trick here? It's EP, right? Just say we have yippee, so instead of yippee make it EP. Okay, it's EP. So era, periods, epoch, era, periods, epoch, era, periods, epoch. So basically 6 eras are there, and some of them are further divided into periods, and that periods are further divided into epochs. So after listening to me for next 15 minutes, of course, you will get to know the difference, right? If someone will say Ordovician, you'll get to know, okay, Ordovician is a period, it's not an era, like this. Right? So how are we going to start? Now, obviously we are not going to start from today, right? We are talking about the evolutionary history. So we are not going to talk about today. Modern era in which we are living, it's a Cenozoic. What is it? It's Cenozoic. But let's start from the starting, right? Let's start from the starting. Let's start from the scratch. So initially it is Azoic. What is it? It is Azoic. Everyone please repeat. What is it? It is Azoic. 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 No life. Start. Right? Start from the zero. No life. No life. The time period when there was no life, only chemogeny, only chemical evolution was there. Right? Only chemical evolution was taking place. Okay, so that time period when there was no life, we are calling that era as Azoic. Everyone repeat it with me. Quick. Everyone please repeat it with me. So it's era, they are having periods, right? And that periods they are having epochs, right? And then obviously, okay, so we will relate it with the evolutionary history. So as I said, no life form, only chemical evolution was there. Understood? So Azoic. Everyone in the chat section please type Azoic. Next is Archaeozoic. Right? It is Archaeozoic, the era of invisible life. Archaeozoic. So archae word, you know the meaning of archae word. You know it means primitive, right? It means primitive. What is the meaning of Archaeozoic? It means primitive. So it is the time period. Now see, Azoic means chemical evolution. After that there will be biological evolution. So I can say that Archaeozoic means primitive organisms like protocells, like prokaryotes. Am I right? Am I right? Like protocells, like prokaryote. Can I say so? Yes or no? Can I say so? Can I say so? Of course I can. Right? So you can say that Archaeozoic is and we are not dividing it into periods and epoch. So you can say that Archaeozoic is the era of invisible life. Era of invisible life means, right, that at this time prokaryotes were dominating. Right? Prokaryotes were dominating means prokaryotes were present. Okay, prokaryotes were present. They were dominating. Any doubt? Yes, any doubt? So first is Azoic, then Archaeozoic. So this is the time period when no life was there. In Archaeozoic I can say that. In Archaeozoic I can say that it was the era of invisible life. Azoic, Archaeozoic. Everyone repeat it with me. It's very simple. Yes, we are going to cram it. Right? We are going to cram it. Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic. Right? Paleozoic. Right? Then slowly Mesozoic, Cenozoic. It's simple. It's simple. Azoic, Archaeozoic, then Proterozoic. What is next? Proterozoic. It is also known as Precambrian because it is before Cambrian. No. So Precambrian. I'll tell you what is Cambrian also. So it is Proterozoic. It is Proterozoic. What is it? Yes, everyone. It is Proterozoic. So origin of first animal, oldest, right? So basically what we got from this particular era, the origin of animals, right? Origin of animals, fossilized eukaryotes. Now can you understand the sequence? Yes, you know about the modern concept of evolution. Now can you understand the sequence? Chemical evolution, prokaryotes, then eukaryotes, right? Then eukaryotes, the animals they originated, right? Oldest eukaryotic fossils were obtained from it. Clear bache? Right bache? So oldest fossils of prokaryotes and oldest eukaryotic fossils were also there. So it is the time when there was the approximate origin of earth, origin of life actually, approximate origin of life, because mainly life originated here. So you can say that, just a minute, oldest fossils of prokaryotes were obtained from this particular era, and even eukaryotes, fossilized eukaryotes were also obtained, right? No need to write down, at least remember this, that how these two things are related. Okay, that how these two things are related. Is that clear? So everyone please repeat: Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic. So after Proterozoic, the next is going to be Paleozoic. Paleozoic. So here in this era, we will be talking about the periods, right? We will be talking about the periods. Like let's say, right, Indu, tell me your birth year. Tell me your birth year. Tell me your birth year. 2001, 2, 3, what is it? What is it, guys? Quickly tell me your birth year. 2007. Okay, 2007. So I am starting your story from 2007. I'm not going to start your story from 2023. Right? I'm not going to say that in 2023 na, you were like this. Obviously, I'm going to start from 2007. Right? Right after your birth. So same thing we are doing here. Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic. Everyone repeat it with me. Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic. Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic. And then comes the Paleozoic. So in the Paleozoic, remember one trick, that is cause, right? You have to start like this, right? Because we are moving from 2007 to 2023 na, same way here. I'm not telling you the years here, right? But I hope you can relate it a bit. So it's cause DCP. It's cause DCP. COS-DCP. Everyone repeat. COS-DCP. Cause DCP. Cause DCP. Repeat it with me. Right? As you do that na, sin theta cos. So remember it in this way: cos DCP, cos DCP, cos DCP, COS DCP, COS DCP. Clear? This C means Cambrian. This O means Ordovician. This S means Silurian. This D means Devonian. This C means Carboniferous. This P means Permian. Okay, so these are the name of the periods, right? These are the name of the periods. Cause DCP, that's the trick. Cause DCP, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, right? Carboniferous, Permian. That's why this Proterozoic is known as Precambrian, because it is before Cambrian. So if in the paper they are, right now these days they are not asking this question, but if you will solve previous year questions, you will find it, right? The sequence of these periods, you have to arrange it, right? So cause DCP, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, right? Devonian, the Carboniferous and the Permian. So these are the periods. These are the periods. Okay. These are the periods. Okay. So I need to tell you one more thing. So when it is, okay, here I'm going to write the era is Proterozoic. Okay. The era is Proterozoic. The periods are cause DCP, COS-DCP. So it's, as I said, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, and finally the Permian. So when you talk about this Cambrian, right, so these extinct arthropods, right, that arthropods, now they are extinct, tribolites they are. I don't remember the name exactly. Tribolite arthropods, they were extinct, right? No need to remember it, but try to relate it. You need to remember the name of era, periods and epochs. If you can, you should remember the name of era, periods and epochs. That's all. That's all. So in the Cambrian, what was there? Your arthropod, at this time they are extinct, but at the time they were dominant, right? Now they are not present. Now they are not present, but now they are extinct, but at this time they were dominant. So when I'm saying something is dominant there, means at that time that particular group of animals, they were too much. Okay, next is Ordovician. You know Ordovician? Do you know Ordovician? Ordovician is considered as the age of invertebrates. I don't know whether you know it or not. Ordovician is considered as the age of invertebrates. Such questions can come, bache. So what is the meaning of age of invertebrates? What is the meaning of this? Age of invertebrates means at that time invertebrates were too much. You know, invertebrates, those who are not having the vertebral column, right? So age of invertebrates means invertebrates, they were dominant, right? I'm writing it here. Age of invertebrates means invertebrates, they were dominant. Okay, their number was maximum there. So if bache invertebrates are dominant, that doesn't mean that vertebrates cannot originate. So in Ordovician, the origin of vertebrate was there, right? So vertebrates originated in Proterozoic era. That's how you can relate the, right, Earth's history and this evolutionary history of the life forms. Okay, okay. Right, so at this time your invertebrates, they were too much. Origin of vertebrates were there. The mollusca, their number was too much there. Got it? Got it? Trust me, attend this class, right? Listen to me for next 5 minutes and you will get the courage to read this topic from your NCERT, right? Okay? Oh, okay? Oh yes, bache, my bad, here it is Paleozoic. Right, yes, it's Paleozoic. By mistake I mentioned Proterozoic, it's Paleozoic. Thank you, bache. Thank you so much for correcting. Yes, it is Paleozoic, my bad. Okay, so it's Paleozoic. Okay, thank you so much. So this part clear, cos DCP part clear. And now do you know how are they related? The Ordovician, age of invertebrates, origin of vertebrate, right? Origin of vertebrate, the invertebrates, they were abundant. Clear? So next is Silurian. Next is what? Silurian. So bache, here in this time, jawless fishes, they were dominating. Jawless fishes were present, right? When it was Silurian, na, so jawed fishes having jaws, right, they arose. Okay, that's how you have to relate. Okay, that's how you have to relate. So in Silurian, origin of jawed fishes, right bache, wingless insect and the coral reef. So now are you understanding it? Do I need to write this part? Do I need to write this part? Yes, do I need to write this part? And do you know what, in Silurian also there was the, if I talk about the plants, right, obviously evolution was also there in the case of plants. So spore bearing plants, so earliest spore bearing plants, they originated in Silurian, right? They originated in Silurian. Clear? Are you sure? Okay, so next is Devonian. Okay, so Devonian is the, again it's important, it's the age of fishes. So again I'm repeating this point, bache, when I'm saying age of invertebrates, when I'm saying age of fishes, means fishes, they are dominating, right? Invertebrates, they are dominating. Clear, bache? So if fishes are dominating, now you can relate it with animal kingdom. Fishes, then amphibian, then reptile, birds, mammals. Am I right? You remember that trick? Aram. Fishes, amphibian, reptile, birds, mammals. Fishes, amphibians, reptile, bird, mammal. Remember? So if fishes in Devonian, if Devonian is the age of fishes, then 110%, what was happening here? The origin of amphibians. right? If fishes they are dominant, so means amphibians they are originated in the Devonian period. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes, fishes they are abundant, spiders they appeared, right? Or tree ferns they were also present. Tree ferns, trees, ferns, they were present if you talk about the plants, right? If you talk about the plants. Clear? Then Carboniferous, exactly, you are right, very good. Carboniferous is the age of amphibian. So if it is the age of amphibian, then what's next? If it is the age of amphibian, then what's next? Yes, bache, you are right, it is the age of amphibian. So obviously origin of reptiles, right? And winged insect also. So here reptiles originated. Okay, reptiles they originated here. Okay, the winged insect they originated here, right bache? The moreover the tree ferns they originated here. Here the mosses were there, not the tree ferns. Right, so tree ferns. Clear? Then comes the Permian bache. So in Permian, basically what is going to happen? The mammal like reptiles they originated, your therapsids, right? Your therapsids, mammal like reptiles, right? Therapsids they originated. Clear bache? And moreover the conifers, you know na conifers, when you talk about the plants, conifers, gymnosperms they are, cone bearing plants they are. So conifers they originated. Understood? Conifers they originated. Clear bache? So can you revise it with me? So right, let's follow the Pomodoro. We are done with 20 minutes. Still 2 minutes are pending. So can we revise it for next 2 to 3 minutes? Can we revise it for next 2 to 3 minutes? Yes, right? So Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Cenozoic. Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Cenozoic. Cenozoic is the modern era in which we are living. So Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic. Because we do not have space here, right? We do not have space here. So here I am writing. So Cenozoic. Cenozoic is the modern era in which we are living today, in which basically mammals they are dominating. Clear? Clear? So let's revise for 2 minutes. Yes, bache, trilobites they became extinct in Permian. You are right, bache. Right. So Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Cenozoic. So currently we are in Cenozoic. We are in Cenozoic. Right? Right. So now you are not going to find these words difficult. Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Paleozoic and Cenozoic. Now come to this part here. This is what you need to remember. It's cause DCP. Please repeat. It's cause DCP. No need to remember any epoch here. Right? You are lucky. No need to remember any epoch here. So Cambrian, right? Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, right? Carboniferous and Permian. So Ordovician, age of invertebrates, that's what we need to remember. Devonian, age of fishes. Carboniferous, age of, yes everyone, age of, tell me, age of, yes, amphibians. Guys, stop chit chatting and answer my question. If you're new to our channel, hit the like button and do subscribe to our channel. Okay, so age of amphibian, exactly. Now come to, right? So okay, done. So it's cause DCP, cause DCP, cause DCP. Chalo. So now so you want one more break? Abhi, I don't know. Please refresh. Please refresh. Chalo, now please refresh. Okay, Abhi, you please refresh and everyone. Do you need one more minute or it's done? Can we start our another interval? Another 20 minutes? Hanji Samiksha, can we start our next interval? Another 20 minutes? है ना, it's fun ना, it's fun. Okay, so next interval. So it's 37, 20 minutes means at 57 we are going to interact. Right? Chalo. So next here you can see Cenozoic era. Cenozoic era. So when you talk about okay, not Cenozoic, we missed the Mesozoic. Yes, so Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and then comes the Cenozoic. Okay, Mesozoic and then comes the Cenozoic. So Mesozoic, I hope you all know about it, right? So we are currently living in Cenozoic. It is the right. So Mesozoic, you know that the Mesozoic in which reptiles were dominating. In which reptiles were dominating. So it is the era of medieval life, right? It is the time period. It is the age of reptiles. So reptiles were dominating, isn't it? Reptiles were dominating. And when you talk about the periods here, so it's very simple. It's very simple. Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Very simple it is. Triassic, Jurassic. You all know about Jurassic Park, right? And then Cretaceous. Simple as that. These are the three periods that are present here. So Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. So do I need to tell you, or you remember this? Right? So age of reptile is your Jurassic actually. It is your Jurassic actually. And it is the time when, yes, age of reptile, it is Jurassic, and here the origin of toothed bird, that is your Archaeopteryx, was there, right? And it was the, here in Jurassic, the gymnosperms were dominating. Do you know that? Gymnosperms, they were dominating. And do you know that at this time, your angiosperms, they just originated, but gymnosperms, they were dominating. And a toothed bird appeared, right? So you can relate it with Archaeopteryx. Okay, you can relate it with Archaeopteryx. Clear, bache? Clear, clear, clear. And in the Cretaceous, it was the dominance of angiospermic plants, right? It was the dominance of angiospermic plants. Clear? Okay, in the Cretaceous. And I told you what happened in the Jurassic. Fine, it was in the case of Jurassic. And now next is the Cenozoic era, right? So in the Cenozoic era, here you need to know about only two periods, right? You should know about only two periods, and that is tertiary and quaternary. That's again simple. It is going to be tertiary and quaternary. Fine. It is tertiary and quaternary. Clear, bache? So in the tertiary, again, bache, you can relate it with the evolution of the horse. So Paleocene, Eocene, Oligocene, Miocene. Wait. Paleocene, Oligocene, Miocene, Pliocene, Eocene. These are the epochs. Right, these are the epochs. Clear, bache? Yes. So here in tertiary, that's what you have: Paleocene, Oligocene, Miocene, Pliocene. So if at least in paper, if you will get these words, right, you'll get to know that okay, they belong to era, it belongs to period, it belongs to epochs, right? So Paleocene, Eocene, then Oligocene. Oh, I missed Eocene, I guess. Paleocene, Eocene. Then Oligocene, Miocene, Pliocene. Then comes Pleistocene, right? Then there is the Pleistocene and Holocene. Pleistocene and Holocene. Okay, so in the quaternary period you have these two epochs. In the tertiary period you have these five epochs. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Yes? Yes, is that clear? So Pleistocene is the ice age, bache, right? Human appeared, social life of humans started. Okay, social life of humans started in the Pleistocene. This Pleistocene is known as ice age. Social life of humans started. Okay, so you can compare these epochs with the evolution of horse if you know, right? Just modern horse is Equus. It's a previous year question. I hope you know that modern horse, it is Equus, which is present today in Holocene epoch. Clear? Clear? In the case of horse, this is how we start na: Eohippus, Mesohippus, Merychippus, Pliohippus, Equus. I don't know whether you know it or not. Like when you talk about the evolution of horse, we start from Eocene, like this. So Eohippus, right? Eohippus, Mesohippus, Merychippus, Pliohippus, and the Equus, right? So horse evolved in this time. Okay, so that's your homework. Hi Gopika, thank you so much for the appreciation. Thank you so much, Vardhan. Ma'am, when is your birthday? It is on 5th of August. Okay, so that's how you have to relate. Okay, so can we revise it? Yes, everyone, can we revise it? Can we revise it? So Cenozoic is the, yes, what is Cenozoic? It is the age of birds, mammals, and angiosperms. It is the age of birds, it is the age of mammals, it is the age of angiosperms. They all were dominating in Cenozoic era. Okay, they all were dominating in Cenozoic era. So Cenozoic era is the age of mammals also. Okay, okay. So in Pliocene, right, in Pliocene, ape-like ancestor of human appear. Do you know that? It is in Pliocene when ape-like ancestor of humans appear. Australopithecus it is. Okay, that is Australopithecus. What is it? That is Australopithecus. Okay, fine. So can we revise this geological time scale from NCERT? Yes, can we revise it from NCERT? See this. This is what they are showing. So now you understand these words: Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Tertiary, and Quaternary. Am I right? Now you know the meaning of these terms. Right, Rakshit, you know the meaning of these terms. Okay, so now relate it. Let's start. So if it is Paleozoic, means here you are talking about Proterozoic. So how do we start? We start from chlorophyte ancestors, right? So obviously, no doubt, as of now we don't have any question like this, but yeah, they can give you this diagram. They can just put blanks here, A, B, or C. They can ask you, what are they? Okay, what are they? So I really don't want to miss anything. That's why I'm emphasizing it also, right? At least you should have a teacher who's teaching you everything. It's your choice you want to revise it or not. Okay, but now you know these words. So can we revise it quickly? Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. Can we repeat it? Azoic, Archeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. Done? Done? Then come to cause DCP. Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, and Permian. Next to it, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Next to it, Tertiary, Quaternary. Simple. Simple. Yes, diagrams are important. Then when you move to the epoch, how are we going to start? Eocene? No. Before Eocene, we have something that is Paleocene. Paleocene, Eocene, Oligocene, Pliocene, Pleistocene. Right, Miocene, Oligocene, Miocene, Pliocene, Pleistocene, Holocene. Okay, okay. So chlorophyte ancestor, right? Chlorophyll, you can relate it with algae. Then tracheophyte, you know that tracheophytes, we related with that, having what? Plants having what? The vascular bundle. So you can revise it like this, right? Right. So there is something called smart work. Chlorophyte related with chlorophyll means algae, related with algae. Chlorophyte, tracheophyte, then Rhynia type plants, then xylophyton. Actually here they are talking about pteridophytes, right? So basically these signs, what are they showing? Just look at this. Just in tertiary, in Cenozoic era, in tertiary period, bryophytes were dominating. Clear, bache? In quaternary, angiosperms, flowering plants were dominating. In tertiary itself, monocots were present, right? So dicots, they were primitive than monocots. Dicots were there in Cretaceous. Clear? Clear? So I know it becomes difficult for you to revise, but can you do one thing? Can you do one thing? This is what you can revise. Progymnosperms, they are forming seed ferns. So cycads, and this is what you are getting from it. At least revise that much, right? Right? So progymnosperms, seed ferns, they are forming cycads and dicots, and then further they are having monocots and angiosperms. At least remember that much, right? Can you do that? Chalo, it's a challenge for you. It's a challenge for you. Okay? Just remember that much if you can. If you can, it's a challenge. Right? You need to remember that progymnosperm is in Devonian, seed fawn here in between Carbonian and Permian, Cycadus is in Jurassic, Cretaceous is in Dicot, like this. Okay, only this part. I'm not talking about this part. Only that part. Okay, and if you are done with it, then this one. It's also the part of that challenge. Okay? Okay, so can we revise it from NCERT and see another diagram? They are talking about the dinosaur, a family tree of dinosaur. So Brachiosaurus, Stegosaurus, Archaeopteryx. Here you have Archaeopteryx, Crocodilian, right? Pteranodon, Tyrannosaurs, and Triceratops. Okay, the diagrams I'm explaining. It's your choice to pick it up or not. So now when you talk about the animals, see in Carboniferous. Carboniferous is the age of amphibian. So you know that. Aram, A-R-M, A-M. So fishes, then amphibians, then reptiles, then apes, then mammals. So if Carboniferous is the age of amphibian, means reptiles. See, early reptiles, they will become extinct here, right? Then sauropsids and synapsids. So synapsids will form these Paleocosaurus, right? Right, bache. And here sauropsid, the Thecodon, and further dinosaurs. Therapsids, they are extinct. So what you can do is, you should know which are extinct. At least you can revise that much. Right, which are extinct. Okay, take care. So just revise this part. Let's revise this part, brief account of evolution, and then we will move to that homologous and analogous organ, your favorite topic. Take care, your favorite topics. I still have, right, I still have few minutes. Dekha, this interval wala part is good na? This Pomodoro is good na? It is good na? In intervals we are dividing our work and we are having breaks also in between. Abhi bache, if payment is not working for that particular batch, please try once again after some time. Okay, so see, years are important. So I told you initially na that you have to make a sheet, on a sheet you have to write down 20 billion years ago this, right? So include next point here, that about 2000 million years ago, the first cellular form of life appeared on Earth, right? About 2000 million years ago, right, first cellular form of life appeared on Earth. Please mark this. It is important. So by the time of 500 million years ago, invertebrates were formed and they were active. Jawless fishes, they evolved around 350 million years ago. See, they are simple notes now. I'll share it in our Telegram group. Okay, seaweeds and few plants existed probably around 320 million years ago. So all of them are NCERT statements. Okay, so individually you can revise. First organism that invaded land were plants, MCQ. They were widespread on land when animals invaded land. So before animals, right, plants, they already invaded the land. This is something very simple and I assume you know that. You know that na, before plants, animals, they dominated. Do you know that? Before plants, animals, before animals, the plants, they dominated the land. So fish with stout and strong fins could move on land and go back in water. This was about 350 million years ago. So there is one name for such fishes. Hope you know that. So see, the fishes with stout and strong fins could move on land and go back to water. So in 1938, a fish caught in South Africa happened to be coelacanth. This is the word, which was thought to be extinct. These animals called lobe fins, they evolved into the first amphibian that lived on both land and water. Important MCQ. Please note down. Right? Question can come from this part. It is important. Bacho. Coelacanth, right? Coelacanth, it is important. So coelacanth, they evolved into first amphibians. The amphibians, you know that amphi means dual. What is the meaning of amphi? Amphibian, it is, amphi means dual, right? The organisms that can live on land as well as on water, right? That can live on land as well as on water. Amphibians, dual habitat, they have the dual habitat. So coelacanth, they evolved into it. So this is important question. It is also a PYQ. Please mark this particular statement in your book, in your NCERT as well. Please mark it in your NCERT, guys. Quickly, please mark it in your NCERT. Class 10, thank you so much, bache. Please focus here, right? So these were ancestors of modern day frogs and salamanders. The amphibians evolved into reptiles. They lay thick-shelled egg which do not dry up in sun, unlike those of amphibian. So another important MCQ. Okay, done. So if you remember that classification, no, from animal kingdom, then that is going to be easy for you. So frog, amphibians, reptiles, aves, mammals. Okay, so it comes under the superclass Pisces, right? And they under superclass Tetrapoda. So you should remember this also, right? So Pisces and Tetrapoda, it is superclass, right? They are superclasses and they are the classes. It's not frog, my bad, it's fish. Okay, it's fish, right? So fish, amphibian, reptiles, apes and mammals. So coelacanth, right, they evolved into the amphibians, right, that can live in water as well as on the land. Then reptiles, then aves, then mammals. So Archaeopteryx lithographica, missing link. On the basis of that, we used to say birds are glorified reptile. Archaeopteryx lithographica is a missing link in which both the features of what? The features of reptile as well as bird are present. Okay, done. Done. So synapsids were the mammal-like early reptiles. Okay. Synapsids, please note down. Synapsids were mammal-like early reptiles. That's important. Synapsids, they were mammal-like early reptiles which gave rise to mammals. Okay, which gave rise to mammals. Fine, synapsids, done. Sure. Next is, okay, so it is all related to the animals, right? This part is also related to the plants as well, bache, right? So that we will discuss, but not now, later. Just a minute. Okay, okay, that also we have to discuss, but we will discuss it later. That related to the birds also, na, that this part is there. Okay. So any doubt from this this geological time scale, please revise it. Please revise it after the lecture, okay? Please revise it after the lecture. This is the slide that I missed. Yup. So see, in the next 200 million years or so, reptiles of different shape and sizes, they dominated on Earth. Giant ferns means pteridophytes. They were present, but they all fell to form coal deposits slowly. So some of these land reptiles went back into the water. They evolved into, yes bache, into fishes, into fish-like reptiles. Ichthyosaurus, MCQ, right? So that is a fish-like reptile. Clear bache? Right? It's a fish-like reptile. Important MCQ. So land reptiles were, of course, right, the dinosaurs. The biggest of them is Tyrannosaurs. Okay? So I can ask you this question. Literally, I can ask you this question. I know it's difficult for you people to remember the names, remember the years, but you can give it a try. At least you can remember this one, na? That some of the land reptiles, right, they got scared. They again went to the water. They are like, nahi yaar, I'll again went to water and I will be like a fish. Ichthyosaurus. That's how you can remember. This is what we know: fishes, amphibian, reptile, birds, mammals. So coelacanth formed amphibian, then they formed the reptile. Some of the reptiles are like, we are getting bored here on land. What we have to do? We should go back to the water. What will we do? We will form fish like reptile. So the example given is Ichthyosaurus. So in the form of a story, you can remember this. I remember it in the form of a story. Okay. Okay, so land reptile were of course the dinosaur. Highest of them is Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus. It's a basic question. It's a basic question. Tyrannosaurus is the biggest, right? It is the biggest dinosaur. 20 feet in height, huge, fearsome, dagger-like teeth. And about 65 million years ago, dinosaur, they suddenly disappeared. And you know, it was the mass extinction. All of them, they disappeared. All of them, they disappeared. It was mass extinction, right? So climatic changes killed them, right? Some say they evolved into birds. The truth may live in between. So small sized reptile of that era, they still existed today. Yes, this is another important question. First mammal were like shrews. It's another PYQ. First mammal were like shrews. Okay, their fossils are small size. Mammals were viviparous, protected their unborn young inside the mother's body. They were more intelligent in sensing and avoiding danger. Okay, so when reptiles came down, mammals took over this earth. There were in South America mammals resembling horse, hippopotamus, bear, rabbit, etc. Okay, so due to continental drift, this we will discuss under biogeographical evidences. South America joined North America. These animals were overridden by North American fauna. Due to the same continental drift, pouched mammals of Australia survived because of lack of competition from any other mammal. So what are they trying to say? Continental drift, right? They say earlier now the land, this biogeographical land, it was all same. No continent concept was there. It was the same landmass. Pangea was the word for that, right? Pangea was the word for that. Same landmass was there, and because of continental drift, right, we got that continents, they got separated, some joined together, some, you know, because of that even distribution got affected. Like we have, you know, some organisms which are located to a particular region only. Just in Australia pouched mammals are there, right? Because that pouched mammals, they do not have, right, other mammals. Before the evolution of another placental mammals, these pouched mammals, they got separated, right? So in Australia we have that pouched mammals, they didn't face the competition, so they survived there. You are not going to find pouched mammal, the kangaroo, anywhere else. Okay, you are not going to find it anywhere else. Just some, right, some is a kind of random distribution. Just let's say two areas, they are very far away from each other, but still they have same type of organism. So what can be the possible explanation? Just earlier they were together, right? They were having same type of animal. Because of continental drift, they got separated. So they are having same, right? They are having same type of animals like this. So this line is explaining that part. So do not underestimate this particular part. Okay, please revise it. Done. And trust me, after it, actually the NCERT reading will become easy for you, because according to me this is the most annoying topic, right? This is the most annoying topic. Rest is theories. See, now we have to finish these evidences. We need another 30 minutes, then theories, and then finally your Hardy-Wingber human evolution. Okay, so do you need break? Yes, do you need break before starting this morphological and anatomical evidences? We started at 9:15, no? So if you want break, I can give you. If you don't want, we can proceed. 10 minutes. Chalo, take it for 15 minutes, okay? Don't worry. Even for me, it is the dinner break. Okay? Take it? So see you all then. Hi everyone, can you see me, hear me? Yes, can you see me, hear me? Hello. So guys, what happened? What about others? We started the session with I think 250 or 260 students, I don't remember, or 230. Okay, so now we just have 105 students. What about others? Bas. Hello, hello, hello. Wake up. Wake up and quickly share the session link with your friends, right? And tell them, join the session. Okay, because now we are going to start the morphological and anatomical evidences, one of the most important topics of this chapter, and now we'll quickly wrap it up. Okay, so see, we'll take 2 hours. Now we'll finish evidences, then we will go for the theories. It will take around 2 hours, then again I will give you a break, and then finally, and after that Hardy-Wingber human evolution altogether, right? So it's 11:30, let's consider it as 11:30. So we'll go, the session will go till 2:30. It will go till 2:30. You are back. Chalo, theek hai. So quickly, just tell me about the geological time scale. Just write down the name of all the eras in a proper sequence. Just write down the name of all the eras in proper sequence. And if you are going to stay with me till the end, HSP sir and Wazeem sir is going to give you the party. Okay, right? So you will have to share your address with me. I will ask them, right? I will order everything, and they both they are going to pay. Okay? And in my next marathon, when it is principles of inheritance and variation, if you will stay till the end, then Pankhudi ma'am, Yawar sir and Kailash sir is going to pay the bill. Okay? Because that session is very, very, very lengthy. Okay? So if you will stay till the end, HSP sir and Wazeem sir will pay the bill, and in next session, Pankhudi ma'am, Kailash sir and Yawar sir is going to pay the bill. Okay? Okay? So, Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic, very good. And what about the Azoic, Archaeozoic, Proterozoic? What about the period? What about the periods in Proterozoic? Do you remember the sequence? Yes. Do you remember the sequence? Tell me quickly. Do you remember the sequence? I'm talking about periods. Ma'am, when are you going to pay? Arey, Akhila, I am the youngest member, yaar. I am not going to pay. I am the youngest member of this team. I am not going to pay. Maybe Yawar sir and maybe he's the youngest. I don't think so. Actually, I am the youngest member. Okay, so I am not going to pay. Simple. It's simple. So it's cos DCP. Okay, it's cos DCP. So Afra, cos DCP. C, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous and Permian. Okay, so this was all about the fossil evidences. So next evidences that we need to study is the morphological and anatomical evidences. What is it? It is the morphological and anatomical evidences. So see, this part is important even for the CBSE board now to this chapter is not there, but yeah, the question used to come from this chapter in CBSE exams also. Okay, so see, morphology, morph, right? Morph means form, isn't it? Right, it is the study of the form, isn't it? It is the study of the form. So when it is the anatomical anatomy, you are talking about the internal structure here. What are you discussing here? You are talking about the internal structure here. So when we compare the organisms, when we check their morphology, when we check their anatomy, what we observe? We observe there are similarities and differences with other species also. See, we are humans, right? We are the members of same species. Okay, so definitely we are going to have similarities. That is making sense. That is making sense. But there are certain different organisms also, right, Ramesh Bache? There are certain different organisms also which are very different from us. Still, we are sharing some similarities and differences with them. So when we study such similarities, when we study such differences, right, we can learn about the ancestry. Okay, what can we do? We can learn about the ancestry there. Okay, that's why morphological and anatomical evidences, they are very important. And the two important things that we are going to study here is, this is analogy and homology. Right, these are the two most important things that we are going to study here, that is homology and analogy. Right, bache? So first of all, let's start with the homologous organ. Right, let's start with the homology. Right, homo means same, isn't it? When the word is homo, right, when the word is homo, homo means same. Homology is the word now. Now, bache, there are certain it's very simple. You know, when the structure of the organism, it is same. When in different organisms, the basic structure is same, but their function is different, then such organs are homologous organ. Right, then such organs are homologous organ. So when it is homology, so here the organs, right, what are we going to consider? The organs having common origin. The origin is what? The origin is common here. So that's why, bache, the basic structure is also same. Homo means same basic structure, means same origin, right? Same basic structure means same origin. So organs which have common origin, right, having common origin, yeah, embryonic development, this is what you can write down, common origin, embryonic development, and the common fundamental, right, and common fundamental structure. The fundamental structure is same here, the origin is the same here, but when it comes to function, the function is, yes everyone, do let me know in the chat section, guys. Be energetic, wash your face if you are feeling sleepy, right? Then you can take a stroll as well. You can just put your earphones, you can make the notes later, but listen to me carefully. Okay, so organs having common origin, embryonic development, same fundamental structure, but perform different functions here, right? What are we going to consider? We are going to consider the organs which perform different functions. It can be similar also, right? We'll tell you about it. Different functions, that is the part of homology. So basic structure should be same here, that's the point. Okay, the basic structure should be same here, that is the point. Okay, so now look at this. See, two things are there, then I will come to the notes. Firstly, let me explain this. So bache, you have a trick here, that is HDAC. HDAC. What is the trick? HDAC. HD, high definition. Okay, means H stands for homology, D stands for divergent evolution, or H stands for homologous organs, or D stands for divergent evolution. Here A stands for analogy or analogous organ, and C stands for convergent evolution. What is C here? C is the convergent evolution here. So bache, as I said, here the basic structure is the same, the origin is the same, right? Basic structure is the same, the origin is the same, but functions are going to be different, right? But functions are going to be different. Just say, let's say you belong to a same family, but right, one of your brothers, he moved to some foreign country, he started studying there, he started working there, right? You are still here in this country. Obviously there will be a difference, na, right? Although you belong to same country, right? Although you belong to same country, but there will be the difference, na, in your lifestyle and maybe in your thinking also. Right, maybe in your thinking also. So here also that's the scenario, that basic structure is same, but as per the environmental condition, as per that environmental condition and as per demand, the function will vary. That is the homologous organs, right? That type of organs are homologous organs. So it shows a divergent evolution, to diverge. Right, what is the word here? It means to diverge, right? To diverge. So let's say there is a common ancestor. So from that common ancestor we are getting two, right? From that common ancestor, two different species are originating. This is the meaning of diverge, na, in simple words. This is the meaning of diverge, na, in simple words. So to diverge, so ancestor is common, but two different species they will form, right? So that's why this homology, it shows the divergent evolution. Clear bache? It shows the divergent evolution. Clear? Now analogous organ. So here what is the point bache? The origin is different, right? Origin is different, but because they are inhibiting same conditions, right? So here the organs are having same function, right? Their function is going to be same. So it is convergent to converge. Like let's say ancestors are different, right? We are talking about two species here and their ancestors are different, but because they are living in the same conditions, so the functions, they are same. So to converge and to diverge, to converge and to diverge, this is what you need to remember. Now come to this slide when we are talking about the homologous structure. So as I said, the function is going to be different, the basic origin is same, so please keep it in your mind. So there are different examples, just a whale, bat, cheetah, human, they all are mammals. So they show structural symmetry in the pattern of bones, right? We have humerus, here we have humerus, radius ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges, right? We have this now, humerus, radius ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. Humerus, radius ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. So even in man, even in cheetah, even in whale, even in bat, this basic structure is same. The fundamental structure is same, but all of them are having different function, isn't it? But the function is what? Different, right? So see, these forelimbs, they perform different functions in these animals, right? But anatomical, internal structure, it's same. I told you about it, right bache? Right bache? So hence in these animals, the same structure, they developed along different directions due to adaptation and different needs. So that's why it is the divergent evolution. So this line is very important, that homology indicates common ancestry. So if homologous organs are there, if homology is there, it means common ancestry. Piyush, we will discuss that too. Please have patience. Now move to the next part, right? Bache, homology is not only seen in the organs, there are other things also, Vijay. There are other things also, Vijay. Jaise vertebrate hearts or brains, right? When you compare, yes bache, right? The next point is what? The next point is, yes bacha, the next point is vertebrate heart, right? Vertebrate heart or brains. So there also the structure homology is seen. Clear bache? There also the structure homology is seen. Okay, 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 okay. Yes, so structure similarity is again there. Yes, structural similarity is again there when you compare fishes, amphibian, reptile, birds and mammals, right? But you know that as per their habitat, you can compare fishes, you can compare amphibians, right? You can compare reptiles, birds, mammals. So you know that in their case the basic structures, they are same, but with time what is going to happen? The specialization will be there as per habitat, right? If I talk about the fishes, I'm saying the basic structure is same. So fishes, they are having two chambered heart, and that heart will pump only the deoxygenated blood. On the other hand, if you compare it with the birds, basic structure is same, but here it is meant for pumping oxygenated and deoxygenated heart both, isn't it? Blood both, isn't it? Isn't it? So that's why varied degree of specialization is there. Basic function, okay, you can say it is basically pumping the blood, fine, but actually this is happening here, right? So plants, the thorn and the tendrils of bougainvillea and cucurbita, right? Thorns and the tendrils. So here also the basic structure is same, but functions are different. You know na, the function of thorn and the function of tendrils. So tendrils will help in that attachment, and thorn is for protection. If there is any grazer, from protection from that grazer, tendrils will help in attachment, right? Clear bache? Clear? And there is biochemical or molecular homology as well. Can you elaborate this point? Biochemical or molecular homology, right bache? Right? So some different organisms are there, but at molecular level you will see they are having same type of enzymes, right? Just a protein found in the blood of man and ape, they are similar. I'll give you one example. Protein found in the blood of apes and man are similar. Fine, they are what? They are similar. Got it? Right? So that's the point that you need to remember. Okay, so next is the analogous structures. So I already explained you, isn't it? I already explained you. So here analogy is there. So the basic structure is different. Basic structure is different, but function is same. So anyone who can tell me about the examples? But function is same. So anyone who can tell me about the examples? Quick. Yes, can you please tell me about the examples? Very simple it is. Eye of octopus and basic structure is same, but the function is, basic structure is different, but the function is same. So eye of octopus and eye of mammal. You can compare it with any mammal. You can compare it with cat as well. Okay, okay. So other than that, if you remember the sweet potato and potato, the sweet potato and potato. Bache, this is important. It is a previous year question. Sweet potato is a root modification, right? Its internal structure is basically a root. It's a modified root. Potato, it's a stem tuber, so it's a stem modification. So basic structure, the internal structure is different in both the cases, but the basic function is same, that is to store the food, right? But the basic function is same, to store the food. So then flippers of penguins and dolphins, right? Flippers of penguins and dolphin. So examples are important, right? Examples are very important. So flippers of penguins and dolphins. So wings of butterfly and birds, isn't it? Very famous example. Wings of butterfly and birds. So bache, when you are talking about the wings, right, so obviously they'll be helpful in flying. So in the case of butterfly, it is just the membranous extension, right? Just membrane is forming the wing. But in the case of birds, right, feathers are there. Clear? But let's say if we compare the forelimb of a bird, right, we compare the forelimb of a bird and what do we call it? Forelimb of a bird and the bat. So basic structure is same, humerus, radius ulna. Right? In the case of bat, the feather is made up of what? The feather is having that skin, that patagium. But in the case of bird, it is having the feather. So that's how you need to remember. Okay? Okay, that's how you need to remember. Understood? So analogy is also important. Then comes the vestigial organ. So bache, all of them are the examples of comparative anatomy. So do you know about the vestigial organ? I'm pretty sure, Akhila, you all know about it. Right, you know about it, vestigial organs. So what are vestigial organs, students? What are vestigial organs? So you know that they are believed to be the remnants. They are believed to be what? They are believed to be the remnants, the remaining part, which were complete and functional, right? They were functional in ancestors, but now, right, they are non-functional. Yes, they do not have any use. Okay, so these are the organs which are present in reduced form, right? Organs which are present in reduced form. So reduced form means remaining part, so that's why we can use this word, na, remnants. So which are present in reduced form and perform no function. Okay, and they perform no function. Are you getting it? So organs which are present in reduced form, remnants, right? Reduced form, remnants, and do not perform any function. Right, bache? But they were functional in the related individuals, in the related offsprings. Okay, you cannot say that, see, they are not functional in our case, but they are functional in some related organisms or in the ancestors. So that is how they help in understanding the ancestry. Clear, bache? That is how, Piyush, bache, they help in understanding the ancestry. Clear, bache? So study of vestigial organism is having evolutionary advantage. Right, bache? Right. Exactly. Right now. Right. So organs which are present in reduced form and perform no function but were functional in related, you can say that ancestral, even in related or in ancestral organisms, right, where they are sharing the common ancestry. So see, it's very simple. Let's say there is one organism. Let's say we have Chintu, right? Chintu is having one organ. So that organ used to be functional, but now Chintu adapted to different environmental conditions, right? Chintu adapted to different environmental condition, and now that particular organ is not functional. It is not functional at all. Clear? So now in that scenario, what can we say? Initially it was functional in our body, but because of change in environmental condition, now it has become non-functional. Or obviously, right, with the time, what is going to happen? The next progeny, with many generations, even they are not going to have that particular organ. Okay, so that's why this vestigial organ is having the evolutionary significance, right? They help us to understand the related organisms, the related individual. Clear, bache? Clear? So you know the examples, right? Yes, you know the examples, right, when it comes to the vestigial organs? I'm pretty sure you know the examples. And bache, it's all about the examples. You should know as much as you can, right? You should write down all the examples that you know, right? So best example that you all know is vermiform appendix, right? It is vermiform appendix. You know that it is non-functional in our body, right? And if there is inflammation here, it can result in appendicitis. So vermiform appendix. Cocaix, do you know cocaix? Right? Do you know cocaix? Like in vertebral column, we talk about the tailbone, na? Cocaix. It is of no use in our case. Nictitating membrane, which is also considered as third eyelid, no use, right? Extra, okay. Nipples in mammals, in the case of nipples in males, right? In males, okay, you know that it is of no use. It is of no use, but still nipples are present in males. So obviously it is the example of vestigial organ. Segmented muscles of abdomen. Yes, segmented muscles of abdomen. That is also vestigial. Our muscles, see, they are segmented. Okay, canines, right? Canines. Okay, they are the example. Or okay, how can I forget? Third, or you can say that last wisdom tooth, or last molar rather. Okay, so these are the examples of the vestigial organ. So examples, as I said, they are important. Clear, bache? Examples, they are very important. So you can include as many as you can. Just say here in the case of homologous organs, right, we also have the example of the mouth parts, right? Mouth parts where they have same function, but the function is they have same structure, but the function is different. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So please add more and more examples. Okay, more and more examples. Done, bache? So next is connecting link. Now see, connecting link comes under morphological and anatomical evidences, right? Connecting link, it is the part of morphological and anatomical evidences. But when you talk about the missing link, right, it comes under the paleontological evidences. Clear, bache? It comes under the paleontological evidences. Clear? Clear? Yes? Thank you. Moe. Guys, speed up. Okay, be energetic, yaar. You started leaving the class, not allowed. So focus here. So connecting link and missing link, the difference clear? Missing links, they are extinct. They are fossilized. They are not present today. They used to be there on planet Earth, but now they are not present. But when you are talking about the connecting link, they are still present. So that connecting link, right, because they are showing the connection in between two groups. So they are telling us the evolutionary significance. It is having evolutionary significance. It is telling us about the ancestry. Just say for an example, see, we have many examples. Euglena, you know that it is an example in between plants and animals. It's a connecting link in between plants and animals. Neopilina, you know na, Neopilina, it is the segmented mollusca. Yes, bache, do you know this example? Neopilina, it is the segmented mollusca. How many of you, right, know it? So it is the segmented mollusca. It is a connecting link in between Annelida plus mollusca. So it is telling us, right, that mollusca, they originated, you know na, Annelida, Arthropoda, mollusca. So mollusca somewhere they originated from annelids, right? That's how you can say. When it is peripatus, so peripatus is also the connecting link in between Annelida and Arthropoda, right? So that's how it is relating to different organisms, okay, right? Balanoglossus, it is a connecting link in between chordates and non-chordates, right? So obviously it is telling us that these chordates, they evolved from the non-chordates ancestral, okay. Egg-laying mammals, do you know egg-laying mammals? Ornithorhynchus, which is also known as duck-billed platypus, yes, which is also known as duck-billed platypus. So which is a connecting link in between the mammals and reptiles? So it is having characters of both mammals as well as reptiles. So guys, the examples that I have included here, na, they all are from animal kingdom. Clear bache? They all are from animal kingdom, okay. They all are from animal kingdom, right? So egg-laying mammal, Ornithorhynchus, duck-billed platypus. Then you have spiny anteater, right? This Echidna, it is the spiny anteater. So it is also a connecting link in between the mammals and reptiles. Fine, right? Virus, you know about the virus, right? It's a connecting link in between living and non-living organisms. Fine. Chimera, it is a connecting link in between bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes, okay, in between bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes. Clear? Sure. So connecting link, it is important. The next is atavism, which is also known as reversion. So what do you know about the atavism? This term is important. Yes, bache. What do you know about the atavism? Yes, it is the reoccurrence of ancestral character. What is atavism, bache? It is the reappearance or the occurrence of what? Occurrence of ancestral, right, bache, of certain ancestral characters. Okay, reappearance or of certain ancestral characters. Clear, bache? That is what atavism is. Reappearance of certain ancestral characters. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Right, bache? So the best example is the tail, right? Is the tail. So see, sometimes some ancestral characters, right, which are reduced or disappeared, they appear. Okay, so you know that the best example is having tail in human child. Tail in human child. So now if you are thinking that how is it related to evolution, right? How is it related to evolution? So simple. If there is an appearance of such ancestral characters, like let's say if there is a tail in a human being, so it is telling us that we are evolved from the ancestors, right? Right, we are evolved from the ancestors having tail, right? We are evolved from the ancestors having tail. Clear, bache? Done? So moving pinna. Some humans, they can move their pinna. Okay, so this is the example. So extra long and pointed canine teeth. Extra long and pointed canine teeth. Long and thick body hair. Okay, so these are the examples of atavism. Okay, bache. So this is all about the morphological and anatomical evidences. So can we revise it? Yes, bache. Can we revise it? Bache, more, please do not spam here. It's 11:51. Hannah, I'm taking class. We are not having any fun here. Okay, so why are you just spamming? Okay, so this part clear. So when we compare the morphologically and anatomically organisms, you know that we have different things. We will talk about the homology and analogy, right bache? We'll be discussing the connecting link. We are going to talk about the vestigial organs. We are going to talk about the atavism, right bache? So all these things, they are the evidences. They connect us with our ancestors. Okay, they are going to connect us with our ancestors. Got it? Yes, everyone, clear? Clear? So next thing is the embryological evidences. So look at this wonderful image, है ना? Look at this wonderful image. So this is another important topic, that is your embryological evidences. So bache, embryology, the study of the development of that embryo. So obviously these evidences are related to that developmental part. Okay, so here see this. Similarity in early development, resemblance among vertebrate embryo, resemblance among invertebrate larva, progressive metamorphosis, retrogressive metamorphosis, and biogenetic law. That's what we have. And you know that from this part, the most important topic is this, right? From where the question used to come, and that is the biogenetic law. Right, that is the biogenetic law. So embryological evidences, where what do we discuss? We are going to talk about the embryology, basically the development of that embryo. Okay, so the very first thing is similarity in early development. So let's talk about it. Right, the very first thing is similarity in early development. First of all, you all know that we all are developed from a single cell, and that single cell is known as zygote. Right, that single cell is known as zygote, and you know that zygote will undergo cleavage, that zygote will divide. It is going to form morula, it is going to form blastula, right? Then finally gastrula, right? Blastocyst will be there, then there will be the gastrula, and the implantation will occur. That's what we know. Yes, bache, that's what we know. So cleavage will be there, that will form morula, blastula, gastrula, right? And when you talk about this gastrula, right, it is having germ layers. So we have diploblastic organisms also, we have triploblastic organisms also. Diploblastic means having 2 germ layers. What is the meaning of diploblastic organisms? Having 2 germ layers, like ectoderm and, yes bache, which one is the second layer? One is ectoderm, another one is, guys, please be energetic and answer the question. One is ectoderm and another one is, yes, Leharika, Piyush, Hashar, very good bache. You are with me from the starting. Very good, Priyadarshini, excellent Bhavya, excellent Moksha. Yes bache. Exactly. So it is the ectoderm and the endoderm. It is the ectoderm and the endoderm. And when it is triploblastic, it is going to be ectoderm, it is going to be mesoderm, it is going to be endoderm. Okay, it is going to be endoderm. So what is the point here, students? It's very simple. When you compare this early development, that zygote will undergo cleavage, ball like morula, blastula, gastrula, it is going to form. And then you know that we have the organisms having 2 germ layers also, 3 germ layers also. So see, even if you relate it with animal kingdom, how do we start? Porifera, Cnidaria, Ctenophora, Platyhelminth, Esculminth, Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, Hemichordata, Chordata. That's what we have. So diploblastic, triploblastic organisms. Like let's pick up the Cnidaria, right? Let's pick up the Cnidaria. Let's pick up the Ctenophora, right? Even you can also pick up platyhelminths. Compare the platyhelminth with the mollusca. They are so different. But when you talk about the early developmental stages, they are same. So that's how embryological evidences, they help. Right? That's why the embryological evidences, they help. Clear bache? Right. So this is what we are going to learn from this. Now, resemblance among vertebrate embryo. Right? Resemblance among vertebrate embryo. So look at it. This is the salamander's embryo, this is a fish embryo, right? Like there are different examples, different examples. But when you look at their early stages, can you recognize it? If you are not aware of it, if you know that, okay, fine, this is the embryo of fish, then you can say so. But otherwise, if you will look at the early stages of early stages, you cannot differentiate that, isn't it? In the comparative study of embryos of same age of vertebrate like fish, salamander, tortoise, chick, right, and a man, we will see the resemblance. What are we going to see? We are going to see the resemblance. We cannot differentiate if we look at their early stages. Okay, if we look at their early stages. Clear, bache? Yes, is it clear? Yes or no? Is it clear? Yes. So next question again, why this point is important? Because again it is also related with your animal kingdom. So now mollusca, you know that, right? Shell bearing organism. Annelida, the first phylum in which we see the segmentation. Do you remember Annelida? The first phylum in which two segmentation is there. Can you give me the example of annelids? Can you give me any single example of annelids? Yes, bacho. Any single example of annelids? Annelids, I'm talking about annelids. Any example? Nereis is there, earthworm, leech. Okay. So they are so different from each other, but in both the cases one larva is common, that is trochophore larva. Okay, in their case this larva is common, that is your trochophore larva. Okay, it is common there. Yes or no? It is common there. Yes, bache? Done? Yes? Okay, so now when you talk about progressive metamorphosis, bache, what is the meaning of metamorphosis? What is the meaning of metamorphosis? Meta means change, morph means form. So metamorphosis means there will be a change in the form. So we have two types here. One is the progressive metamorphosis. Yes, bache. One is what? One is the progressive metamorphosis and another one is what? It is the retrogressive metamorphosis. One is what? It is the progressive metamorphosis and another is what? It is the retrogressive metamorphosis. This is what we have. Yes or no? This is what we have. So now progressive it is. In general, when we say progressive metamorphosis, then we are saying that the larva, right, it will metamorphosize, right, and the adult will have advanced features than larva. When it is retrometamorphosis, then we see that larva is, right, the larva is advanced than the adult. But now here, how are we comparing? We are talking about the ammoseed larva, right? Which example are we going to consider here? Ammoseed larva of lamprey. Ammoseed larva of lamprey resembles, right, it resembles adult branchiostoma, right? So branchiostoma and lamprey, they are two different organisms, but here what we observe that ammoseed larva of lamprey, it resembles branchiostoma. So this is only possible when they share some common ancestry. Am I right? Am I right? Yes, when they share some ancestry. So we can presume that lamprey has evolved from branchiostoma, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes, bache. Yes. So now there are two other organisms. Just herdmania is there. So now I will not explain this retrogressive metamorphosis in detail, but in simple words, if I have to explain you this. So here, like when you compare two organisms, when you see their structure, right, they are not showing the similarity. But when you study the embryological evidence, when you study their embryology, the embryonic development, then you see that there is a similarity. Right, there is a similarity. So it is related to that. Clear, bache? It is related to that. Done, bache? Retrogressive metamorphosis. Right? In general, I told you what is the meaning of retrogressive metamorphosis. Clear, bache? So basically, example is of Seculina and herdmania. The example is of Seculina and herdmania. Right? So herdmania, they are tunicates, they are having the covering test. No, so they don't show the resemblance. But when we study their embryonic development, we see the, yes, bache, we used to see what? We used to study see the resemblance. Okay. So now one more thing is there before starting the biogenetic law, because it is very important. Temporary embryonic structures. Yes, temporary embryonic structures. So I told you, right, this chapter is not at all difficult, right? It is not at all boring. It's just like a story, right? It's just like a story in a way of like, you have to consider it as a story ki someone is telling you a story about the origin of universe, origin of life, right? In that way it is going to be easy for you. And you know the most important topics. See, today we have covered embryological evidences, the morphological and anatomical evidences, hai na? Right? We have completed this portion, isn't it? We have already completed this part. So you know the area, you know the topics from where the question is going to come. And for rest of the chapter, just take it like a story. So if you are focused, if you really want to score 360 out of 360 marks, then you are not allowed to miss even a single line. But if you are thinking ki nahi yaar, I just want to answer few questions only, okay, then you can focus on most important topics, right? And I told you na that today itself I posted this video, top 50 do and die topics for biology. If you have seen it, very good. Otherwise, do check this video, right? Do check this video. Done, bache? Chaliye. So now I'm talking about temporary embryonic structures. So the best example here is of tadpole. Do you know tadpole? Do you know tadpole? Tadpole is the larva of frog. Okay, tadpole is the larva of frog. And when you look at that larva, you are going to find the gills. Okay, when you look at that larva, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? When you look at this larva, you will see the gills, right? But frog, they do not have the gills. So basically, what the tadpole larva is showing, the tadpole larva is showing the resemblance with the fishes. So we can say that frogs, they are originated from they evolved from the frogs. They are evolved from the fish-like ancestors, है ना? From the fish-like ancestors. Clear, बच्चे? Okay, so next is biogenetic law. Okay, next is biogenetic law. So before understanding this, you need to know about Bayer's law. What do you need to know? You need to know about Bayer's law. So, bache, it was given by, yes, it was given by Born-Ware. And do you know anything about Born-Ware? Yes, bache, do you know anything about Born-Ware? Yes, anything related to Born-Ware? He is the father of modern embryology. Do you know that? He is the father of modern embryology. Write down. Or simply you can write down he is the father of embryology, Born-Ware. So Born-Ware, he gave the law, that is the Bayer's law. And do you know what is the meaning of this law? Do you know what is the meaning of this law? Bayer's law. So as per this law, in embryonic stages, general character in embryonic stages, general characters, they appear first. So what's the point here? That in embryonic stages, right, in embryonic stages, the general characters, they appear first and specialized characters, they appear later. Okay, and specialized characters, they appear later. Yes or no? Right? So in embryonic stages, general characters, they appear first and the specialized characters, they appear later. So now what is the meaning of this particular line? See, when you talk about the mammals, right, which special character do we have? Which special character do we have? Yes, bache, Moksha, Piyush, Hindu. Which special character do we have when we talk about the mammals? It's a very simple question. It's literally a very simple question. Here, very good version, excellent, right? It's here, right? Here, mammary glands are also there, but here. Okay, so when you will study the development, the embryonic development of mammals, right? You will see general character, the other systems and everything first. Even if you are comparing that study with other vertebrate embryo, you will see that, right? You will see that general characters like that, you know, the development of that heart, the development of the heart and of other systems first. Okay, but the special characters, just in the case of birds, special character is feather. In our case, the special character is here. That will develop later, right? So general characters, they appear first, and specialized character, they appear later. Clear, bache? Clear, 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 clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? Then another scientist whose name was Muller. Muller proposed recapitulation theory. He proposed recapitulation theory. What is it? It is recapitulation theory. As per this theory, very important, ontogeny repeats phylogeny. What is it? It means ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Yes, bache, what is it? Ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Ontogeny means embryological. Yes. What is the meaning of ontogeny? Phylogeny. Phylogeny word is related to the evolutionary history. So ontogeny is the developmental history, right? It is the developmental history. So ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Ontogeny repeats phylogeny. So ontogeny is the study of embryological development, or you can say that developmental history, and phylogeny is the evolutionary history. Phylogeny means evolutionary history. So, bache, question can come from this part. It is important. It is a P by Q. Okay, so ontogeny is the developmental history, or you can say that embryological development, or you can also call it as developmental history, right? What is it? It is the developmental history. Clear, bache? So ontogeny repeats phylogeny. So Muller, he gave the recapitulation theory, and as per that theory, ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Yes, bache? Tanushri, ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Clear? Clear, bache? Now later on, bache, this it was further explained by, right, in detail by Ernst Haeckel. Okay, so Ernst Haeckel explained it in detail and named it as biogenetic law. So no doubt somewhere this biogenetic law, this recapitulation theory, ultimately they are having kind of same meaning, but this is what you need to know. So Bonnevier gave the Bayer's law, Muller called it as recapitulation theory, ontogeny repeats phylogeny, embryological development, evolutionary history. So in detail it was explained by Ernst Haeckel, and he called it as biogenetic law. Clear, bache? He called it as biogenetic law. Clear, bache? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So see, if in general I have to explain you the meaning of this. So as per this line, when you talk about the development of an organism, right, the embryological development, so in that, right, during that development, right, you will see different stages, and that stages, they resemble with the ancestors. If I have to explain you the meaning of this now, ontogeny repeats phylogeny. Ontogeny repeats phylogeny. So what is the meaning here? Ontogeny repeats phylogeny. It's very simple. It's very simple, students, right? That when you talk about the developmental history of an organism, when you talk about the development of an embryological development of an organism, right? So during that development, the evolutionary stages, right? The ancestral stages are seen. Just say, let's say if you are talking about a vertebrate's embryo, you will also see pharyngeal gill slits, even if they are absent in adults. Right, you are going to see such structures that are absent in adults, but they resemble with the ancestors. So that is the meaning here, right? But it was in detail, as I said, in detail it was explained by, right, Ernst Haeckel, and he called it as biogenetic law. Right, he called it as biogenetic law. So let's discuss that biogenetic law, right, bache? So it certain features, right, this biogenetic law was on this observation that certain features, please write down, it is as per NCERT, wait, okay, done. So write down that certain features during embryonic stages, they are common to all the vertebrates embryo. Right, these stages are common to all the vertebrate embryo and are absent in and even they are absent in adults. That is the biogenetic law, right? So this biogenetic law was on the it was based on this, right? It was based on this observation that certain features during embryonic stages, they are common to all the vertebrates, right? But they are absent in adults. Just say for an example, right? If you talk about the human development, okay? If you talk about the human development, we are going to see, like if I'm talking about humans, what will we see? The pharyngeal gill slits. But do we have pharyngeal gill slits as an adult? Yes. Do we have pharyngeal gill slits as an adult? Yes, bache. Do we have pharyngeal gill slits as an adult? No. No. Right, so that's why we say, right, so obviously somewhere it is explaining this ontogeny repeats phylogeny, na, that in the developmental history we will see that ancestral characters are also there, and that ancestral characters are absent as an adult. Okay, okay, so it means organisms, they show their ancestral adult stages during their embryonic development. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So as per it, it shows that all the organisms, right, all the organisms are having common ancestry. Okay, okay. Done. But do you know what the Von Wehr disapproved this? The Von Wehr, he disapproved this biogenetic law. As per him, that embryos, they do not pass through such stages. Do you know that? Even that is also the point. Even that is also the point. So that's what you need to remember. Okay, 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 okay. Done. So next part is the biogeographical evidences, bache. That's what we need to discuss. So now we are moving forward for our most interesting topics like adaptive radiation, right? Adaptive convergence, that is convergent evolution, right? The placental mammals, the marsupials, that's what we have to discuss. Okay, that's what we have to discuss. Thanks, bache KP Reddy, and thanks for supporting as well. Okay, chalo. So next topic is what? Next topic is the biogeographical evidences. And if you are thinking that biogeographical evidences, they are not given in NCERT, no, it's not right. This particular paragraph, right? This particular paragraph, please mark it in your book. Okay, it is explaining us. Okay. This part is explaining that biogeographical evidences. Do you know that? It is explaining biogeographical evidences. We will come to this. Okay, it is given in NCERT. It is explaining what? Biogeographical evidences. So, chalo. Now move to these evidences. But it's very simple. Here you talk about the realms also, but realms are not given in NCERT, so we are not going to discuss. You know, realms that on the basis of you can say that on the basis of specificities there in realms, they are different regions, but here the latitude, the temperature, precipitation, it's all same. So accordingly we divide the geographical area. That is the point here when you talk about the realms, but we will not discuss it in that details. In simple words, I'll tell you, I told you that initially it was a land mass, right? That land, it was all together. Before continental drift, before the formation of these continents, right, there was this landmass, it was all together, right? What is the term that we use for it? It is Pangea. What is the term that we use for it? It is the Pangea. And due to the continental drift, what happened? These land masses, they got separated, right? Some of them, see, let's say, I'll give you one example. Let's say two same type of organisms are existing here, right? Two same type of organisms are existing here. Now, because of this continental drift, this landmass, it got separated, right? It got separated. So obviously that same type of organisms, now they are found on two different islands. But if you will see the distance in them, it is too much. They are separated by the continent, but still they have the same mammal, same animals. This is one thing. Now another thing is, like, they are so different from each other. They have the same type of animals. Now let's say this area, it got separated because of this continental drift from this island. Now here you will find some organisms which are not present anywhere else. Okay, so these are certain points, right, that indicate that earlier, thank God. Okay, my bad. I'll come to my simple eraser. Okay, so all that kind of things, they show that, you know, initially the landmass was all together. Okay, right, it was all together. So biogeographical evidences, this is what we need to discuss. So the study of pattern of distribution of animals and plants in different part of the earth is called biogeography, right? The study of, yes bache, the study of pattern of distribution of animals and plants in different parts of earth is called as biogeography, right? It is called as biogeography. Is that clear? Yes, the study of pattern of distribution of animals and plants, right, of the earth is called the biogeography. Clear bache? So on the basis of fauna and flora, as I said, right, the world is divided into 6 biogeographical regions known as realms. Okay, but as I said, there is no need to discuss that in detail. But yeah, you should know about the Pangea, that common landmass was there, and after continental drift, it got separated. Clear bache? It got separated. Clear bache? Right? Clear? Sure. So because of that, what we used to observe the discontinuous distribution of closely related species. But as I said, right, I gave you the example also that there was a common landmass, right? The species, the organisms, different organisms, they were evolving together, but that landmass got separated. That's why discontinuous distribution of closely related species means some organisms, they are so, right, they are so related to each other, but one is present here, another is present here, in between they have the continents, they are separated. Just say we have the example of alligators, we have the example of camels, we have the example of lungfishes, and even of the tulips bache, right? We have these examples. Yes, we have these examples. Just say, I don't know whether you know it or not, just say alligators, they occur only in southeastern United States and China. Okay, so north continent was connected with East Asia, right? Earlier it was connected, right? So these alligators, they were distributed over the entire region, but due to certain barriers, alligator of two regions, they got separated like this, right? Okay, just say earlier your South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, they used to be together, right? They used to be together, but Antarctica, it got separated. So now the lungfishes, they are only present in this South America, Australia, and yes bache, and in the Africa. Are you getting it? Lungfishes. So that's how even, yes, even these lungfishes, that's how they are discontinuously distributed. Okay, so when you talk about the tulips, these plants now grow naturally in eastern USA and in China only, right? Again, they are also having the same region. Clear? Then comes the restricted distribution. Just say egg-laying mammals and pouched mammals. So where are you going to find the pouched mammal, Yashwant? Where are you going to find the pouched mammals? Yes, bache. It's a direct question, it's a direct answer. Where are you people going to find the pouched mammals? Yes, tell me, Akhila, quick. Yes. Anyone? Obviously Australia, right? We are going to find the pouched mammal only in Australia. But Australia used to be the part of Asia. It was all together, right? It was all together. Do you know that? Yes, bache. Do you know that? Yes or no? So Australia, it got separated from mainland of Asia during Mesozoic era. Okay, Australia, it got separated. You can even write down if you want to. It got separated from mainland of Asia during Mesozoic era. Now it got separated, right? So when it got separated, it used to have what? The pouched mammals. Okay, it used to have what? The pouched mammals. Now here, when you talk about this part of Asia, here placental mammals, they evolved. Okay, what happened here? Placental mammals, they evolved. So they were advanced. They were advanced than egg-laying mammals and the pouched mammals. So these placental mammals, they did what? They displaced that egg-laying mammals as well and the pouched mammals as well. But here in Australia, right, because it got separated when only pouched mammals were there, so they survived. Okay, they survived. Clear, bache? Clear. So egg-laying and pouched mammals, not just the pouched mammals, even the egg-laying mammals and the pouched mammals of Australia, they survived, as placental mammals could not reach there due to the lack of land route. Okay. So this is the restricted distribution. Fine. Okay. Sure. So one more example is there. The deserts, right? Even it is related to the plants as well, right, bache? The deserts of America, they are having cactus. So plural is cacti, right? So deserts of America, what do they possess? They possess cactus. But if you talk about the Africa, both are xerophytes. But in Africa, euphobia is there. What is present? Euphobia is there. Clear, bache? Euphobia is there. Understood? So this is the example of restricted distribution. Clear, bache? So the next part that we need to discuss is firstly, let's finish this part, the adaptive radiation and the let's finish the adaptive radiation and convergent evolution, and then we will talk about the theories. Fine, then we will talk about what? We will talk about the theories. So many students were asking about this, adaptive radiation. So let's discuss this. But Ragul, it depends. Okay, just say, let's say okay. So what's the point here? See, if you have joined the Avengers batch and you are feeling that obviously that lectures are useful, so you should watch that, you should follow that schedule, right? Still we have to complete the genetics, the biotech and the ecology there. So if you will follow the classes properly, you will complete that 3 units and you can use YouTube classes for the revision. If you are only dependent on YouTube classes, then it is of no use to buy the Avengers batch. There you can have proper test and everything. So you should watch that classes. Okay. Chalo. So now let's start the adaptive radiation. This is our next topic and it is one of the most important topics. See, adaptive radiation is also known as divergent evolution, but we have to take care of one thing here. See, when we talk about the divergent evolution, we talk about the common ancestry, right? That ancestor is common and from that ancestor, right? The ancestor is common and from that ancestor, as per the need, as per the demand, as per the environmental conditions, different type of organisms, right? So from that common ancestor, different type of species they form because they adapted to different conditions. Okay, so basic structure is same, but the function it become different. But when it comes to the adaptive radiation is same like this divergent evolution. Here also we are going to talk about the common ancestry. But what is the most common point here? See, focus. It is the process of evolution of different species in a given geographical area. This is what you need to mark here, right? It is the process of evolution of different species in a given geographical area, starting from a point and literally radiating to other areas of geography or other habitats. So basically here you are going to have one ancestral species, right? Ancestral species. from one ancestor, simply you can say from one ancestor, what is going to happen in the same geographical area, in a same geographical area, different type of species will form. And why is it so? The simple reason is the survival, right? Ultimately it's all about the survival. For an example, let's take the example of Darwin finches, right? I hope you know about the Darwin finches. Here we are talking about a bird, right? A sparrow. So what happened was that Darwin, you know that he was on HMS Beagle, right? He took that HMS Beagle ship for 5 years. He he observed the things here and there, and finally when he went on the Galapagos Island, so the Galapagos Island is also considered as the living lab of evolution, right? It is also considered as what? The living lab of evolution, right? So on that Galapagos Island, he observed these Darwin finches, right? What he observed, that on mainland, right, there are different finches, there are different birds, but they all are originated, or they all are formed from a common ancestor. Why? As I said, the survival, like for their survival, because let's say if they were initially they were dependent on the seeds, but population is arising, right? Now for their survival they have to change their feeding habits. So if they are going to change their feeding habits, so definitely there will be a change in their beak also, right? There will be a change in their beak also, and in that way they evolved into different species, but the main area, the given geographical area is same, but they move to the different habitats. So that's the point that you need to focus. Okay, that is the point where you need to focus. So the process of evolution of different species in a given geographical area, starting from a point and literally radiating to other areas of geography, means to other habitat. So there will be one mainland, there will be the ancestral species here. So for the survival in different directions, the evolution will occur and the different species they will form. Clear bache? Clear bache? So that is adaptive radiation. So please focus on this point, given geographical area. So Darwin finches, Australian marsupials, placental marsupials, they are the examples of adaptive radiation. Now see, look at this. So when you talk about the marsupial radiations, so they all arise from a common ancestor. Then from that common ancestor, because geographical area is same, that is your Australia, this is the given geographical area, right? This is the given geographical area. So Tasmanian wolf, tiger cat, banded anteater, marsupial rat, kangaroo, this wombat, bandicoot, koala, marsupial mole, sugar glider, they all form. Done. So this is the example of, right? This is the example of adaptive radiation. So what we have to consider in adaptive radiation? What we need to consider in adaptive radiation? The given geographical area. Is that clear? It is the given geographical area. Clear bache? Please tell me, is it clear? Sure? Okay? Done? So marsupial radiation, it is also the example of adaptive radiation. And even the placental mammals. In the case of placental mammals also, it is the example of, in the case of these placental mammals also, it is the example of, yes bache, adaptive radiation. From a common point, they evolved in different directions, right? In a given geographical area. From a common point, they all evolved in different directions. Fine? Sure? Yes, bache, is it sure? So here these brown bear, deer, mouse, anteater, bobcat, they all evolved like this. Fine. So these are 3 examples. So in the case of Darwin finches, adaptive radiation is there, Australian marsupial adaptive radiation, placental mammals adaptive radiation. So definitely bache, one question will come from this part. Okay, they can give you this example that marsupial mole, yeah, simply Tasmanian wolf, it is the part of marsupial radiation or placental radiation, so you should know about it. Plus they can even ask you the for the comparison also, that I will explain later. Okay, so this is adaptive radiation. So let's read it from NCERT. It's very simple. So during his journey, Darwin went to Galapagos Island, the living land of evolution. So there he observed an amazing diversity of the creatures, and especially of particular interest. Small black birds, later called Darwin finches, they amazed him. He realized that there were many varieties of finches in the same island. That same island, in the same geographical area, right, the different finches are there. So all the varieties he conjectured evolved on the island itself. So from the original, right, original ancestor were seed eating, right, from the original seed eating features, many other forms with altered beaks there arose, enabling them to become the insectivorous and the vegetarian finches. That's the example. Okay, that is the point. So this process of evolution of different species in a given geographical area, starting from a point and literally radiating to other areas of geography or habitat, it is the adaptive radiation. Then it is the adaptive radiation. So Darwin finches, they represent one of the best example, and I told you about the another examples as well. So bache, next is convergent evolution. It is also known as adaptive convergence. Right, it is also known as adaptive convergence, obviously. Right, I know you must be thinking that, ma'am, already in analogy we have discussed convergent evolution, but here you are going to compare, right? Basically here we have to compare two different adaptive radiations, okay, but like they are so different but still they have the similarity. That's what we need to discuss. Okay, okay, done. Okay, chalo, let's start. I have full faith in myself that I will crack NEET with very good marks. That's a very good thing. Angie, so people tell me, how are you feeling? Are you feeling low? है ना, ma'am, we don't want to attend the class, है ना? Isn't it? Let's finish. Let's end the class. So what do you want? You want me to end the class, or you want me to teach you? Or let's finish the chapter. Huh? Let's finish the chapter. Very good, Leharika. Very good. Evolution is actually interesting. I don't know why do you consider it as a boring chapter? It's very interesting. Do you even know about this? Do you even know about the marsupials? Right? If you will read about it now, you are going to love it. We have to finish the chapter. We don't have any choice. We have to. Okay, I'll give you one more break and then fine, like not now. After 1 hour, I'll give you break if required. And then today we have to finish it at any cost. Because today at 11 a.m. we have to revise, we have to practice the questions as well. That's why. Wow, Gayatri, good, yaar. Chalo. So the next topic that we need to discuss is the adaptive convergence. Adaptive convergence. See, there are two things. One is adaptive radiation. You know the meaning of adaptive radiation, hai na? You know the meaning of adaptive radiation, and here we consider the marsupial radiation. We consider the marsupial radiation and placental radiation. Right? Here they are showing adaptive radiation. This point is clear. Now what about the adaptive convergence? You know the meaning of convergence, right? To converge, to join at a point, isn't it? What is the meaning of that convergence? To converge, to join at a point, hai na? To join at a point, to converge. That is the meaning of adaptive convergence. Now when we talk about this adaptive convergence, what we discuss? When we discuss about this adaptive convergence, right, bache? So here we are comparing two different radiations, right? Basically, if I talk about the example which is given in NCERT, right, as per that, you are comparing the placental radiation and marsupial radiation. We know that they both evolved in a given geographical area, right? From a common ancestor, they both evolved in a given geographical area. So now if I talk about marsupial radiation and placental radiation, I think that much you understand that they both are separated geographically, right? Right, when you talk about the placental radiation and the marsupial radiation, I hope you know that they both are separated geographically, right? Geographically, they do not have, Gayatri, geographically, they do not have any similarity. They belong to different geographical areas, right? Here they are evolving, but they belong to different geographical area. They belong to different geographical area, but still, bache, right? Still, they are having the similarities. Right, they are showing a kind of parallel evolution. They are showing the similarity. Let me tell you how. See, you have this example here, right? You have the placental mammal and Australian marsupial. They evolved separately by adaptive radiation, right? And geographically they are separated, but still the placental mole and the marsupial mole, it shows the similarity because the conditions are same. Anteater and this Numbat, they shows the similarity. This mouse and marsupial mouse, it shows the similarity. Lemur and spotted cuscus, they show the similarity. Flying squirrel, flying phalanger, they are similar, right? They are similar. So that's what you need to do. Okay, that's what you need to revise. Clear? So I'm repeating this part again. What are we considering here in adaptive convergence? We are talking about a kind of parallel evolution. Here we are saying that there are two different adaptive radiations which are taking place in a different geographical areas, right? Just say here, let's say this is one adaptive radiation, this is B. Okay, so they are separated geographically, right? They are separated geographically. It is of marsupials, right? It is of placental mammals. But, right, although they are separated geographically, right, but still, the species that evolved there, they are showing the similarity, right? They are showing the similarity. That's the point. Are you getting it? They are showing the similarity. That is the point here. Okay, that is the point here, right? So let me read it. So when more than one adaptive radiation appeared to have occurred in an isolated geographical area, I told you now we have two areas, area A, area B, and both the areas are having adaptive radiation going on. That's what I just said. Indu, Tanushri, JK, Kevin, that's what I just said. Area A, area B, both are having adaptive radiation going on. One is of marsupial radiation, another is of placental radiation, and these both the areas, they are separated geographically, right? They are separated geographically. One can call this convergent evolution. Why? Right? Placental mammals in Australia, they also exhibit adaptive radiation and evolving into varieties of such placental mammals, each of which appears to be similar to marsupial. So basically that placental mammals and that marsupials, they are showing the similarities but still present on different geographical areas. Clear, bache? So the similarity is there in placental wolf and the Tasmanian wolf, which is a marsupial. So yes, the question can come from this part. Definitely question can come from this part. Just here it is written a placental wolf, it resembles, it is similar to Tasmanian wolf. Okay, so same way they can ask you this, right? Same way they can ask you this, that this flying phalanger, it resembles flying squirrel. So these two are the examples of, right, convergent evolution, right? These two are the examples of convergent evolution. Clear? So if you have any doubt, please let me know. So this is adaptive convergence. Clear, bache? This is adaptive convergence. Any doubt? Any doubt? Okay, so next part is about, next is the biological evolution, right? It includes the theories, right? So here we will be discussing the Lamarckism, the Darwinism, Hugo de Vries theory, the modern concept of evolution. In detail, we have to discuss Hardy-Wingwell law, we have to discuss the types of natural selection and the human evolution, and the chapter will be over then. Okay, then the chapter will be over, right? So see, in NCERT, in the NCERT book, it is written as the biological evolution. That part is given there, na, biological evolution. So evolution by natural selection in a true sense would have started when cellular form of life with differences in metabolic capability, they originated on earth. It's a very lovely line, you know, I really love it. Yes, bache, all the examples you have to remember, right? Soumyadeep, examples are important. Examples are important. Chalo. So before, yes. So these theories, they are not going to take much time, half an hour. Okay, maximum half an hour, in which we will also cover your genetic drift and all. Okay, then another half an hour is for what? The another half an hour is for your Hardy-Wingwell law and the human evolution. So by 2 AM we'll finish this chapter, right? By 2 AM we will finish this chapter, and I'm not going to end the class, right? If there will be any power cut, na, then only I'll end the class, otherwise there is no chance. It's the matter of 1 hour, hai na? It's the matter of 1 hour, 1 more hour. And trust me, right, trust me, you got the break for 30 minutes also, 35 minutes, hai na? And trust me, see, if after you just watch this particular video lecture and then you read the NCERT solve PYQs, that's more than sufficient for you. Literally, that's more than sufficient for you. Okay? Do you remember that? If you want to shine like a sun, firstly burn like a sun. If you want to shine like a sun, you have to burn like a sun. So do you remember that? Chalo, let's chit chat for 1 minute, and then let's start the theories. Okay, let's chit chat for 1 minute and let's start the theories then. If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. Kevin, what is the meaning of this line? Chemistry tha better in tha class la. Huh? Kevin? Will burn till 4th May. Good. And next line is Ammappa Wazim sir Nalla Natha Thuvaru. Wazim sir is Nalla. That's what you're saying. Are tell me the meaning. Ma'am, which one is your favorite chapter? Sayyid, I like many chapters. I like genetics a lot. I like the genetics. And what you people are doing? Bache, likes are less than 500. Let's increase the number. Likes are less than 500. Let's increase the number. Quickly, let's increase the number. They are chatting in Tamil, that I can understand. I'm asking for the meaning. Do you know Andhra? No. I know Andhra Pradesh, but I don't know the language there. Wah, Kevin, wah. Like, what about biology? Don't you people love biology? Don't you people love biology? Do you hate biology, or do you hate biology teachers? What's the problem with biology? Wah, Xavier, wah. And what about Kevin? What about biology class here? What about biology class? I didn't get you, Kevin. No, that I understand. But my point is, what about the biology, Kevin? Don't you love that? Few chapters are very boring, that I know, है ना? Now see, strategies for enhancement in food production, it's deleted from your syllabus. Okay, and I know you don't even like morphology, but ठीक है, that is still the part of your syllabus. Acha, Kevin is saying it takes more hours. Seriously, Kevin? Wazeem sir used to take classes for 10 hours. Right, willingly he used to take classes for 10 hours. He's like, I'm not going to leave them. And here you just need to give 7 hours or 8 hours. Animal husbandry is easy, but what about the name? See, so bad. Students, you are so bad. You are demotivating me. What about deleted chapters? Deleted chapters are deleted. No need to talk about them. Leave them. Okay, leave them. Good, Venkata. Telugu, Monica, I literally don't understand that. I don't know that. You teach me, I'll say then. Tanushri, I don't think that organism and population is boring, right? Organism and population is interesting. It is interesting, trust me. Subhana, that's a very good thing. Then why are you, Suhana, why are you wasting your time here? I think you should go there only, no? And I don't know who's she. No, Monica. Wah, Kevin, wah. Acha, now you are feeling sleepy basically. Bye, bache, go and sleep. Shubhoratri. That I know. Shubhoratri. No, Monica, it's not like that. Human physio is amazing. Genetics is amazing. Genetics is amazing. Human physio is amazing. And even the hormonal control of that human reproduction, I like that chapter too. Even plant physiology is very interesting. I don't know you love photosynthesis or not. That Z scheme, right? All that cycles, they are actually interesting. Literally, they are interesting. If you understand that mechanism once, there is no need to cram it again and again. Thanks, Tanushri. Ma'am, till now I don't love level, but you don't know, it is boring. No, Gayatri, it's not boring. It's interesting. Now see the theories, they are so amazing. Right? You'll be amazed to know that people used to think that in the case of giraffe, the the elongation of that neck was because of his use, because he was eating, right? He was eating all that leaves from that tree. Imagine. Gayatri, see, I cannot change your opinion. All I can do is I am trying to give my best to you people. Okay? Right? I am trying to make it very interesting for you people. But if you have that mindset ki nahi yaar, it's boring. So I cannot help it. Just say I don't like mushroom. Right? Even if they are very tasty, I still don't like mushrooms. No one can change it. It's like that. So if you hate this chapter, right, I can try whatever I want to, but still you're not going to hate it because you have that assumption, no, this chapter is boring. This is not, right? Take it in this way. You are talking about universe, right? What do you know about universe? Nothing. You just know about Big Bang theory, but universe is vast, right? If you will start reading about it, you are going to love that chapter. Now, let's say, have you ever focused there that, we organisms, we are so similar? No, Gayatri, you can leave the class. Literally. No need, yaar. If you're not liking it, just give your time to something else, which you find interesting. Monica, it's same. That's 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Suhana, bache, you can do whatever you want to do. Right? I am not going to give you any reward. Trust me. Right? Trust me. Like, you are so free that at 1, you can go to any live class and you can comment nonsense. So do you think, right? Do you think that I am going to prioritize you? Please leave it. Chalo. So guys, now let's talk about the biological evolution. Chalo. So before starting it, I'll tell you one thing. What was there in the, like what we studied today? We started the story from universe, right? We talked about the Big Bang Theory, right? Big Bang Theory, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? When we talk about the, right, when we talk about the universe, what we started with the Big Bang Theory, which is something very interesting, that a kind of huge explosion was there, right? And that huge explosion, we cannot measure it in physical terms, right? Have you ever thought that how we came to this universe, like how we evolved, yeah, how Earth evolved, right? Ever, like if we talk about that blast, if we talk about that Big Bang, still, don't you think it's difficult to imagine? Don't you think it's difficult to imagine? Like how? If nothing was there, if it was all black, then how can we say that in the space there was something, right? Something condensed, and because of explosion it got scattered. Still, there are so many question marks. There are so many question marks. Isn't it? Chalo, let's how we accepted this. Finally, when we talked about the solar, right, when we talked about the solar system, the origin of solar system, we discussed the nebular hypothesis. Not so important, but here just we discussed that gaseous mass, right, that when that gaseous cloud, it will become condensed, the central part will form sun, the surrounding will have planet and other things. That's it, that's all. Then let's focus on origin of life, right? Can you believe that some people, they think that life is arising from non-living things? Just imagine, just take it in this way. Right, just take it in this way. Just look at the mindset. Look at the mindset. Now, because we have the theories, we have the explanations, so we believe in that. But imagine at that time, what mindset people used to have. They were thinking that from non-living things life can arise. Like from a rice bran where dirty shirt is there for 21 days, the mouse can arise from it. Imagine, right? You are taking it like this. Okay, fine. No. It's like I'm telling you, right? It's like I'm telling you, ki yaar, you know what? It is the earth. It is the sun that revolves around the earth. It is something like that. Hai na? It's something like that. How is it possible? Okay, and how someone can say that there are kind of spores that are traveling throughout the space and they will reach on earth and they will start the life? Still, can you imagine that? As of now, we know about the reproduction, we know about the gametes, we know about the gamete fusion, we know about the fertilization, but imagine what people used to think before, right? Imagine what people used to think before. That's the point. That's the love. And when we got the evidences, right now you have everything available. That's why you are not amazed. Imagine at that time technology was not there. People, they were curious. They want to know that how we evolved, right? They studied the rocks just to know that reality, Leharika, right? Kevin, just to know that reality, they worked so hard, right? Without resources, without less resources, they were trying to study everything so that they'll get to know, they'll get an idea that how we came to this universe. It's something very interesting, right? It's something very, very, very interesting. Okay, and after that, finally, okay, other evidences are also there, right? Human beings and squirrel, or human beings and a dog, we are structurally similar, right? We are so different from each other and we are structurally similar. That's another amazing thing, bache. That is another amazing thing. Right? And finally, right, after all that evidences, scientists, they have studied the embryos, they have studied the internal structures, right? They have studied the biogeographical evidences also. They have studied this biogeography, they have studied everything, and they came to conclusion that okay, fine, there is something called evolution. Life forms are changing, right? With the earth history, we are also changing, and with the time there will be more and more changes. Okay, there will be more and more changes. Imagine. And now when you talk about the theories, right, that how these variations are there, how new species they form. So imagine, some scientists, they are saying that giraffe is having that long neck because of elongation. Can you believe it? It's like Niharika, that you are using your brain. So fine, if you are using your brain is functional. If you will stop using it, it is not going to be functional. Just let's say if I'm teaching online, if I will take classes, right? If let's say for many years I'm taking classes just on laptop, I'm using my hands, I'm just sitting. So with the time my legs will disappear if I'm not using it for walking. Imagine, that's what Lamarckism is saying. I don't know, why don't you find it interesting that, oh my God, people used to think like that? That's my first reaction. People used to think like that. Okay. Chalo. So biological evolution, this is the title there in NCERT, right? So evolution by natural selection, because this is something very important we have to discuss now. So evolution by natural selection in a true sense would have started when cellular forms of life with differences in metabolic capability originated on Earth. First of all, cellular forms of life, obviously we are talking about the cell, right? And different cells are there, right? And they are having what? See, differences in metabolic capability, right? The differences in their metabolism, they originated on Earth, and it is that starting itself, because what we used to say, it is the cell which is the basic unit of life. Am I right, guys? Right? It is the cell which is the basic unit of life, isn't it? Yes, bache, isn't it? It is the cell which is the basic unit of life. So that basic unit, we are talking from the starting, right? That basic unit of life is there, and that cells are having different metabolic activities, and even that point is also telling us about the natural selection, right? That starting itself is telling us about the natural selection. Clear bache? So in biological evolution, basically we focus on the genetic variation, but before that we need to know about various other theories as well, and trust me, we are going to finish it very quickly. So the very first theory that we need to know is Lamarckism, which is also known as the theory of inheritance of acquired characters, right? Theory of inheritance of acquired characters. That is what Lamarckism is, right? So inheritance of acquired character, it is given by Lamarck. That's why we are calling it as Lamarckism, right? That's why we are calling it as Lamarckism. And he published his book Philosophy Zoologique, right? It is Philosophy Zoologique. He published it in his book. So now when you look at the postulates here, see, in a very simple way we are going to revise. Imagine he included the internal vital force. As per him, there is some internal vital force. Here they are talking about the willpower, bache, right? Some internal vital forces are there in organisms, and because of that, organisms, they are increasing their size, they are increasing their body. Imagine, right? Imagine this thing. Guys, stop chatting, please. Okay, what are they saying? Yes, bache, what are they saying? They are saying that there is some kind of internal force in our body, right? There is some kind of internal force in our body, and because of that internal force, here is the concept of willpower. Because of that internal force, the organisms, they are increasing in their size, they are increasing their body. That is the internal vital force. So now, okay, fine. Imagine, it's a story. It is actually a story given. Imagine you don't know anything about the evolution. Imagine you only believe in Lamarckism. Imagine you are only thinking about Lamarckism. So as per Lamarckism, you are growing because you have some internal vital force, and as per the environment, as per your needs, you will evolve, right? If you are using your hand, if you are using your hands too much, then your hands will elongate. If you are using your legs too much, they will elongate. Imagine, that's what Lamarck is saying. That's what Lamarck is saying. Seriously. So effect of environment and new needs. So no doubt organisms, they are evolving. The surrounding, the environment is going to impact that. As per their needs, they will evolve. As per their needs, they will use certain organs, they will disuse certain organs. As per that, bache, they will acquire character. What is the meaning of inheritance of acquired character? That is, as per their environment and needs, right? There are certain characters, certain organs that they use rapidly, right? That they used again and again, right, mera bacha? Right? They evolved. that organs they evolved, that parts they evolved, and they will be inherited to the next generation. They will be acquired. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes bache? Yes or no? Yes or no? Bache, there is no need to block Suhana. Why are you getting distracted? Right? He or she is here for the distraction only. They are here for the distraction only. Okay, they cannot understand the efforts. They don't know what exactly is the need. Why are you wasting time with them? Why are you again and again block her? I had no need. Yeah. She's some sort of, illiterate or a mental person who's just typing here. So ignore, yeah, ignore, chill. They just like that explanations now when someone is just shouting, right? They are not actually energetic, they're just shouting. Okay. Chalo, so focus here. Leave her. Oh, I am distracted. I am not. Chill, bro. Okay? Okay? So that is what Lamarckism is, and it is very simple. So question can be like that: in which theory they talk about the willpower? It is the Lamarckism. It is the Lamarckism. So it is the inheritance of acquired character. So something will be acquired. Something will be acquired because of use and disuse. So I am giving you this example again and again, and that is of giraffe, right? That neck elongation. So when giraffe was used to be like a fox, right, or like a sheep. So giraffe used to graze, right? So but because with time what happened, the competition increased, right? So they were not getting the grass. So for their food, what they started doing, they started jumping. Like let's say there is a tree, right? From that branches they started jumping so that they can get the leaves. And because of that what happened, bache? Because of that their neck, it got elongated, right? That's what Lamarck has explained. Imagine, right? The long neck and forelimbs of giraffe, they are due to this, right? Because he was attempting to forage leaves on tall trees and had to adapt by elongation of their neck. Clear bache? And they pass this character to the next generation, right? So aquatic birds, webbed toes of aquatic birds, right? Why? They do not need such toes, right? They do not need digits where spaces are there. No, because they are aquatic. Right, they are aquatic, so they just need to move the water like this, isn't it bache? So that's why webbed toes of aquatic birds, because this is what they need, isn't it? This is what they need, right? So that's how they are evolved from terrestrial and birds. So cave dwellers, right? The animals that used to live in caves, that right? Yes or no? Because they used to live in the dark conditions, so they lost their eyesight, but their ancestors, they used to have that. Okay, so if you talk about the criticism of this Lamarckism, right, obviously that this theory is meant for criticism. Just imagine, okay. So theory of continuity of germplasm, it gave the best criticism of this Lamarckism. Okay, yes or no? Right, theory of continuity of germplasm. So when you talk about theory of continuity of germplasm, it was given by Weizmann, right? It was given by Weizmann. The name of the scientist was August Weizmann. See bache, even I think today itself we have discussed. See, it's something very easy. Do you think if there are, that we have two types of cells. We have somatic cells and we have germ cells. What do we have? We have somatic cells and we have germ cells. Somatic cells means normal body cells, right? Somatic cell means normal body cells. So when you talk about the somatic cells, right bache, when you talk about the somatic cells, so somatic cells, they are not going to pass to the next generation. When it comes to the next generation, that germ cells, gamete forming cells, right, they are going to form the gametes. That gametes will fuse bache, there will be the fertilization, the zygote will form, and accordingly further development will be there. So if there are changes, right, in the somatic cells, definitely that changes will not pass to the next generation, isn't it? That changes will not pass to the next generation, right? There is no chance at all. There is no chance at all, because the changes that are taking place in the germ cells, okay, in the gamete forming cells, only they will pass to the next generation, because these gametes will fuse and, right bache, they will form the zygote. So as per August Weismann theory of continuity of germplasm, as per this theory, right, the changes that are affecting the germ cells, I am not writing the points here bache, this is just for your quick revision. So the changes that are affecting the germ cells, only that changes will pass to the next generation. Clear bache? Clear bache? Jैसे now you can take the example of boring of pinna, right? Boring of pinna, right? All the females, mostly females, they used to do it, right? But it's not something that passed to the next generation, right? If you talk about a bodybuilder, okay, the son of bodybuilder, the daughter of bodybuilder is not going to have that muscles and all, right? So the changes that are affecting the somatic cells, right bache? Right bache, that changes will not pass to the, right, the changes that are affecting the somatic cells, that changes will not pass to the next generation, but the changes that are affecting germ cells, they will pass to the next generation. Okay, okay, done. So this is about the Lamarckism, this is about the criticism as well, right? But let me tell you, there are many people, those who favored the Lamarckism as well. Can you just quote any one example? Yes. Can you just quote any one example about it? Any one example of it, right? Any one example which can support Lamarckism. Just give me any example. Give it a try. Give it a try. Just give it a try. Hanji. So Anna, any one example? Soumyadeep, any one example? Tanushri, any one example? Yes, Moksha, any one example? Anyone, even a single example. Dekho bache, do you know about the vegetative propagation? Of course you know about it. But when we discuss the vegetative propagation, you know that the somatic cells, just say, let's take the example of a rose plant. You know that how are we going to propagate it? With the help of a cutting, right? Right? With the help of a cutting. So that cutting, isn't it, that cutting will further grow, and that cutting is even going to form the reproductive parts. So it is something against August Weismann theory, right? Here somatic cells are making germ cells. So if there are changes in somatic cells, that can also affect the germ cells. So obviously that will pass to the next generation. So there are certain evidences also. So sometimes you have to think out of the box. Okay, sometimes what you have to think out of the box. So criticism was also there, favoritism was also there, but ultimately this theory, it was not up to mark, right? So it was not the final theory. So what is the next theory that we have to discuss? It is the actual theory, the Darwinism. It was obviously given by Darwin, and it is also known as the theory of natural selection. Which theory are we going to discuss now, students? We are going to talk about the theory of natural selection. So in simple words, if I have to tell you, the natural selection, simply nature is selecting the best, right? Just say, let's say there is a competition, right? There is a competition, there is intra-specific competition. Individuals of same species, they are competing among themselves, right? They are competing among themselves. So what is going to happen? What is going to happen? So when they're competing, obviously the one who's best, who's going to survive. Just for an example, you all are giving your best to score very good marks in the NEET examination, right? If you all are working so hard, but the one who's going to be the best performer even on the exam day, right, that person will be selected, isn't it? It's always about the best performance. It's always about the best performance, isn't it? Isn't it? Right? So it is the natural selection, right? That nature is going to select the best. Nature is going to select the one which is going to survive, and especially when conditions are changing. This is the gist of this natural selection. Okay, this is literally the gist of this natural selection. And you know that who gave this the theory of natural selection? It was given by Darwin. So Darwin, he was on that voyage for 5 years, right? He took the ship HMS Beagle. You should know about it, right? And even, you know, there is a story. Like, it's not like that at first place Darwin got a chance to go to that ship for that expenditure. No, it was not like that. There is story in it also, right? In their case also, whenever you will read something about their life, no, obviously not for NEET, so you will get to know all that factors, the jealousy, the fighting, the competition, it was all there, right? It was all there. Okay, but somehow he got a chance, he went for that expedition, he observed the things in the surrounding, and finally, you know that on Galapagos Island he reached, and there he observed the Darwin finches. So when you talk about the Darwin finches, there also, right, you know that is the example of what? Adaptive radiation. We have discussed it already. So now just look at this part. The essence of Darwinian theory about evolution is natural selection. So the rate of appearance of new form is linked to the life cycle or the lifespan. But some lines here given, some lines in the NCERT, right? Some lines that are given in NCERT, na students, that lines are very complicated to understand, right? So I will explain each and every line here. Okay, bache? In general, what is natural? What is this? Okay, let's do one thing. Firstly, let's finish the salient features of Darwin theory. Then I will come to the NCERT. Then you will understand it in an easy way. So when we talk about the Darwin theory, these are, you know, normal points, that overpopulation is there, right? See, from these postulate itself you can define this, right? From these postulate itself you can define this, right? Right? Just say, for an example, overpopulation, you can also call it as rapid multiplication. Anyone in the class who can explain it to me? Yes, anyone in the class who can explain it to me? What is this? What is this overpopulation or rapid multiplication? Anyone? Yes? Anyone in the class? It is related to the differential reproduction. If you can explain, if you can explain. Tell me, bache, tell me. See, bache, overpopulation and rapid multiplication. Bache, it's very simple, right? That all the organisms, they are having the enormous ability to fertilize, right? They all are having the enormous ability to fertilize, to reproduce. Okay, if I believe in that particular point, that all the organisms, they can, you know, reproduce enormously, then what should be there? There should be an exponential rise in the population. There should be an exponential rise in their population, but still it is limited. Now I'll give you one more example, right? I'll write two words here: differential reproduction. Like, if you talk about all the organisms, all different type of organisms, they are having different reproductive potential. Just say, let's say, if you are talking about the organism where parental care is more, just say we humans, right, where parental care is more, so comparatively the number of offspring they produce after, right, let's say after every cycle, it is not that much. Just say if you are talking about the insects, they used to lay so many eggs. Yes, bache, they used to lay so many eggs. Yes or no? Yes or no? They used to lay so many eggs. Why is it so? Because they know that in their case the parental care is comparatively less. Only few will survive out of it. When parental care is more, so accordingly the number of eggs are also there, the number of progeny is also there. We know it very well. So if you compare different organisms, you know that they are having different fertilizing potential, right? They are having what? They are having different fertilizing potential. I hope you understand the meaning of this particular line. So organism produce more offspring and other produce fewer. So this is the differential reproduction, right? Isn't it? What is it, bache? What is it? It is the differential reproduction. So every population has an inherent capacity to increase exponentially. Isn't it? Isn't it? They have that capacity. They have that capacity. So in the case of bacteria, if conditions are favorable, obviously they can produce enormous population. Isn't it? They can produce. They can do what? They can produce enormous population. Isn't it? But still you know that. Still you know that it's not like that. Yes or no? Yes or no? So theoretically population size will grow exponentially, but if everybody reproduce maximally, okay, but the fact is population size in reality it is limited. So this is the first point, overpopulation. Okay, overpopulation. So theoretically, no doubt, all can reproduce enormously, the population will grow exponentially, but you know that practically it is still limited, right? Because all the organisms, they are having differential reproduction potential. That's what you need to keep in your mind. And thank you students for the support. So don't get distracted, you listen to me, leave everything. Okay, leave everything behind. Clear, bache? So now, because when there is overpopulation, what is going to happen? If there will be so many people, what is going to happen? Bache, there will be the limited food and space. So if limited food and space is there will be the struggle for existence, isn't it? Now see, now you know that if number of seats in the medical colleges, if there are too many seats, let's say if only 1 lakh aspirants, they are appearing in NEET examination and seats are 2 lakh, obviously then there is no chance of competition, isn't it? Isn't it? Let's say if only 1 lakh NEET aspirants are there, and if you talk about the seats in MBBS colleges, they are 2 lakh. They are 2 lakh. Obviously, there will be no competition. Everyone will be very happy. They'll be like, yaar, wow, sahi hai. Right? Easily we can get the seat. There will be no competition at all. But now you know that near about 18-19 lakh aspirants are there. Right? But when it comes to the seats in MBBS colleges, they are few. So competition is there, right? In your case, you are competing among yourself, right? You are competing among yourself. So when here, if you are talking about this competition, the struggle for existence, so intra-specific competition is there, the individuals of same species, right? Because they have same resources, they are dependent on same resources, right? They are dependent on same resources, so they are also going to compete. This is the first thing. Sometimes, bache, you know that two different species, organisms of different species, they need same resources. Then of course there is a competition. Those who can use it in a better way, they will get it, otherwise there will be the problem. Then there will be the environmental struggle also, right? Environmental struggle also, the conditions, if they are not favorable, then we have to fight with that also. So at different level there is the competition. At different level there is the competition. Yes, so struggle for existence is there. So in that struggle only those, right, in that struggle only those can survive, right, that can get adapted to that struggle, that can survive in that struggle. Am I right? Tell me, am I right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Guys, tell me quickly. Yes or no? है ना? That's a fact, right? हाँ जी, Ramu, Nandini, everyone here in the class. That's a fact, right? So success in survival and the reproduction, you know that, right? Basically struggle for existence is there. Basically what is the point, bache? The struggle for existence is there, isn't it? Isn't it? Tell me quickly. Right? And those who are going to survive here, right, those who are going to survive here, they will be selected by the nature. And how can we say that? Let's say we have two individuals, right? We have two different individuals. I am saying one is surviving but another is not. Obviously there are certain variations in them. No, they are not ditto same. There are some changes also, right? There are some changes also. There are certain variations also, and that variations will help them to survive. Isn't it? Isn't it? That variation is going to help them to survive. Clear, bache? So you know that two individuals, except for identical twins, they are not same, right? They are not same, isn't it? They are not, the no two individuals, they are similar. Clear? Clear, 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 clear. Right? So because of the variations, that variations will help to the help in the survival. Okay, so after, let's say there is a competition, there is a fight, you survived there, what will you do? Right? What will you do? You got selected by nature, isn't it? You got selected by nature. Now you will pass, you will reproduce, you will pass that genes to your next generation. Okay, let's take the example of the COVID time, right? In that COVID time, many people, they died, many people, they survived. But why? Because they have the better immunity. So those who are having the better immunity, they will pass the same genes to their next generation, isn't it? They are going to pass the same genes, right? They are going to pass the same genes to the next generation. Even that population will be better. So that is the concept of natural selection here. Clear bache? So ultimately natural selection simply means survival of a fittest. Clear bache? It simply means the survival, right? It simply means what? Survival of a fittest. So actually natural selection is the better elaborated part of this survival of fittest, and this phrase was used by Herbert Spencer. This phrase was used by Herbert Spencer. Are you getting it? Right? Are you getting it? Thank you बच्चे वरदान, but ठीक है, leave everything बच्चा, you please focus here, leave everything. Okay, so this is the natural selection. Understood? This is the natural selection. Got it? Got it? So now because of that variations, that individual they survived. Take the example of one individual. Now because of variation, that individual survived, right? That individual is going to reproduce, will pass the genes to the next generation. So can I say that there will be the inheritance of useful variation? Just let's say the nature has selected that fit individual, right, because of some variation. So obviously that variations will get inherited to the next generation. Clear bacha? That variations are going to pass to the next generation. So here in this theory, in the Darwin's theory, they are talking about inheritance of useful variation, but in the Lamarckism it is the inheritance of acquired character, the characters that we have acquired because of effect of environment and new needs. But here it's about the variation. So Darwin introduced this point of variation. Clear bache? And when these variations, they will be passed to the next generation, they will be passed to the next generation, they will be passed to the next generation, they will get accumulated, and finally there is the formation of new species, and that is known as speciation. Right? That is known as speciation, formation of new species. Got it? Got it? Yes? Yes or no? That is the formation of new species, that is the speciation. Clear bache? Clear bache? So if I talk about the criticism of natural selection, right, and the first criticism is, what is the inheritance? Like as per Darwin, that there is the inheritance of useful variation, but then what about the inheritance of small variations, right? The variations which are not so useful, why are they getting passed to the next generation? This is the first point of criticism. Then over specialization of small variation, over specialization of some parts, over specialization. Just say you can take the example of, can you give me any example? Yes bache, can you give me any example? Yes. So antlers of deer, why they are over specialized? They are of no use. As per Darwin, what is there? The useful variations will pass to the next generation. What about the tusk of elephant? Right? What about the tusk of elephant? Why the tusk of elephant is there? Why is it over specialized? It is playing no role. Right? You can think about it. It is playing no role. Isn't it? Next is vestigial organ. If as per Darwin, right, useful variations will get inherited, then what about the vestigial organs? They are of no use. Then why are they present in a living body? Okay, so Darwin was not able to explain all that points, and the next point is discontinuous variation, that are known as mutation. By that time this mutation word, it was not known. It was simply discontinuous variation. What is the meaning of discontinuous variation? See, try to understand this. As per Darwin, from one generation to another, variations, the useful variations, they are passing, and as per Darwin, they are passing continuously, like generation after generation, generation after generation, generation after generation. Students, whenever we talk about the continuous variation, right, so we used to say that from one generation to another, useful things they will pass, and then from next generation, then from next generation, and when these variations they will get accumulated, right, when these variations they will get accumulated, so that variations will result in the formation of new species, right? That variation, they will result in the formation of new species. But what about the discontinuous variation, like sudden changes, right? Sometimes we see, right, some changes, right, that progeny is different from parents, isn't it? The cause of sudden changes? So it was not explained by the Darwin's theory, so that is why it was disapproved. Clear bache? Clear bache? right? So if I talk about the evidence in favor of Darwin, obviously rate of reproduction, as I compared it with the parental care. So rate of reproduction is more than the rate of survival. It is always the more than the rate of survival for the continuity of that species, right? And here to support the natural selection, we have the concept of artificial selection as well, right? We have the concept of artificial selection as well, that if artificially we can select superior qualities of superior plants, right, we can hybridize them, and even if we can form the superior hybrids, then obviously, right, in the nature it is possible, isn't it? In the nature it is possible, isn't it, guys? Isn't it? Yes or no? Of course it is possible. Yes or no? Right? So mimicry, protective coloration, they all are the factors that were favoring what? That were favoring the natural selection. So this is about the natural selection. Guys, we need, see, I told you that by 2 we will be free, right? You people are getting distracted, right? Tanushri, now I'm coming to that part, bacha. Right? So you people are getting distracted. So it's a request, please focus here. Even I am getting irritated, literally. Right, these students, they are free, they are not even students, bache. They are just the spammers. They might be they are getting money for that, right? Might be they are getting money for that, and they are just here to see that, oh my god, she is going to give me some stupid reward and I will make the reel or something. So just leave it. You please focus here. Okay? Okay? Okay, chalo. So this Darwinism clear? This Darwinism clear? So we started with Lamarck, who was thinking that as per the use, right, as per our use, the organs will get specialized, they will pass. As per Darwin, the concept of natural selection was there. Ultimately, we are going to opt this concept, but we just have to see, we just need to see that how is it possible, right? Right. So now just focus on this complete chain, okay, that how did we start and how are we going to continue? You need to focus here. Fine, bache, you need to focus here only. Clear, bache? Chalo. So now let's focus on the NCERT part. The essence of Darwinian theory about evolution is natural selection. It was the main point about the Darwin's theory. Rate of appearance of new form is linked to the lifespan. Now, ma'am, what's the meaning of that? Right, I just told you, bache, rate of reproduction is more than rate of survival. This is also I said. Now, lifespan of an organism, right? What type of lifespan is there? So rate of appearance of new form is linked to the lifespan, right? Just say, let's say you can compare the reproductive potential of an elephant, right? You can compare it with human, you can compare it with an insect. You focus on their lifespan, no, and accordingly focus, right? Accordingly focus on their reproduction rate, isn't it? Isn't it? Just for an example, if you people are talking about the elephant is the slowest breeder, right? Elephant is the slowest breeder, which mature at the age of 30 years and live for about 90 years, right? And female used to give birth to 6 offsprings only. Yes, bache, female used to give birth to 6 offsprings only, right? So an elephant is the slowest breeder. Elephant is the slowest breeder. Now take the example of Drosophila that we have studied, right? In the case of Drosophila, the lifespan is of, yes, the lifespan and life cycle is of, yes, guys. What about the lifespan of the Drosophila? That's important. That's important. Tell me quickly. Yes, tell me quickly. Anyone? So that's your homework again, right? You have to tell me the life cycle. The life cycle of what? You have to tell me the life cycle of Drosophila. Very good, 2 weeks. So as per that, number of progeny is there. So this is what I'm saying, that rate of appearance of new form is linked to the life cycle. Lifespan is going to decide the rate at which the new organisms will form, right? So this is important even for assertion and reason based. Right, even for assertion and reason based questions. Okay? So microbes that divide fast, they have the ability to multiply and become millions of individuals within hours, right? A colony of bacteria growing on a given medium, you know that it has built-in variation in terms of ability to utilize a feed component, right? So if there will be a change in the composition, would bring out only that part of the population to survive under the new condition. See, bache, in this chapter, NCERT, right, the NCERT which is written there, na, in the NCERT the language is little difficult. Okay, so let's make it easy and let's fall in love with this chapter also. What say, guys? Now see, Wasim is also here. This is something very interesting. Literally, I'm telling you, this chapter is very interesting. Right? He is not ready to listen to the biology, otherwise he is going to love that chapter. Thanks, Wasim, thanks. Bro, what's happening? You are appreciating me. Like you are not the same person anymore. What happened to you? And guys, I don't think that you know that Wasim sir is already married. Right? You never asked him about his wife. He's already married. Seriously, ask him once. He always lie. Thanks, bro. Why are you appreciating me? What do you want? What do you want? It's very difficult for me to digest that Wasim is appreciating you. Wow, without any reason. Sir is married. He's going to lie, but he is married. Wow. Okay, very good. Arey, he's not going to tell you, but he is married. Trust me, he is married. Chalo, focus here. So what are they trying to say here? They are simply saying that rate of appearance of new life forms depends upon the lifespan. We are talking about, they have given you a very simple example. Just let's say here you have bacterial culture, right? That bacteria feeds on specific nutrients, right? If you are providing them that nutrients, if everything as per their need, it is present there, definitely they will reproduce. They will reproduce. If there is a continuous supply of the nutrients, they are going to reproduce. They are going to rise exponentially. That's a fact, yes or no? That's a fact, yes or no? Wow. Wasim sir, no. No, he doesn't have kids, but he's married. I'm telling you, he's married. Chalo, focus here. Focus, guys, focus. Let's finish this paragraph, then we will chit chat. Okay, he is here to distract us. Right? If you don't want the session duration to increase, then please focus here. Wasim, you please come after 1 hour. Right? I just need 1 more hour. You just come after 1 hour. I know you are free. You don't have anything else to do. You don't have anything else to do. And I know you used to attend the lectures of all the biology educators across this industry. Hai na? Always. Okay, so guys, just kidding. These days he's appreciating me, so I cannot disrespect him. I cannot fight. Wow, seriously? मतलब seriously कोई और जवाब नहीं मिला? Wow. Chalo, focus here, guys. Leave him. So my point is, like, let's say you have a culture, okay? In that culture, all the nutrients are provided, all the essential things are provided. Then that bacteria will survive, right? They will multiply. If there is an abundant supply, if there is an abundant supply of nutrients, that bacteria will keep on dividing, exponential rises there. Now let's say if I have changed something here, right? Whatever they were demanding, I have changed any ingredient or I have added something different. So from this bacterial population, only those bacteria will survive that will adapt, that are going to adapt themselves to the change, right? Those ठीक है, focus कर इधर. You really love zoology, then please focus here. ठीक है? Okay, so my point is only the bacteria that will get adapted to that change, now only that bacteria are going to survive. This is what they are trying to explain here. Okay, that only the part of population that can survive under the new conditions, right? So see, they are trying to make it, okay, they are just trying to make it difficult, but literally it's easy. Okay, then in due course of time, this variant population outgrows the other, because now here some bacteria, they survived, a bacterial population, it survived there, so they will reproduce, and obviously now they will be the dominating one, right? They are going to be the dominating one. So this would happen within days. Why? Because here the lifespan is also short, so rate of appearance is also too much. So for the same thing to happen in a fish, right, or a fowl would take million of years. So they are trying to relate the lifespan. They are just telling us the rate of reproduction and lifespan by giving different examples, right? But I am not blushing. I have that natural glow. What can I do? He doesn't have that, na? He's jealous. He's just jealous, nothing else. And that's why he's appreciating me today, because he even wants to know the tips for that glow and all, for that, you know, that blushing cheeks. Literally, this is what he wants. ठीक है, I'll tell you my secrets. Okay, I'll share the tips with you. I'll share that beauty tips. You don't worry about it. Right? Chill bro, chill. अब पढ़ाने दे, चलो ऐसे जाओ. Shoo, वजीम सर, shoo. Leave. I think he's not here now. Chalo, focus. So they are just comparing. So the same thing will take so many years in the case of fishes. So here we say that the fitness of B is better than that of A under the new condition. So nature selects for fitness. So whatever I explained in 10 minutes, right, it is given here, but in, you know, in a different, right, in a little different language. Okay, now the chapter is interesting. Wow, yaar. Okay? So one must remember that so-called fitness is based on the characteristics which are inherited. Here, there must be a genetic basis for getting selected and to evolve. So obviously, it's all about the genes. If that genes are having that variation, right? If that genes can get adapted to that change, then only we are going to survive, and then only we can pass it to the next generation. So adaptive ability is inherited. It has a genetic basis. Lovely line it is, right? That this adaptation, the capability to adapt to that changing condition, it will be inherited, and obviously it is having genetic basis that depends upon our DNA. Got it, guys? It depends upon our DNA. Understood? Now these are 2 points. A student is also asking this, that branching descent, right? Branching descent and natural selection. Okay, branching descent and natural selection, they are 2 key concepts of evolution. What are they? They are 2 key concepts of this Darwinian theory. So what is the meaning of branching descent? Here nothing bache. As per Darwin, evolution is taking place in a branching pattern. What is the meaning of branching pattern? What is the meaning of branching pattern? Right, branching descent means the evolution is taking place in a branching pattern. Now what is the meaning of this branching pattern? That with time new forms are arising, and these new forms are arising as a branches from the previously existing life form. Means we have the previously occurring life forms here, like ancestors. So from that ancestors, the new species, they will arise. The new descent, the new generation, it will arise. So it is going to arise from these ancestors? No, it is going to arise from these individuals. Now, so these are that branches. New organisms will arise from the ancestors, right? That is the meaning of branching descent. But here, if you remember, right, in the first slide itself, I told you that it is a descent with modification. Do you remember that? It is a descent with modification. Descent means that next generation will form, right? That branching of that next generation will be there, but it will be with some modification, with some changes. Got it? With some modification, with some changes. Are you getting it? Yes, bache. So new life forms, they will appear. These new life forms are occurring as branches from the previously existing life forms. Clear, bache? Tanushri, you were asking this now. So branching descent is pointing towards the concept of common ancestry, right? So it is pointing towards the concept of common ancestry. Understood? Right? It is pointing towards the concept of common ancestry. Got it? Right? And you know the concept of natural selection itself. Now, the another important question, bache, you know, it is possible that the work of Thomas Malthus, right, even in the chapter reproductive health, I told you about the Malthus growth curve. I told you Darwin was influenced from Malthus, Remember, Darwin was influenced from Malthus. I told you that thing. So work of Thomas Malthus on population influenced Darwin. Important MCQ. Right? The work of Thomas Malthus on population influenced Darwin. This is what I told you before. So natural selection is based on certain observation which are factual, of course. Right? So natural resources are limited. Population is stable in size except for seasonal fluctuation. Members of population, they vary in characters. Right? Even we belong to same species, we are still not same. I am not exactly the replica of my parents. Even we are not same. Right, bache? So though we look superficially similar, but variations are there. That variations are inherited. So theoretically, population will grow exponentially if all of them will reproduce to their maximum potential. But we know that that's not the case, and the competition is also there. Right? Theoretically, if everyone will reproduce as per their reproductive potential, right? Just say females, let's say human females, they get the puberty at the age of 11, 12. Right? Let's say if they will start reproducing from 13 years of age, you know that they can reproduce till 50 years or late 40s. So it's not like that they are reproducing every year. There are many other factors. Right? Bache, animals, they are different. Animals, they are different from their ancestors because of these changes also. Na? These mutations, these variations, this natural selection, everything will play the role. Mainly the genetic composition will vary. Clear? And I gave you the example of this also, that we do not reproduce as per our maximum potential, and moreover the competition is there. Resources are also limited. Clear? So novelty and brilliant insight of Darwin was this: he asserted that variations which are heritable, which will pass to next generation, and they will make resource utilization better for you. Right? Because of variations, some people, they can use that resources better. Right? They'll enable only those to reproduce and leave more progeny. This is, let's say, right, I'm teaching you people, right? I'm providing you the same content, but some of you will grasp it in a better way. Some of you will, revise it again and again. Some of you will score 360 out of 360, but few will score only 150 or only 200. You are getting same resources, but right, you are getting same thing, but you don't know how to use that, isn't it? You have different capability for that. So those who are better, they will get good marks, they will get selected. That's how it works. This is the natural selection. Clear, bache? This is the natural selection. Okay, so now in NCERT, the next title that we read is, guys, it will hardly take another 30 minutes, right? I need another 30 minutes to finish this chapter. Are you with me? Right? Are you with me? Tell me. We need another 30 minutes to finish this chapter. If you want a break for 10 minutes, I can give you, right? Then obviously I need 40 minutes. But if you are okay, then we can continue with the same pace. Right? Right? I know you people are tired. Even I am tired. I am not denying. But yes, we have committed you this 75 days wala challenge. So see, if in 75 days we will finish all the chapters, right? Then you will get the time for the revision. If let's say today you missed something, okay, you will have time to revise it, isn't it? You will have time to revise it. So that's why, students, that's why I'm telling you. Okay, that's why I'm telling you that please be attentive. I know it's difficult even for us to stand for 10 hours and to teach you, but theek hai na yaar, ready? If you have to shine like a sun, you have to burn like a sun. Simple. Okay? So let's study yaar. Otherwise, I don't remember the name of that student. Right? She will start bad teacher, and Wazeem will also come. Okay? So it's better to focus here. Hi, Niharika, even my charging is low. Oh my God. Back pain, legs pain, this pain, that pain. And tomorrow I'm going to have 3 lectures. 1 lecture, 1 special class, another special class on cell chapter, and 1 more class will be there in Avengers batch, right? Or maybe 2. Okay, it is not scheduled yet. I have to schedule it also. So even I am busy, yaar, even I am busy. Chalo, let's not cry, let's not crib, let's focus. Okay, chalo. So now mechanism of evolution, this is the next thing, right? This is the next title which is given in the NCERT, but here in this mechanism of evolution, nothing, they have just explained the Hugo-de Vries mutation theory, right? So before explaining you this paragraph from NCERT, let's directly talk about the Hugo-de Vries mutations theory, and then let's move to the next topic. So guys, how are we going, what we studied here in these theories? We started with the Lamarckism. Do you remember Lamarckism? It is something unforgettable, isn't it? Isn't it, Sushi? It is something unforgettable. We cannot, right? We cannot forget the Lamarckism. Imagine internal vital force, effect of environment and new needs, use and disuse of organs, right? Inheritance of acquired character, then Darwinism, and then bache, we are going to talk about the mutation theory, right? And these two theories, Darwinism and mutation theory, they are going to make the concept of this biological evolution or the modern concept of evolution. Clear? That's what we have to study. Clear, bache? Understood? Chalo, now come to the Hugo-de Vries mutation theory, right? Do you remember this name? He was the scientist who rediscovered the Mendel's work, right? We are going to read it in Principles of Inheritance and Variation. He was a scientist who rediscovered the Mendel's work, right? So guys, when you talk about Hugo-de Vries, right, he was working on Oinothera lamarckiana, right? He was working on what? He was working on Oinothera lamarckiana. Right, and this Oinothera lamarckiana is also known as evening primrose. Can you see this particular plant here? This is the picture of evening primrose. Do you know that? This is the picture of evening primrose. So when he was working on this evening primrose, what he observed that the progeny, right, in the progeny, few members are totally different from the parental plants. What he observed? He observed that he was observing here, right, that in Oinothera lamarckiana, the new progeny, right, among that individuals, few individuals are totally different from the parent plant. Few individuals, they were totally different from the parent plant. Imagine, totally different from parent plant. Right, he observed it again and again. He hybridized that individuals, and then he observed that in the next generation, they are again totally different from parent plant. Right, so when he was studying this evening primrose, he gave the concept of mutations, and bacha, that mutations are known as discontinuous variation, right? That mutations are known as discontinuous variation. Clear, bache? So he saw large differences arising suddenly in a population. He called it as mutations, which are the sudden changes. That, right, what are they? They are the sudden changes of genetic material, right? They are what? They are the sudden changes of genetic material, right? And these changes, as per Hugo-de Vries, these changes, Zifan Bache, they are responsible for the formation of new species, right? They are responsible for the formation of new species. Clear, Bache? Right, so there are sudden changes in the DNA. Yes, bache, there are sudden changes, right? I'm repeating this point again, students. Right, I'm repeating this point again, that there are sudden changes in the genetic material, and these changes are heritable, right? That is, they will pass to the next generation. Okay, so as per Hugo-de Vries, okay, as per Hugo-de Vries, or as per this mutation theory, okay, he gave one concept, that is of saltation. This word is given in NCERT, please pay attention. He gave the concept of saltation, means single step large mutation, right? Single step large mutation. What was it, bache? It was single step large mutation. Are you getting it? Yes or no? yes or no? जैसे we will consider the example, जैसे in the case of Oinothera lamarckiana, I told you that in the next generation it was entirely different from the parent generation. It was looking like a new species, right? So he said that whenever there will be the formation of new species, in one step some mutations will occur and they will result in the formation of a new species. It was the saltation. Now, if I talk about Hugo de Vries' concept of evolution, as per him, evolution is a jerky process, right? Evolution is a jerky process, and these discontinuous variations that are known as mutations, they are responsible for evolution, right? Right? I'm writing it here. Mutations that are discontinuous variation, mutations that are discontinuous variation, they are raw material for evolution. What are they, bache? They are the raw material for evolution. Is that clear? Is that clear? They are the raw material for evolution. Bache, Papa ji, wait karo, right? We will discuss that too. Have patience. After this topic, we will move to that part only. Okay, we will move to that part only. Clear, bache? So mutation appear all of sudden, right? And they are heritable. Mutations, they appear all of sudden and they are what? They are heritable. What are they, students? They are heritable, means they will pass to the next generation, right? And as I said, as per this, evolution is a jerky process, right? In a one go, the new species will form. It is a jerky process and a discontinuous process. So Darwin was saying that, right, that continuous variations will pass to next generation. But Hugo de Vries was saying that in one step, the new species will form, right? That in one step, new species will form. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Right? So as per him, useful mutations are selected by nature. Okay, useful mutations are, so mutations, yes, how can I forget that mutations, they are random and directionless. Important it is. They are random and what are they? They are directionless. Okay, that's why we are saying they are sudden. They are random and they are directionless. It is important. Clear, bache? It is important. Done. And when these variations, they will accumulate, they form new species as per Darwin. But as per it, all of a sudden the mutations will occur, it will result in the formation of new species. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Okay. Done. Done. So if I have to compare the Darwin's concept and mutations, right, and the concept of this Hugo de Vries, as per Darwin, evolution is a gradual process, slow process that will take time. Variations will pass from one generation to another, they will accumulate, they will form new species. As per Hugo de Vries, it's all of sudden. It's all of sudden. In one step, large mutation will occur and new species will form. So that is the point, right? He gave the example of Ankenship. He gave the example of Ankenship, that in next generation, right, that the next generation was totally different from the parents, right, bache? So it was the evidence that he gave. Okay, hornless cattle develop as the mutation of horned cattle, right? One example was hornless cattle developed from the mutation, right? It was developed from the mutation in horned cattle. So there are many examples. And if I talk about the criticism, right, if I talk about the criticism, students, the very first thing is he worked on, right, very first thing is he worked on Oinothera lamarckiana. Yes, bache, Tansuri, right, he worked on Oinothera lamarckiana. Bache, Jon Snow, we will discuss that too. He worked on Oinothera lamarckiana, right? So that plant was having chromosomal abnormalities, right? That plant was having chromosomal aberrations. So because of that, they were forming the new, totally different plant in the next generation. So it was the biggest criticism. Okay, and second thing is mutations are considered as recessive, right? Mutations are considered as recessive and nature only select useful mutations. So how is it possible that something recessive can be the source of evolution? Isn't it? Isn't it? So this is about the criticism. Now because of this Hugo de Vries, one very important thing that came to notice is mutation, the sudden changes, right? Mutation, the sudden changes. It was something very important that the Hugo de Vries he brought into our notice. It was something very important that he mentioned. Okay, so now the mutation, these sudden changes plus the concept of Darwin, right? Together they gave the modern concept of evolution. Together they gave the modern concept of evolution, or it is also known as neo-Darwinism or the modified Darwinism. So it explains the process of evolution, and here we will discuss genetic defect, natural selections type, Hardy-Wingwer, everything, right? We are going to discuss it there. Clear bache? Clear bache? So let's revise, let's recall this part from NCERT, right? Let's recall this part from NCERT as well. So what is the origin of this variation and how does speciation occur? It is given in NCERT. I am trying to make it simple for you, so please listen to me. So even though Mendel had talked of inheritable factors influencing phenotype, Darwin ignored these observations. Right, Mendel has mentioned that there is something which is heritable, right? There is something which is heritable, the factors are there, but Darwin, he didn't pay attention, right? So in the first decade of 20th century, Hugo de Vries, based on his work on evening primrose, brought forth the idea of mutations, that large differences are seen suddenly in a population. So he believed that mutation can cause evolution, but not the minor variations. Right, not the minor variations can cause evolution, but it is the mutations that are responsible, right? So mutations, as I said, random, they are directionless, and as per Darwin, variations, they are small and directional, right? So evolution for Darwin, it was gradual, but for Hugo de Vries, it was a jerky process, and he called it saltation, that is single step large mutation. Important it is, right? Single step large mutation. Clear? So that's how they explained this concept. Now modern theory, synthetic theory, or neo-Darwinism, this is what we need to discuss. Okay, what we need to discuss? We need to discuss this part: modern theory or synthetic theory of organic evolution or neo-Darwinism. But it was supported by the views of many scientists, right? Many scientists, they supported it, many. It was not the work of only one person, but basically, right, the concept of natural selection and mutation was taken there, and it was considered that they are variation and mutation, they are basically, sorry, mutation and recombination, they are causing the variation, right? Focus here. So Wiseman, de Vries, Stebbin, Sewall-Ritt, etc., they explained, right? Their views were taken for this. Okay, so initial things are same, that rapid multiplication is there, limited food and space is there is the struggle for existence. That's what Jeevan, Ramu, everyone, guys, another 30 minutes here. Be energetic, people. Wake up. Yeah, even I am feeling low, I need a cup of tea, but no one is here to make the one for me here. Okay, you can ask it from your parents, you can make it by your own, but I cannot go to kitchen, I cannot go there, I cannot teach you, and I cannot make the cup of tea. है ना? So guys, show some energy, and trust me, this hard work is going to help you, but you have to listen to me. Just make sure that you are listening to me. If you are chatting, then it is not going to help, right? I have to take the class early in the morning as well. So chalo, focus. Take it. Happy, energetic. Even if you need a break for 10 minutes, I can give you, but then you have to come back. Okay, then you have to come back. It should not be like this ki nahi ma'am, chodo. Because see, if I will take part 2, it's not going to make sense. Genetic drift, Hardy-Wingwer, types of natural selection, human evolution. 4 topics are there, and they are for 10 minutes. ठीक है, चलो come back. So initial points are same. The rapid multiplication, food and source is limited, struggle for existence is there, and they included the genetic variation. But here for genetic variation they included many things. Out of that, mutation is also one, right? Even the recombination is also one. So they considered everything, right? They considered everything in modern concept of evolution. And after that, isolation was discussed, heredity was discussed, natural selection is discussed, and speciation is discussed. So these are the main postulates. Now let me make this easy for you. When you talk about the genetic variation, yes, it is right, bache, that variations in the genetic content, it results in the survival, right? This is what we studied in the Darwinism. As per Darwin, survival of fittest is there because some variations are there. But here in modern concept of evolution, here in neo-Darwinism, they explain the reason for variation, and the most important is mutation, the sudden changes. So bache, if in detail I have to explain you, right, we will discuss it in genetics if you remember, right? You know na, chromosomal mutations are there, right? Gene mutations are there. So we are going to discuss that topic in detail in genetics. Clear? We will discuss that in genetics, isn't it? Isn't it? Next is the gene recombination, right? Gene recombination, you know that crossing over at the time of gamete formation, the crossing over used to occur. Yes or no? At the time of gamete formation, the crossing over used to occur. They are talking about that, right? They are talking about that. But gene recombination is the point. Recombination is the point. So here they also consider independent assortment. They also consider crossing over. They also consider, right, because it is gene recombination. So crossing over is considered. Independent assortment is considered, right? And even random fusion of gametes at the time of fertilization. Everything is considered. So they are responsible for this. They are responsible for what? They are responsible for the gene recombination. Then comes the gene migration, which is also known as gene flow. So here, right, bache, see, one thing that you need to keep in your mind, and especially which is there in natural selection, guys. What is it, Tanushri? What is it? That this natural selection, it is applicable on population. This concept is applicable on population. You are not talking about the single individual here. You are not going to notice such changes in a single individual. You have to consider the population. What we have to consider? We have to consider the population. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So when it comes to gene recombination, the crossing over in meiosis, independent assortment, random fusion of gametes, everything will be considered. And then is the gene migration, also known as gene flow, right? Because we are talking about the population here, not a single individual, right? Not about a single individual. So when you talk about the gene flow, don't you remember we consider immigration and emigration? Yes, we do consider immigration and emigration. For an example, let's say there is a population in an area, right? So many people, they are living in an area. Let's say few individuals from some different area, from different region, or from different country, if they come to that place, they are going to add here, no? They are going to add here to the gene pool of this population. They are going to add here to the genes of this population. So there will be the immigration. So here, because of immigration, new genes, new alleles are added, right? New gene, new alleles are added. Let's say some people, they are leaving this place. So if they are leaving this place, so with them, their alleles will also pass. Their allele will also pass. That is the example of emigration, right? So obviously, because of this immigration and emigration, there is a flow of genes. There is a migration of genes, right? There is a flow of genes. There is a migration of genes. And this flow and this migration of gene is also responsible for variation. Right, bache? It is also responsible for variation. Clear, bache? So next is the genetic drift, which is also responsible for variation. So it is also known as small Sewall-Ritt effect. Right? It is important for your NEET. Right, bache? It is important for your NEET. Right? So many PYQs are there from this topic as well. Right? Right? Done. So what's the point here? We are talking about the genetic variation. We are saying the mutations, gene recombination, gene migration, gene right? Genetic drift, non-random mating and hybridization. These are the things responsible for the variation. I know you know about these first 4, you don't know about last 2. We will discuss that also, don't worry about that. So now the topic that we are discussing is genetic drift, also known as seawall rate effect. Genetic drift, also known as seawall rate effect. But it's a drastic change in the allele frequency, right? What is it? It is the drastic change in allele frequency. It is the drastic change in allele frequency when population size is reduced to size is reduced to small, right? So basically the one very important point for your NEET examination is that the seawall rate effect, it is applicable on small population. You are not applying it on large population. It is applicable on small population. It is a previous year question. What is it, guys? It is a previous year question, right? What is it? It's a previous year question that it is applicable on small population. So what are we saying, bache? That there is a drastic change in allelic frequency, right, when population size is reduced to small. When population size is reduced to small. So basically it is going to alter, the genetic drift is something which is going to alter the gene, which is going to alter the allele frequency in a living population, right, in a living population. Isn't it? Yes or no? Guys, wake up. I know it's very difficult, but theek hai yaar, give it a try. Quick, just give it a try. Okay, so it is a kind of, this genetic drift is a kind of by chance event. Okay, it's a kind of by chance event. This is the language given in NCERT, right? It causes the change in allelic frequency or gene frequency by chance, and by chance event, and the event in a small population. Please do consider this point. Do not forget this point of small population. Clear, bache? Do not forget this point of Zifan, of this point of of the small population. Clear, bache? Clear. Right? Yes. Okay, so imagine if the population is small, right? Let's say now we have very few students. So obviously if out of these few students, if we, let's say 20 or 30% students, if they will leave the class, now it is going to change. It is going to create an impact, the huge impact, right? That is going to create huge impact. Let's say if I'll be having 2,000, 3,000 students, if few hundreds will go here and there, that is not going to, right? That is not going to impact anything. Right, if the students, they will drop, obviously I will be like, na, ki yaar, students are going, I'll be anxious. Okay, so consider the same thing here. If the population will be small population means the allelic and gene frequency is also limited, right? If there will be any change in that will be visible, right? Because population is small, so if there is any change in the gene frequency or in the allele frequency, that will be clearly visible. Right, that will be clearly visible. And here in the genetic drift, there is a random loss of allele, right? It is something random. It is a by chance event. By chance event means random events. It is a random loss of alleles, right? What is it? It is the random loss of alleles. What is it, student? Random loss of alleles in small population. That is what your genetic drift is. Okay, so when we study this genetic effect, we talk about two things. One is your founder's effect, another is your bottleneck effect, right? This is what we study, right? One, we study the founder effect, and the another point that we study is the bottleneck effect. It is explained in two ways now, but ultimately population is what? Population is small. Ultimately population is what? Population is small. So now what's the point here? Let's say, bache, here you are having the parent population, okay, right? From this parent population, some people, they migrate to a new location, right? They migrate to a new location. They started living there. Okay, so now see, let's say even if we are 20 people, 1,000 people, if we are living in a particular area, we all are having our unique alleles. Isn't it? isn't it? If I will go from that place to another place, I am going to carry my alleles with me, isn't it? I am going to carry my alleles with me. And if, let's say, from parent population, if that new population, right, it will get separated, if there is no contact in between, if there is no exchange of genes, no reproduction in between, that population will keep on reproducing, and they will promote that alleles only. Just look at this example, right? Here you have yellow colored, right, yellow colored beetle, and you have red colored beetle. So from this parent population, let's say few red colored beetle, they move to a new location, right? They move to a new island, they started living there. Now they are separated from parent population, right? They are totally separated from parent population. So they are separated from parent population, they are living here, they are reproducing here, they are propagating their genes only. So there comes a time, right, if there will be geographical isolation in between them, so there comes a time when they will keep on reproducing, and this entire population will be of this red colored beetle, right? They will be like that. Okay, so that is the founder effect, right? So some people from parent population, they will move to a new place, they will move to a new location, right? And now here they will reproduce, they will become the founder population here. This is the founder effect. Very simple. Now the next is what? Next is the bottleneck effect. Next is what? Next is the bottleneck effect. So bottleneck effect includes the natural calamity. Here what do we discuss, bache? Right, here what do we discuss? Founders in the bottleneck effect, right? Natural calamity. It is the decrease in genetic variability in a population. It is the decrease in genetic variability. Genetic variability means it is the decrease in genetic variation in a particular population, and it is mainly because of the natural calamity. Right bache? Right bache? Yes or no? Yes or no? जैसे suppose if I give you the example of cheetah population, जैसे cheetah population in right, cheetah population in Africa. Cheetah population in Africa, it decreased due to hunting. Because of hunting, they were killing, right, many cheetahs. So population it decreased, because those who were dying, they were carrying their genes with them, na? They are carrying their alleles with them, no? Isn't it? No, bache, Yana, I am going to finish it today only, right? Right? Even if I am going to get one student at the end, na? Even if there is no student today, I have to finish it. Because if I will take part 2, I am going to waste your time, right? Already I have taken this session for 8 hours. So let's finish it. Simple. Let's finish it. Why to wait for another day? Okay, so this is the bottleneck effect, decrease in genetic variability, right? Again, as I said, genetic drift is random. It's not like some selection has been done. It's random. Now let's say, I'll give you one example. This is the original population. Let's say there is a natural calamity, the floods are there, or the earthquake is there. So randomly some people will die. Randomly some people are going to die, and the remaining population, it will not be like the parent population. It is not going to be like the parent population, right? So randomly some alleles or some genes, they will survive, and rest other will die. So it's not mandatory, right? Because it is a random event. There is no selection. If there will be flood, if there will be earthquake, they are not going to decide, Samiksha, Meera, they are not going to decide. They are not going to decide, Meera, Samiksha, that okay, that man is a good man, right? I have to save him, right? Or that person is a bad person and I have to kill. No, that's something random. If there is any natural calamity, even if, right, we are not feeling, right, even if I am a very good person, still that doesn't ensure that I will survive. Same is the case here, right? So it's not mandatory that the surviving population, they will have only useful alleles or useful genes. No, sometimes harmful alleles, even they get fixed, right? Sometimes harmful alleles, even they get fixed, even they survive only. So this is the bottleneck effect, that natural calamity will decrease the genetic variability, and in surviving population in comparison to the parent population, obviously that variability will be less. Clear bache? Clear bache? Okay, so this is about the genetic drift. So it fixes new alleles, genes that arise by mutation, right? It formed time to time to eliminate the original gene, thereby changing the genetic makeup of small population. So how does genetic drift work, bache? Right, time to time it even fixes the new genes, right? Time to time, because natural calamity is also involved, so it can also destroy some genes, right? So it will maintain that genetic variability in small population. Clear, bache? It is going to maintain that genetic variability in small population. So this is about the genetic drift. So genetic drift in a small population, I'm repeating it again, is responsible for variation. So next is the isolation, and obviously here you are talking about the reproductive isolation mainly. What are we discussing, students? Mainly we are talking about the reproductive isolation. Clear? Clear? So basically when you talk about the species, what we say, that the individuals, right, when we define species, the set of individuals that can interbreed among themselves and that can produce fertile individuals, that's what we discuss. Yes, bache, when you talk about the isolation, that's what you people discuss. No, that's what you people discuss na. Yes, yes. Hanji, Samiksha, Zain, Meera, Tanushri, Nandini, that's what we discuss, Anjani. That isolate, like the individuals, that group of people that can interbreed among themselves, that can form the fertile individuals. Okay, so isolation means to stop. The prevention of mating, right? Right, when it is the isolation, it is the prevention. It is prevention of what? Prevention of mating. Mating of individuals of two different species. Right, it is the prevention of mating amongst interbreeding groups. Right, it is the, okay, prevention of mating amongst interbreeding groups. Right, right, like let's say, right, let's say it is the reproductive isolation, basically two groups that can interbreed, right? But we are preventing it because there are certain barriers, right? There are certain barriers. That barriers can be anything. That barriers can be physical, they can be geographical, and that barriers can be biological as well, right? That barriers can be biological. So I am not going to explain it in detail as it is not given in NCERT. We'll just give you the overview of this topic, right? Right, so basically when mainly here we are talking about the reproductive isolation, so this is the prevention of mating amongst interbreeding groups. Basically here in reproductive isolation, bache, we are not going to allow the two different species, right, the individuals of two different species to reproduce. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Bache, Papa ji, if you are so worried, you can leave it, right? You can watch this lecture later. And I just told you, right? Right, I just told you, bache, that if today I will end it early, only now to only two topics are left. Right, so do you think that I should start taking class for that two topics particularly? And do you think it is going to make sense if I will not include, right, if I will not include the most important topics? Of course not. So please focus here. If you are feeling sleepy, you can you can sleep now, you can watch the lecture tomorrow. Okay? So reproduction isolation means we are preventing interbreeding between the population of two different species, right? Right, so here we have many barriers, so the physical, geographical and the biological, sorry, not the physical, physiological, right? Physiological barriers are there. Even now I am sleepy. Physiological barriers, geographical, biological, oh, it's all same. Mechanical barriers are also there, right? Mechanical barriers are also there. So if in simple words I have to explain, one thing is pre-fertilization barriers and or pre-fertilization barriers, and then post-fertilization, right? Pre-fertilization or pre-mating isolation or post-mating isolation is the point. Pre-mating isolation and post-mating isolation. But you see, two individuals of different species, why can't they reproduce according to you? Right? Why can't they reproduce according to you? Tell me. Why can't they reproduce according to you? Yes, tell me. Tell me. It's very simple, bache. First of all, the very first point that we can consider here is mechanical isolation, right? Mechanical isolation is there. Psychological isolation is there, right? Even mechanical, psychological, ecological isolation is also there. Now, mechanical isolation means, see, it is not mandatory that genitalia, right, it is not mandatory, yes or no, it is not mandatory that the genitalia of organisms of two different species, it is compatible, right? If humans, they interbreed, right, why? Because their genitalia is having the compatibility, so it's not mandatory that genitalia of two different species, it is compatible. Now, psychological, when it comes to the psychological isolation, so here we are talking about what? Psychological isolation, it includes what? The different courtship behavior, right? And then bache seasonal isolation can be there. You know that some organisms, they are seasonal breeders. Some species, in their case, seasonal breeders are there. So in that way also seasonal isolation is there. Gametic isolation, gametes are not compatible. Okay, so now let's say by any chance still mating occur, right? By any chance still mating occur, still fertilization occur. The very first thing is incompatibility. Very first thing is that gametes cannot fuse with each other. They are not compatible. They do not have that receptors that they can fuse, right? If by chance they fuse, right, then what is going to happen, bache? There will be the hybrid inviability. That hybrid is not going to survive. That hybrid will die. That zygote will not survive. If by chance that zygote survive, that hybrid sterility will be there. That hybrid will be sterile. That will not reproduce. Best example is of mule, right? You know na mule, the horse and the donkey. Naturally, they are not reproducing, but in captivity, if we are reproducing them, the mule is sterile. That cannot further propagate, and then comes the hybrid breakdown, right? That by chance, if F1 generation survive, the F2 is sterile there, right? So it is the reproductive isolation that is also responsible for gene variation, right? That is also responsible for variation, basically, right? That is also responsible for variation. Now, next topic, the most important topic, natural selection, right? We will discuss industrial melanism, and then Hardy-Wingber, and then your evolution of man. Okay, so this is one of the most important topics. Don't you think you need to be focused? You need to be focused if you want to revise it properly. Yes, don't you think you need to be focused if you want to revise properly? Chalo, take a deep breath. Okay? Because for this topic you have to leave everything. Now it's 2:30 a.m. right? She's not ending the session, she's doing this, she's doing that. So you have to end all that thoughts, and you need to focus on one thing, right? Haan bache, Papa ji, this chapter is like a khichdi, but I explained it properly. No, so you should give me the credit, yaar. You should give me the credit. Chalo, so now let's take a deep, now let's do some yoga and let's start this chapter. So you literally know what is the meaning of natural selection, that nature is going to prefer the fit one, right? Nature is going to prefer the fit one. Now, when it comes to natural selection, it is having three types. One is your stabilizing, right? Another is your directional. Another is your disruptive. I will move to the slides, but firstly let me explain you this part. Okay, let me explain it to you. This is what we need to understand. But actually this natural selection is also of different types. I'll give you one example. First of all, you know about the homozygous individuals. You know about the homozygous individuals, homozygous dominant, homozygous recessive, and heterozygous dominant. You know about it? Yes, students. Do you know about it? Homozygous dominant, homozygous recessive, heterozygous dominant. Do you know about it? Like homozygous dominant it is, homozygous recessive it is, heterozygous dominant it is. Now, if you will look at that particular curve, that curve is like this. We are talking about the natural selection in general, you know, right? Right? In general, you know, right? What is natural selection? Yes, so this type of curve is there. So this axis is telling us, right, this y-axis is telling us number of individuals with a particular phenotype. Phenotype means physical appearance, means the number of individual having that character. But when you look at this curve now, when you look at this curve, before starting the stabilizing, directional and disruptive, you need to understand few things. Whenever we discuss this curve, these ends of curve, let's say this one, it shows the homozygous dominant individual, right? Let's say this is showing homozygous dominant individual A. This is showing homozygous recessive individual, and this part, this central part, used to show us the average. Average means it used to tell us about the heterozygous individual. That's what you need to remember. This side tells us, this side of this curve tells us about the homozygous dominant. This side of this curve tells us about the homozygous recessive. This central part, the average, the mean, it tells us about the heterozygous. Right, it tells us about the heterozygous. I know some of you are not aware of it. As of now, just keep it in your head that there is a kind of curve, and that curve, its ends, they are telling us different things. Just say this is what in general we discuss. No, so this is homozygous dominant, homozygous recessive. This part is showing us the heterozygous dominant. So we have to start with the very first natural selection, that is known as stabilizing and also known as balancing. See here, as per this natural selection, what is preferred? As per this natural selection, average phenotype is preferred, right? Average phenotype is preferred, means it is not favoring the extremes. Look, understand my language. Please try to understand my language, that this selection, it doesn't favor the extreme. But when I'm saying it doesn't favor the extreme means you are talking about these ends, right? Extreme means you are talking about these genotypes and the phenotypes, their resultant phenotypes. You are talking about these ends, extreme. Just we say na, extreme, love or hate, right? We have two extreme emotions, one is love, one is hate. There is nothing in between, but you know that, right? Just say it's black or white, extremes are there, but sometimes we have to behave like a gray. Okay, neither black nor white, it has to be gray. Okay, so same is the case here, that this selection, it does not favor the extreme, means it is not going to favor homozygous dominant, it is not going to favor homozygous recessive, it favors the heterozygous dominant, that is the average. For an example, if you talk about the human height, right, you cannot say that people are too tall, people are too short. There are average phenotypes, average height, heterozygous is preferred. More number of individuals, they are heterozygous. Are you getting it? Now, mortality in human babies. Yes, mortality means death in human babies. Just say, let's say, if their weight, right, at the time of birth, if their weight is too much, yes or no? Right, at the time of birth, if their weight is too much, obviously they are not going to survive. Even if their weight is less, still they are not going to survive. Do you know that? Do you know that? Yes, bache. Do you know that? Even if their weight, yes, let's say if their weight is near about 7.3 pounds, right, they will not survive. If their weight is, let's say if their weight is 7.3 pounds, they will survive. If their weight is near about 10, they will not. If their weight is less than 5.3 pounds, they will not. So average is preferred. Average is preferred. Heterozygous is preferred, yes or no? Average is preferred. Heterozygous is preferred, yes or no? Yes or no? So yes, bache. Yes or no? Next example is of the sickle cell anemia. You know, sickle cell anemia, it used to show the balancing selection. You must be thinking how. See, if there is a, just say in Africa, this is very interesting example, right? This is very interesting example. Just see, in Africa, if individuals, they are having, right? Try to understand this. In Africa, you know that if individuals, they are having normal hemoglobin, means their RBC shape is normal. You know that they will get affected with malaria and they will die. They will get affected with malaria and they will die. If they are having sickle cell anemia, like if it is this condition, HBS, then also they will die because of anemia, right? Because of sickle cell anemia. RBC is sickle shaped. They will not even reach the reproductive age because of hemolytic anemia. The individuals, they will die, right? The individuals, they will die. So they will not get malaria, because you know that a person having sickle shaped RBC, if a person is having sickle shaped RBC, right, it is blessing in disguise. That person will not get affected with malaria, because malarial parasite cannot survive in the sickle shaped RBC. Right, malarial parasite cannot survive in sickle shaped RBC. So that is why, right? So neither HBS is preferred nor HBA, because this one will die because of anemia, this one will die because of malaria. So there, what is preferred? The average phenotype, HBS, right? Because these individuals, neither they will get malaria, and even, right, still they can survive here, isn't it? Still they can survive here. So heterozygotes will have only one copy of sickle cell allele, right? So obviously still they can survive. So heterozygotes, they will enjoy resistance to malarial parasite, right bache, and right, they will be having resistance to malarial parasite. So obviously they will survive. And see, RBC, no doubt they are sickle shaped, but they are also normal, so they will survive. They are going to survive. That's the point here. So isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? So here, what type of graph is there? See, this is the bell shaped, right? So here, what is preferred, bache? Mean means average. Mean means average. Average is preferred, right? Heterozygous is preferred. It is very sharp. See, peak gets higher and narrower. This is what you need to remember. Question can come. Peak get higher or narrower. So average is preferred here. What is preferred here? Average phenotype is preferred here. So this stabilizing selection, it doesn't favor evolution, right? It doesn't favor evolution, because it is promoting the average phenotype. Clear? Next is the directional. So directional is very simple, bache. Right, directional is very simple. It is progressive. It is very important for the evolution, because here this curve is moving towards one direction only, right? Only one character will be, only one thing will be, only one particular character will be selected by nature, whatever is going to survive in that condition. So the evolution will move towards only one direction. Peak will shift in one direction. So industrial melanism is the example. DDC resistance in pest, it is the example. So examples are important here, right? So here you cannot say that homozygotes will be preferred or heterozygotes. The one that will survive, it will be preferred. The one that will survive, it will be preferred as per the condition there. Okay, so we will discuss industrial melanism after the discussion of the next thing. So disruptive and diversifying. To disrupt, let's say this is the curve, right? So here in this curve, you know what is preferred? Extremes are preferred, right? Here in this type of selection, what is preferred? Extreme are favored. They are preferred. Means homozygous will be selected. It will be homozygous dominant, it will be homozygous recessive. And what will be eliminated? Heterozygous will be eliminated, right? Heterozygous will be eliminated. So these two will survive. That's why the curve is going to be like this at the end, right? That's why initially this curve is like that, right? And finally this is what you are going to get, right? So here what will be preferred, bache? Homozygous will be preferred, right? What will be preferred, bache? Homozygous will be preferred. So shell pattern in limpets, right? Shell pattern in limpets. Do you know about this example? It's also interesting. Do you know about this example? Shell pattern in limpets. Yes, shell pattern in limpets. Limpets, they are having the shell. Obviously you are talking about a mollusca here, right? What are you discussing? You are talking about a mollusca here, right? It's a marine mollusk. Okay, it's a marine mollusk, right? So what type of color this marine mollusk is having? It is having white or the tan color, the dark tan color. It is having pure white to dark tan color, right? It is having, right, it is having what type of colors? The pure white and dark tan. So now when it is, right, when it is the white color, so that white colored mollusca, they with white barnacle, they will camouflaged, right? With white barnacles, these white mollusca, they will camouflage, like in the surrounding white barnacles are there, these white mollusca, they will live there, predators are not going to affect them. Now when it is the dark tan mollusca, right, they will use the rocks, they will use that background of rocks, and again predators will not be able to kill them. But when it is the heterozygous condition, means the shells that are having, you know, the mixed color, that will be recognized by predators, predators are going to destroy them. So that's why here in this type of selection, homozygous they are preferred, right? Homozygous they are preferred. Clear bache? Clear bache? Is that clear? So this is the disruptive selection. So two extreme of the curve they will be preferred. Okay, two extreme of the curves they will be preferred. So you should read the NCERT language here, because it can be a bit confusing for you. So let me tell you. So natural selection can lead to stabilization, in which more individuals acquire mean character value. Mean means average, means they are talking about heterozygous, right? In simple words, that's what you need to understand. They are preferring the heterozygous. Clear? Directional change, more individual acquire value other than mean character value, means average will not be preferred, heterozygous will not be preferred. The evolution will move in one direction only. It can be anything, but it will move in one direction only. Disruption, more individual acquire peripheral character. Peripheral character means they are talking about the extremes, they are talking about the homozygous at both the ends of distribution curve. So that's the language of NCERT. So I hope after the explanation it is clear to you all, right? It is clear to you all. So now this is given now examples of industrial melanism, resistance to insect to pesticide, antibiotic resistance in bacteria, sickle cell anemia and malaria. This is what I have already explained. And when it comes to the industrial melanism, I hope you remember this part from NCERT. Right, I hope you remember this part from NCERT. It's very simple, bache. In a collection of moth that was made in 1850, that is before industrialization, because industrialization was not there, pollution was not there, right bache? So it was observed that there were more white winged moths on trees than dark winged. Why? Because white lichens were there on the bark of the tree, and that white winged moths, they were using that background for the camouflage, right bache? So in the collection carried out from the same area after industrialization, that is in 1920, more dark winged moths were there, right? The proportion was reversed. It is the directional natural selection. No? So explanation is that predators, they will spot a moth against a contrasting background. So after industrialization, what happened? The tree trunks, they become dark because of smoke, because of soot, and the lichens, which are very good pollution indicators, right? Lichens are what? They are good pollution indicator. They cannot survive where there is pollution, and especially the sulfur pollution, right? They cannot survive where there is the sulfur pollution. So after fertilization, because that bark, they become dark. So under this condition, the white-winged moth, they did not survive due to predators. Dark-winged or melanized moth, they survived. So before industrialization set in, thick growth of almost white colored lichen covered the trees, right? So this is about the industrial melanism, a very simple example. I really don't think that I need to explain it more. Clear bache? So this understanding is supported by the fact that in areas where industrialization did not occur, that is in rural areas, count of melanic moth was low. Melanic moth means dark moth. It was low. Clear? So it's all about the survival, as I said. Clear? So excess use of herbicide, pesticide has resulted in selection of resistant varieties in much lesser time scale. So this is true for microbes against which we employ antibiotics or drugs. This is the part. right? So remember, right? So this thing, the use of herbicide and pesticide, on the basis of that, because insect resistant, the herbicide resistant varieties, they survived. So bache, it is the example of anthropogenic action, means anthropogenic activities means man-made, right? Something which is done by human, something which is done by human. Clear bache? Right? So this thing is telling us that evolution is not a directed process in the sense of determinism. It is stochastic. Stochastic means something random. Stochastic means something random based on chance event in nature and chance mutation in organisms, right? You cannot say that it is a directed process, right? Right, it is something random. Understood? Yes bache Meera, it is something random. Clear bache? Guys, stop chatting yaar. It's better you people go and sleep, right? I'll finish this Hardy-Wingwer and evolution of man. You can watch the lecture tomorrow. Clear? So it is random. Done bache? So after all that things, because I told you these things are responsible for the variation, the formation of species will be there. What is speciation? Formation of species, right? Formation of new species is the speciation. So there are different types bache. In detail I'm not going to explain, I will just give you the overview here. So when it is allopatric speciation, it is because of the geographical, right? It is because of the geographical barrier. Means, let's say, right, some people used to live here in a common area, something happened and this area, this part got separated, right? They got geographically separated. So now if they are geographically separated, right, the individuals living here, they cannot go there, the individuals living here, they cannot go, they cannot come here, so they will not reproduce, right bache? So when they will not reproduce, obviously with the time this part will appear as a new species. This is allopatric speciation, simple, right? This is allopatric speciation, simple. Next is the sympatric speciation, which we see mainly because of ploidy, polyploidy, right? It is something that we see mainly because of polyploidy in the plants. Now what is the meaning here? Just say, let's say here you have a population, right? Some individuals of this population, they cannot reproduce with the other people. Why? Because of certain mutation. Let's say if in here the group of people, if they acquire some mutation, just in the case of plants, let's say because of polyploidy, if they acquire some mutation, they will not be able to reproduce with other, so they will evolve as a new species. So this is the sympatric speciation. What is it, students? Yes bache Meera, what is it? What is it Meera? Answer this. It is sympatric speciation. What type of speciation it is? It is sympatric speciation. And bache, when it is the parapatric, right? When it is the parapatric, when two organisms, they move to different niche, right? When their ecological role become different. And when it is the phyletic speciation, right? When is it the phyletic speciation? Anyone? It is because of transformation. Yes, next is the phyletic speciation. Anyone in the class who can explain? Transformation of species with the passage of time because of accumulation of variation. Clear bache? Anji, please answer. Ma'am, why are you expecting answers from us? Hai na? Now we are not in the stage where we can answer the question. We are sleeping. So that's your homework. Do check this. It is because of transformation. So that is your homework. Take it? That is your homework. Okay? Chalo. So let's start the next topic. That is your Hardy-Wingwer law. Fine? Yes, that is your Hardy-Wingwer law. Okay? So that is your Hardy-Wingwer equilibrium or Hardy-Wingwer law. But first of all, it is applicable on large population. Like genetic drift, it is not applicable on small population. It is applicable on large population. Right? It is application on large population. Applicable on large population. But whenever we take some experiments, we take a control na. We used to take a control na. We used to have the ideal conditions. Hanji, Krutika, Tanushri, Meera bache, I have to block you. ठीक है? So, Hanji, the Niharika, Krutika, Tanushri, kindly answer here. Monica. So, whenever we used to take any experiment, we used to talk about the control, isn't it? What we discuss, we used to talk about the control, right? And accordingly, right, we see the variation. Just say, let's say in a living body, we expect that ideally this is how our system should work, and if there are certain variations in that system, right, we used to say the abnormality is there. Now when it comes to the Hardy-Wingber law, right, it is applicable on the large population. Where is it applicable? Where is it applicable? It is applicable on the large population. So I am going to put this large population under certain conditions, right? I am going to put some ideal conditions there. Just let's say if I am going to apply some ideal conditions, if things are not happening as per that, I can notice the variations. I can notice ki okay, as per the ideal condition, the result should be 1. But if the result is 0.5, so I can judge ki okay, my conditions were not followed, isn't it? But genetic drift is for the small population. This is what I can say. So when you talk about the Hardy-Wingber equilibrium, which is applicable on large population, so here we consider certain factors that can affect this condition, right? We consider certain factors which are responsible for variations, but here we do not consider variation. Hardy-Wingber population is considered as the non-evolving population because it is under certain conditions, right? And ideally that conditions are not possible in nature. Okay, so we use this equilibrium to check the degree of evolution, that how evolved our population is. Try to understand this, right? You have a group of people, right? You are putting certain conditions. What are that conditions? That here there is no gene migration, there is no genetic defect, there is no mutation, there is no recombination, there is no natural selection. Means you have selected a population, and what are you saying there? You are saying that this population is under certain assumptions, that no mutation is taking place, no gene migration is there, no random mating, right? Even it is not written there, but yeah, no random mating, no non-random mating. Means mating should not be non-random. Non-random means selection is there, random means randomly, nothing is preferred, right? So mainly this is given in NCERT, bache, so please focus here. I'm telling you, I'm repeating this again. There is a group of people, there is a population here. I am saying it is the population in which there is no gene flow. Do you think it is possible? No, but still we have to assume there is no gene flow, there is no genetic recombination, there is no crossing over, basically it means, okay? There is no natural selection, there is no mutation, there is no genetic drift, and even the mating is also random. It is also not selective, it is also random, right Tanushri? Even mating is also random, it is not selective. Like we are not preferring anything, right? Randomly mating is there. It's not like that female is going to select superior males, no, randomly, right? It's like that. No gene flow should be there, no one should enter there, no one should leave there, right? Gene the crossing over, that is genetic recombination, is not there, which is not possible. If a population is sexually reproducing, definitely there will be there. So that's why we say that these are the assumptions. So these are the 5 factors known to affect Hardy-Wingber equilibrium. So Hardy-Wingber equilibrium is something which we are assuming just to check that how much that population is evolved, right? Just to check that how much that population is evolved. Just say here on this Hardy-Wingber population, I applied all the assumptions. So I am expecting a particular result. But if I'm not getting that result, if deviations are there from that result, I can mention that this population is evolved and how much evolved it is. This is what I can say, right? This is what I can say. Clear, bache? So in Hardy-Wingber equilibrium, we consider this binomial expression. Of course, P plus Q square is equals to P square is equals to 2PQ is equals to Q square, right? Bache, when you talk about P plus Q square, right? Like when you are taking it like this, P square, you are talking about the gene frequency. Right, this is basically telling us about the gene frequency. Why gene frequency? Because genes, they exist, the genes are present in pair. Yes, bache, genes are present in pair, So when it is the P2, it is telling us about the homozygous dominant individuals. Wait, let me explain you. 2 points here we are going to consider. Bache, when it is P plus Q square, you are talking about gene frequency, right? Gene used to present in pair, no? So it is the gene frequency. And when you are taking it like this, P plus Q, you are talking about allele frequency, right? You are talking about allele frequency. Why? Because alleles, जैसे capital T, small t, they are separate. They are single allele, capital T, small t. It's like that. So when it is P plus Q square, it is the gene frequency. When individually you are talking about P or Q, you are talking about the allelic frequency. Now, when it is P plus Q, as I said, gene frequency. So P square is telling us about the homozygous dominant, right? Homozygous dominant condition. This is telling us about the homozygous dominant condition AA. When it is Q square, it is telling us about the homozygous recessive. So now bache, it is the zygous condition, zygote you are discussing, it is this. And bache, when it is the 2PQ, when it is the 2PQ, you are talking about the heterozygous dominant. What are you discussing? You are talking about the heterozygous dominant. So when you are taking it like this, single P, you are talking about the frequency of because P is representing dominant allele. P is representing frequency of dominant allele. That is your capital A, right? That is your capital A. When it is the Q, it is representing frequency of recessive allele, right? That is, it is representing the frequency of recessive allele, that is small a. So always remember, P plus Q is equals to 1, right? P plus Q is equals to 1. Okay, so P plus Q square is the gene frequency, P plus Q is the allelic frequency, which is always going to be 1. P is the frequency of dominant allele, capital A. Q is the frequency of recessive allele. That's why P square means AA, homozygous dominant. Q square means homozygous recessive. 2PQ means heterozygous dominant, right? 2PQ means heterozygous dominant. Clear, bache? Right? It is the second last topic, and then we will move to the next topic. So please listen to me carefully. Just let's say P, P, Q, Q. So it will be PQ. Oh, my bad. So if it will be P, P, Q, Q. So it will be P, P square. It will be PQ. It will also be PQ. It will be Q square. So you know that PQ means 2PQ. That's why we consider it is the P plus Q ka square na. So that's how you are going to take it. So P2 homozygous dominant, Q2 homozygous recessive, 2PQ means heterozygous dominant. So you have 2 heterozygous dominant. That's how you have to consider it. Is that clear? Yes, bache. Is that clear? Tell me, first of all, tell me, this is important. Hanji, you people were asking about this topic now, so you now answer this question. Answer this question. This is the Hardy-Wingber law that we are discussing, right? This is the Hardy-Wingber law that we are discussing. Yes? Can you recall it? Yes, bacha log, can you recall it? Okay, so even I don't know. Okay? Yes, bache, Tanushri, is this clear? So we have to assume the things first, right? Hardy-Wingber population is always under the assumptions, right? So we have to assume that things, right? So how can you check the evolution? Evolution is the departure from Hardy-Wingber population. What is that deviation? Okay, what is that deviation? Clear? Clear? So let's read it from NCERT and then let's solve the question. That in a given population, one can find out the frequency of alleles of a gene or a locus. So this frequencies remain to supposed to remain fixed and even remain the same through generations. So Hardy-Wingber principle stated it using algebraic equations. So it says that allele frequency in a population are stable and is constant from generation to generation. So what this Hardy-Wingber principle saying, that allele frequency is constant, it is stable and constant from generation to generation, because they assume no random mating, no non-random mating, they assume no migration, no mutation, no genetic drift, no genetic recombination is there, right? This is what they are assuming. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So the gene pool means total genes and their alleles, they will remain constant. Okay, so this is the genetic equilibrium and its frequency is always equals to 1. So जैसे see P and Q is given ना, so in a diploid P and Q represent frequency of allele A and small a. So AA means P2, right? Right, so this expression we have already discussed. So as I said, whatever is the disturbance in the genetic equilibrium, it is the change of frequency of alleles in a population, right? It can be interpreted that it is the evolution. Clear? It is the evolution. So that's what bache I have already explained you people. Clear? So now let's see let's answer the question. So everyone please answer this. What does P2 in the below mentioned Hardy-Wigner equilibrium indicate? What is that P2 is indicating here? Tell me, what is that P2 is indicating here? Tell me quickly. So individuals that are homozygous dominant. True. True. Next question. A gene locus has two alleles, A and A. If the frequency of dominant allele, they have given us frequency of dominant allele, means they have given us P, which is equals to 0.4. Then the frequency of homozygous dominant, they are asking about the P2. Heterozygous, that is 2PQ, and the homozygous recessive they are asking. That's what they are asking. That's what they are asking. So how to solve such question? Bache, they have already given us the frequency of dominant allele. They have given us P. So you know that P plus Q is equals to 1. So 0.4 plus Q is equals to 1. So Q is going to be 0.6. Right? Q is going to be 0.6. Yes, the Q is going to be 0.6. Now if you have to check the P square, so 0.4 into 0.4, right, that will be 0.16. If you want to check Q square, 0.6 into 0.6, right, 0.6 into 0.6, 0.36. If it is 2PQ, means 2 into 0.4 into 0.6, so it will be 0.48. So the frequency of your AA is 0.48 in that population. Frequency of your homozygous dominant is 0.16. Frequency of your homozygous recessive is 0.36. So that's the answer. So if you have any doubt, do let me know. Hanji bache, if you have any doubt, do let me know. Tell me, if you have any doubt, do let me know, guys. Sure? Yes? Are you sure? Are you sure, everyone? If still there is any doubt, do let me know. Okay? So you have to understand the statement, and trust me, very simple kind of questions are going to come. Right? Even if Q is given, you can calculate P. Right? So you have to understand the language. If they are asking gene frequency, right, dominant gene frequency means AA plus, even in the heterozygous also that gene is present, no, so you have to take care of everything. You have to read the statement. So if it is allelic frequency, means P is given, right, means P is given, it's like that. So now this question is your homework, right? You will answer it to me in the comment section. Please take the screenshot. Right, in the next class I will explain, but you have to answer it to me in the next in the comment section. Please take the screenshot. Right, you are going to answer this question to me in the comment section. Now next is the origin and evolution of man. Okay, origin and evolution of man. So bache dekho, there are two ways to read this topic. There are two ways to revise this topic. You can go beyond NCERT if you will follow different books. Right, if you follow different books, right, different books. So because of that, do you know what is going to happen? You'll be confused what to remember, what not. So this is my advice, that you people should follow the NCERT only for this topic. Okay, it is little difficult also to read it from another books, because sometimes you know that gaps, they are not explained properly, that years they are not explained properly. So that is why it is my advice, students, that you should follow the NCERT only. So now I will give you one trick. So it is a DARA, DRA, DARA, everyone just repeat it. It is a DARA, H2HE NFS, right? Everyone repeat it with me. Dara H2HENFS. Dara H2HENFS. Everyone please repeat. Dara H2HENFS. Please mention this trick in the chat section. That's what you need to revise. This is telling you the sequence of human evolution. D, Dryopithecus. R, Ramapithecus. A, Australopithecus. H2 means 2 times H means Homo habilis, the tool maker man, right? Homo habilis, the tool maker man. HE means Homo erectus. What is this HE? Homo erectus. Now bache NFS is given, right? So one thing that you have to remember here is, now it's the story of Homo sapiens, right? What is it? It is the story of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens. So when it is Homo sapiens, NFS, what is it? It is NFS. N means Neanderthalensis. Neanderthalensis. F means fossilis. Homo sapiens, fossilis. S means Homo sapiens, sapiens. So it is given in NCERT. This is as per NCERT. The sequence is as per NCERT. Right? Just in other books, you know, they have also included Shivapithecus, they have also included many other things, but it is as per NCERT. So as per NCERT, what is our trick? It is Dara H2HENFS. It is Dara H2HENFS. Dara H2HENFS. Everyone please repeat. Right? Everyone please repeat. Dara H2HENFS. Right? It is Dara H2HENFS. Right? Right? Yes, bache. Dara H2HENFS. Okay, that's the point here. So Dryopithecus, Ramapithecus, Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, Homo sapiens fossilis, Homo sapiens sapiens. Right? Homo sapiens sapiens. That is the sequence given in NCERT. Now I have added it from some another book also, which is showing the years as well. जैसे ये देखो, 24 million years ago, the hominids, Dryopithecus formed. They are the ancestors of both the modern man, modern apes and man. We are more, right? We have more similarity to the apes now, but this Dryopithecus, they are the ancestors of modern apes and man. Then hominid evolution was there, apes formed, right? So 10 to 14 million years ago, bache, Ramapithecus. And even the Shivapithecus. We don't talk about it. Shivapithecus was lived in Asia, Ramapithecus in Africa. They are the oldest direct ancestor. Now, 5 billion years ago, because there was a gap also, right? These lines are showing the gap. These lines are showing the gaps. Clear, bache? So, Australopithecus. So, it lived in Africa. First human-like, small brain size, walked upright, 3 to 5 feet tall. Right? So, it's ape-like man. Australopithecus is ape-like man. Then Australopithecus africans, Robertus was also there. We don't talk about it. Then see H2, Homo habilis, large brain, bipedal locomotion, tool maker. It is 2 million years ago. Then Homo erectus, that also include Java man, packing man, right? So cranial capacity is given, used fire and stone tools, bipedal. It is as per NCERT. Then 50,000 years ago, this Java and pecking man. Then Neanderthal man, bache, 70,000 to 14 years ago. Then Cro-Magnon man, which is known as Homo sapiens sapiens, and then the modern man, Homo sapiens. So it is NFS. So fossilis is not included, but that's how it is present, right? So this Cro-Magnon man is considered as the direct ancestor. It is considered as the direct ancestor of modern man. So I know as of now you cannot understand it, and especially if you are doing it for the first time. Right, especially if you are doing it for the first time, you cannot understand this chapter, but I'll provide you the PDF, then you can follow it. So if you know the sequence, students, right, if you know the sequence that Dara H2HENFS, then it will be easy for you to remember this. Now come to this topic. Okay, so the evidences, right, the evidences for common origin of apes and man. Right, we know now that we are more apes like. We are more apes-like. One thing, chromosomal similarities, bending pattern of chromosome number 3 and 6. It is same in human and chimpanzee. It is 100% similar. DNA content and DNA matching is same in both. The skull of baby chimpanzee is more like adult human skull than adult chimpanzee. Or obviously we are also, right, we do not have the tail, right, tail. So see, tail is absent in both and have grasping hands. These are the evidences that we also originated from the apes, right? We also originated from the like apes are our common, right? We share more similarities with the apes. So here I have also added few extra points. Just say Australopithecus, that is the ape-like man. So it is the ape-like man. So prior to Australopithecus, that is your Dryopithecus and Dramapithecus, they are prior to Australopithecus, and then you know that. So ape-like character is less cranial capacity, thick growth of hair, U-shaped jaw, larger and sharper teeth. Man-like characters are complete erect posture, bipedal locomotion, forelimbs shorter than hind limb, vertebral column with distinct lumbar curve. These are the features. So this is important, that's why I added. Right, this is important, that's why I added, and you can master this topic with the revision only. Now you know the sequence now, then trust me, it will be easy for you. It will be very easy for you. Just see, about 15 million years ago, primates called Dryopithecus and Dramapithecus, they were existing. They were hairy, walked like gorillas and chimpanzee. Ramapithecus was more man-like, Dryopithecus was more ape-like. I think it's very simple. You know the story, it's Dara, H2HE-NFS. Everyone repeat, Dara, H2HE-NFS. Dara, H2HE-NFS. So Dryo, Rama, Australo, right? Then what do you have? Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, Homo sapiens fossilis, Homo sapiens sapiens. Right? Right, bache? So Ramapithecus is more like man, Dryopithecus is more like apes. So few fossils of man-like bones have been discovered in Ethiopia and Tanzania. Important. These reveal that hominid features, leading to the belief that about 3.4 million years ago, man-like primates, they walked in Eastern Africa. So they were not taller than 4 feet, but walked upright. So 2 million years ago, Australopithecus probably lived in East Africa grasslands. So evidences show they hunted with stone weapons, but essentially ate fruit. So vegetarians they were. They used the stone weapons, but they were vegetarians. So some of the bones, among the bones discovered, right, they were different, bache. They were first human-like being, and they were called the Homo habilis. So Homo habilis is also known as the tool maker. They are also the tool maker. Clear, bache? So their brain capacities were between this. So question can come from brain capacity. Okay, so probably they did not eat meat, so clearly it is written that they are vegetarian. Okay, so fossils discovered in Java in 1891. So it is the Homo erectus, the erect man, erect posture. So they have large brain of around 900 cc. So question can come from this part. So this is a comparison of skull of adult modern human being with baby chimpanzee and adult chimpanzee. So you can see that. Clear? You can see that. Now the next part, Homo erectus, I told you, probably they ate meat. It's done. So Neanderthal man, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, its brain size is 1400 cc, it's maximum. This cranial capacity is maximum, right? So they lived in Near East and Central Asia around 1 lakh to 40 years back. So they used hides to protect their body and buried their dead one. So Homo sapiens, they arose in Africa, moved across continents, developed like this. So that's what you need to remember, right? So prehistoric cave art developed about 18,000 years ago. But such questions can come. One such cave painting by prehistoric humans can be seen at Bhimbetka rock shelter in Raisin district of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so this information is important, and with this the topic is also over, bache. And this is what I have added for you, right? This is what I have added for you, so you guys can see, right? Again, it will be provided in notes. Okay, so it is telling us about the, yes, so it is telling us about what? It is telling us about the years that you can use for revision. So it is as per NCERT, right? It is as per NCERT. So that is important, and that is for quick revision, right? So what you have to do, you can download from this PDF, you have to make the notes, right? Total 18 points are there, and whatever years are given in NCERT, it is as per that. It is strictly as per NCERT. Okay, it is strictly as per NCERT. So today we have completed this chapter, right? I have provided you everything, bache. Like if you will watch this lecture, if you will make the notes and later on you revise the NCERT, everything will be very easy for you. So solve the Hardy-Wingwer questions, Hardy-Wingwer numericals, and do watch this video. Top 50 do and die topics of biology. And guys, see you all tomorrow at 11 AM for this practice session. Okay, and do remember, see, we have already launched our batch. It will be live from 2nd of Jan. Okay, so currently Unlock 20 is also there, so that you can get the additional, right? You have to pay less and you will get more months of subscription. So that's the coupon code that you have to use. It's Ambika 10. The link is given in description box. Bache, be the part of this batch, because here the proper revision with proper test practice, with proper PYQ analysis, everything will be provided to you in this batch. Here in this batch, daily, every day minimum 4 classes you are going to get, but still this batch is designed in this way that you will get time for self-study also. So be the part of this batch, guys. The link is there in description box, and that's the coupon code that you have to use. So we'll share the PDF in the Telegram group, bache, right after the class. Don't worry. Okay, so we'll share the PDF. Okay. In the Telegram group, in our official Telegram group. So I am just expecting one thing from you people, and that is your valuable comment. If you like the session, if right after listening to me for 9 hours, if you know you got something from this chapter, then this is what I'm expecting from you people. I want the comments in the comment section, not here, right after the class, in the comment section. That's what I'm expecting from you people, because we all love appreciation, right? And even I love it a lot. I love it a lot. Okay, so see you all on 27th. Yes, that will be, then we are going to start principles of inheritance and variation. That is a concept based chapter, and trust me, we are not going to take 9 hours for this. We will finish that chapter in 7 hours. Okay, and we'll discuss it in detail even from NCERT, because that chapter also, it is very difficult to understand directly from NCERT. Okay, so I'll make it easy for you, and then after that, obviously molecular basis of inheritance, human health and disease, and we'll finish the 12th syllabus and we'll move to the class 11 syllabus. Okay, so take care guys. Bye bye. Thank you so much. We'll wait for your comments. Tada. See ya. Good night. Take care.